I declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence. I begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. These are public proceedings being audio and video streamlined live via the parliamentary website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process for which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from Trellis Data, Nuvento, Zana AI, Castle Point and HUST. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And maybe I start with Mr Gately.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Michael William Gately. I'm the CEO of Trellis Data. I appreciate the invitation to attend, and hopefully what we offer can be of value to the committee. Trellis Data is starting...
I might just give everyone to introduce themselves, and then I'll ask for open statements.
Tim McLaren, Head of Communications, Trellis Data.
Thank you.
David Honke, CEO of Nuvento.
David Sheard, CTO of Nuvento.
Dan Saldi, founder and developer at Zana.ai.
I'm Rachel Greaves, CEO and co-founder of Castle Point.
Liam King, CTO of HUST.
Good, thank you very much. Enough.
Video witness as
well. And our video witness, yes. Mr. Lissabow? My glasses need to be improved and my eyes are even worse. If you're on mute, I think.
Off mute. Came off
mute.
Struggling with the mute button there. John Leesabor, CTO, Quintessence Labs.
Great, thank you. If you'd like to now do a short opening statement, and then we'll go open up to questions from the senators. Mr Gately.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, Trellis Data was founded in 2016 as a way to provide Australian sovereign AI capability uplift. We subsequently have progressed to a number of different continents around the world, with an office in the US as well as several offices here in Australia. What we offer is a platform called the Trellis Intelligence Platform that specialises in a number of areas, including explainability, being able to explain AI in real time, also vision, speech, and in generative AI for knowledge management. I won't go into those details and bore you with those, except to say that they do perform at world-leading standards for our tailored custom use cases. We have a number of customers across the world that use it now. We demonstrate to them that it shows best of breed in the world in our benchmarking for their use cases. I just wanted to quickly touch on a couple of things around AI adoption. The first one being that we build large language models from scratch. We're one of the few companies that can do that. I believe there may be others here with such claims as well. That is a rare skill, and given that there are more than one company in this country that can do that, it demonstrates that Australia is far further down the track of being able to deliver and play on the world stage. We're especially worried about sovereignty when it comes to large language models and the subtle erosion of culture where data is not based out of the country of origin but based from other countries. One of the things that we're concerned about is that that will lead to a lower adoption of AI as people realise the implications of those sorts of erosions. The other thing I wanted to just touch on is that in our experience and being Canberra-based and being born and raised here myself, that we see and have had a lot of experience with the Australian federal government in our short history. We understand really there are two sort of flavours of AI adoption to date. The first being around the sort of, for want of a better term, gold prospecting, which is the sort of data science side of the world where they're inventing and creating and doing amazing things at a very, very low level, and sometimes they come off and provide value. The other end of town, you've got the billion-dollar, trillion-dollar bank balance where you're able to sort of de-risk, if you like, any AI investment because the companies being engaged with are so large. There's this bit in the middle, which is really a big gap in the AI adoption space, where we believe that the majority of the Australian government departments' functions will benefit from, which is that space which is applied AI in their field. So rather than something that serves 7 billion people or even 1 billion, this is something that will serve several thousand people, deliver better outcomes for Australians. And that's something about the AI adoption I'm happy to answer questions on.
Good, thank you. Moving to my right.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. We echo Michael's and Trellis Data's comments there as well. Nuvento is a data science and AI specialist based here in the ACT. We've been up and running for approximately 4 or 5 years now, and certainly very heavily invested in the Commonwealth government space and government in general, but also into the private sector as well. So we see AI as a critical juncture here in Australia. We're at a bit of a tipping point where on one hand we need to harness the opportunities and the growth and all those excellent things that AI can do, but balance obviously the risks. And the risks are obvious, and noting previous conversations that have happened through the inquiry, I think we're aware of the potential risks that are evident in this space. So balancing those is an issue that we need to deal with and grapple with. On one hand, making sure that we protect what we need to be protecting, whether it's institutions and process and so forth is very important, and citizens, of course. Freedoms, that's very important, but also finding the right balance between being able to regulate that and make sure that we protect ourselves and mitigate those risks, and then on the other hand, not constrain ourselves for the future, be that innovation and be that in a direction that we haven't even thought of how AI and the technology may be even used for. If we dialed the clock back 10 or 15 years ago, the conversation around AI would have been totally alien to most people, and here we are talking about it. Where are we going to be in 10 or 15 years' time is another discussion, so we totally recognise that there's a very delicate balance that needs to be struck in that. Noting that most people here are from Canberra and the ACT, we really need to be able to push the sovereign capability, and that's something that we very much echo what Trellis Data talks about in that space. We are Canberra owned and operated, which suits us, suits the Commonwealth space to a large degree, but making sure that we can actually harness that capability and keep it sovereign and actually develop the sovereign capability here in Australia is vitally important. We have the smarts, we can deliver, and evident by the people that are here today. Thank you.
Mr. Selby? Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I think as a lot of people mentioned, and I'm sure I've been reading a lot of submissions already, one of the biggest concerns as a company is Zana, we found a lot of success in private and government enterprises already when it comes to data, science, data integrations, automations. But when it comes to our large language model, I think we were probably one of the first ones back in 2019 started working on it. Now going up to maturity level, we are trying to find use cases. I think what the different viewpoint I have and what we see at Zana is we don't want to win or we don't want support because we are sovereign only. I think what we need is support from Australia as industries, in Australian government, to help us and help our community here to be more smarter in terms of our large language models, to have an upper edge when it comes to competing against the global other AI models. I think working from last few years, the Australian values and ethics and responsible nature of our large language model was because we started with pumping in the most governed data bases into our systems. That practical, I'm a developer, so I'm not sure what are the other terminologies, but that practical governing each data set, going into training and then now fine-tuning probably gives us more advantage into presenting that security and trust in AI for our local community. But definitely we need a lot more support to rise above in the global market. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. As mentioned, I'm Rachel Greaves. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Castlepoint Systems. My certifications are as an auditor, security manager, privacy engineer, and records manager, and I designed the Castlepoint solution. Castlepoint's an AI technology that reads and registers and classifies every record in a network using explainable artificial intelligence, and then determines and applies all relevant regulatory rules, such as retention, privacy, handling, and security to that data. It makes that compliant information management invisible to normal users, and it works across any system in the enterprise. We're a dual-use technology, and we're defence export controlled in Australia. We're an Australian company founded here in Canberra, and we now have our global HQ in the UK. We launched our product in 2018, which was an industry-defining new paradigm for information governance using AI. Our clients include Commonwealth, state and local government, education, industry, commercial and not-for-profits. We did not provide a written submission to the committee, but I'm grateful to be invited to share our insights into this important issue. On the questions of AI risks and opportunities, we believe that both are significant. Castlepoint's positioned on the leading edge of trends in explainable and ethical AI and the data governance that's required to make AI effective and secure. We designed our solution to be explainable from the outset, in large part because of the material harm that can be caused to stakeholders and citizens by incorrect algorithms, specifically when those algorithms are obfuscated and can't be contested. We know that AI is necessary to effectively protect, preserve and exploit the huge and growing data estates all enterprises are now managing. Humans can no longer manage information at this scale. And we know that AI can also introduce new security, privacy and quality risks related to that data and its outputs if it's not designed well. It's necessary to minimise the sensitive, personal and obsolete data that we hold without affecting anyone's rights or entitlements so that we can safely adopt AI at scale. Our company mission is to change the way the world manages information so that people and communities are safer and smarter, and we've been able to achieve that with our customers, and we look forward to working with this committee and with the government more broadly on this mission, and are very happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Awesome. Thank you, Senator. At Haas, we believe regulation in the AI sector, if done correctly, could help grow the Australian tech sector, but if done incorrectly, could kill it. Many others who have appeared today have talked about the risks of AI and the risks of AI regulation, so I'd like to focus on the economic opportunity that this presents if it's measured and well thought out. There is often a false dichotomy presented that pro-regulation is always anti-business. While the Australian tech sector itself has benefited from regulation of other domestic industries, internationally, the Australian regulatory technology sector punches way above its weight. It is the third largest sector in the world, only behind the US and the UK. We export all types of regulatory technology from Australia, from the financial services sector to the agricultural sector. As long as any regulation is internationally interoperable, measured, and the government sets up the conditions for the tech sector to succeed, this could be how Australia gains a seat at the global AI table. At Haas, we help companies ensure that digital collateral is compliant with the different regulatory frameworks companies operate under, or companies' internal risk positions before they're released to the public, and help comprehend them when they are live. Although we have only experienced with two markets, the UK and Australia, we have found the former has created far better conditions to capitalise on the opportunities regulation presents. Two roadblocks we found in Australia that speak to the nature of support more broadly to the regulatory sector are, firstly, the lack of access to clean data on laws, regulations and judgment. Free aggregators such as Austlii do not allow for commercial use of data, meaning companies must pay for third parties to access data or rely on grey areas such as screen scraping to get these data sets. If the Australian government packaged up these data sources into an accessible way for technological solutions, this would encourage more Australian companies to innovate in this space and create more Australian companies. Furthermore, there are barriers to building Australian localised AI systems. At Haas, we are committed to building ethical and culturally sensitive AI. For example, we set about ensuring Indigenous place names weren't flagged as contextually incorrect in our system, as international solutions inevitably do. We noticed there were no comprehensive repository of these on private or government sites. Some had major places, others focused on certain areas, but ultimately this data set was left to us to create ourselves. In contrast, the UK goes even further than helping companies start out. They help them validate, release and test their products. They've developed a digital sandbox that provides GDPR-compliant data sets to enable rapid prototyping and testing of their solutions before they go live. And furthermore, they have a regulatory sandbox. These help startups and companies releasing new product lines by giving them a controlled testing environment which they can try these out so they don't have any errors when they go to market. AI safety and regulation is a global issue for which there's no silver bullet. This uncertainty presents economic and political opportunities for Australia if it could become leaders in this field. Ultimately, AI, like technology more generally, accelerates underlying trends in society, both positive and negative. Mitigating harms from AI should therefore focus on addressing the root cause of these societal problems, allowing us all to benefit from the productivity gains this will provide.
Good, thank you. Mr. Lisbaugh.
Thank you. So Quintessence Labs' area of expertise and experience design and delivery of cybersecurity threat protection measures and technologies, specifically merging of traditional cryptographic protection measures with quantum technologies to mitigate accidental and malicious threats to secure operation of IT systems and protection of sensitive information. AI systems are built on IT platforms, and as such, they are subject to at least the same cyber threats as standard IT systems. Additionally, there are some risk areas specific to artificial intelligence. Some examples of IT-specific risks include data poisoning, bias, and perhaps lack of fairness. So Quintessence Labs recommends that consideration be given to development and/or adoption of recommendations and standards for cybersecurity of AI systems. These cybersecurity standards should address both a baseline level of cybersecurity that can be wholly or perhaps partly based on general IT security standards, perhaps based on the Australian Signal Directorate's Essential 8, and additionally an AI-specific set of recommendations. The AI-specific cyber protection requirements should address issues including, as I've already mentioned, data poisoning, bias, lack of fairness, but also provide appropriate confidentiality, authenticity and integrity protection of data that is input to and output from AI systems. Quintessence Labs, we are based in Canberra. We are an predominantly Australian-owned company. We have been working in the field of protection of IT systems since 2008. We also have a presence in many countries around the world, Europe, the UK, United States, Asia-Pac region. So we feel we are in a strong position to assist with identifying risk areas in AI systems and identifying mitigation measures that should be put in place to protect the integrity of those systems and to protect the users of those systems, and also to ensure the systems are used safely and fairly in real-world applications. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Had you forgotten? Thank you, Chair. Look, can I say thanks everyone for attending. This is actually one of the panels that I've been most interested in teasing out the different thoughts, because you really bring collectively and individually a kind of nuanced understanding about really what where our recommendations can focus on encouraging that interplay between industry and government. So thank you all for your attendance. I suppose one of the first things I might ask is, we've had a series of witnesses say, well, Australia should lean into and invest a large language model. There are sovereignty issues, there are cultural issues to do this. We've got at least two of you here who are already doing that. Perhaps we could just explore with you that there are obviously different ways of basing a large language model. One is to just hoover up everything in sight, and the other one is to have a more targeted approach to data acquisition, which may have ethical or other intentional constraints on it. Would anybody like to sort of address the differences in how you might develop a large language model? Might go to you first of all, Mr. Saldi.
Yeah, I think from our side, definitely getting the right data set was one of the crucial points, but then adding the weights and then reinforcement learning from the very beginning, almost like a fine-tuning became the next step. So I think we probably, from last 3-4 years, we've been fine-tuning more around what the biases are, and we have played around with different languages to see what are the biases from different papers. So Arvik's papers we have tried where we have seen there's a lot of biases if we try to different kind of languages, different nationalities coming from different papers. But the most important one from us was around the constant investment in seeing the analysis of it. So almost every day we spend that. I think the accuracy, we call it accuracy, but at end of the day we are working on governance as well as seeing what are the outputs are. Is that matching with the Australian values? And in meeting with some of the departments and some of the enterprises, it helps us what sort of Australian values or what sort of output they are looking from the large language model or the solution itself. So it helps us to come back and then improve the way we have put our governance model, the adversarial network models on top of it. It's a constant, I think, investment in terms of GPUs as well as a human time. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Gately or Mr. McLaren?
Senator, so good question. We tend to think of LLMs in two categories. One is a generalised large language model and another specialised. And they have, actually, I know AI sometimes seems quite sort of out there, mystical in some ways, but actually it's an engineering problem at its heart. And when you do small 8 billion parameter models, which are the very small sort of LLMs around,
just 8 billion parameters.
Yes, that's right. Yep. Versus the 63 plus billion ones. So when you look at the models in those sort of sizes, you're still talking about potentially hundreds of millions of documents or bits of information, as we would call them, to be able to train those models to reach effective outcomes. So it's really understanding that you can't just pass it, say, a Shakespearean play and have it come back and all it knows is Shakespeare, because it actually has to understand language and has to understand culture. So when we're talking about, say, large language models for defence, in a defence context, when we're talking about large language models for Indigenous culture to hold a sustained and persistent culture, we're talking about deliberately narrowing the data set. And that can take some time, and it's worth knowing that. I noticed the aspiration of data sets is a good aspiration to have, but that itself is an expensive activity and needs to be also understood how best to do that. We've learnt from experience back pre-COVID around any data is not necessarily good data. And even when people are trying to give the good data, it doesn't necessarily needs to be formatted the right way. It needs to have certain attributes about it that make it usable. So I think we need to think in those two terms of generalised versus specialised. I think certainly in the generalised space, we're in conversations with a number of countries around enabling their own generalised large language model. Australia could have this as well. There doesn't seem to be, to this date, much appetite for that. I know that some people are probably putting that forward. But in lieu of that, it is really important that we think about the specialised models for purposes that really do foster benefits for the country. And the two that come to my mind are things in defence and intelligence, and the other side is in Indigenous culture.
Yep, Mr. King.
I think it's worth saying you have access to some really high quality data sets, your internal government APS data sets, the archives, the library, your Trove data set where you've digitised hundreds of years of Australian newspapers. You do sit on a position with power with some of the data sets you hold, and that could be something that could help the local AI industry.
Yeah, I suppose I wanted to explore with you and with the other witnesses. There are, I mean, the Australian government has some extraordinarily valuable data sets. And I'm not suggesting every one of them is open and fed into a large language model, but some people have suggested, for example, our Medicare data set is perhaps one of the most valuable data sets on the planet. And I want to be clear in case anyone's listening, I'm not suggesting that be fed into a large language model. But but some of the other data sets, the Trove data set, the Austlii data set, which is, you know, an extraordinarily long-running data set of all legal decisions in the country, would there be opportunities subject to privacy constraints, but say, for example, Austlii's all publicly published judgments. They don't seem to have the same kind of privacy constraints. Would there be opportunities for the government to work to make those data sets reliable and accessible and provide a kind of privileged access to the Australian industry? Is that something useful to think about?
Can I?
Yeah, Mr. Shear.
So one of the problems with large language models as a subset of AI is that people think you can just keep training the LLMs and ask it any question you want. There's not an LLM you can ask about my tax return or my personal information because it doesn't have that information. But the large language model has been trained, does have a great NLP, does have general knowledge. One of the most important parts of learning and using large language models in government, in private enterprise, is having the right data passed. So the large language model should be just one part of the whole engineering process, and you can't take the word engineering out. So you can't just turn around and ask a large language model and keep training it, because the currency of the data will be obsolete in no time and things change. So you need to have large language models that are trained, are specific for specific use cases. So some are better at maths, some are better at logic, some are better at reasoning, some are better at law, some are better at policies, and some are just general. But you need to have the right data presented, and the large language model is the sort of final part of the puzzle. That's what we found is the most effective way of getting the right information. Otherwise, you will be getting the wrong information. You'll be getting information that is skewed depending on what's fed in. So if I go to a library, I can't put in every single book into my large language model, but I can pick. Which books am I picking? What biases are there? So you want to have good large language models that are focused. So, you know, not horses for courses, if you like. But then you need to have the right data that's passed. It has to be your data. It has to be curated. You can't get over the data engineering part of that. Then you'll get the right answers, because at the end of the day, you're using these large language models to be informed and get the right information. If you're relying just on a large language model, you'll never get it right. It's impossible from a software engineering point of view.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shear. But to go back to those kind of, there is a distinct place for the government which has large data sets, many of which have incredibly important private information that you wouldn't want to feed in or share, but many of which, of course, have incredibly important cultural memories, institutional memories that actually may be really usefully invested into AI. Has anyone got any more? Yeah, Mr. Southey. We'll go Southey, and then you, Mrs.
I think, as David was mentioning, there are two parts to any LLM. One is the fine-tuning. I think that's where the data sets like Austlii, I think we've been training on geoscience because it's an open data sets, ABS data sets. Definitely important to fine-tune the LLM on making sure as much as data we can fine-tune with. It does help with that generalized expertise. And then from specialization, we do have this retrieval mechanism on the side where you have, you can still use the LLM to its capacity, but then you can reference some of the other data sets. So it's a combination of fine-tuning and the retrieval mechanism which we're working together. Yeah. So definitely helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that the government agencies that we work with, we tend to have between 10 and 20 billion data points in the Castle Point database, and that's sourced from the information in the environment. That'll be running across file shares and SharePoint and emails, and that'll be every key phrase and every named entity, so every person or date that's mentioned in that content. Regular expression matches, metadata, all in our own database. And those data sets can then be used by those organisations for business intelligence, because now through a single pane of glass they can find really anything from any point in time in any system. But a real key part of that is cleaning up that information, and this is where applying these regulatory rules becomes very important, because some of our agencies, I mean the Commonwealth Treasury for example is one of the oldest agencies in Australia, one of the oldest departments, and have huge amounts of information in their network. And what we find when we benchmark is that, I won't specify for that agency, but between 20 and 50% of content in these systems can be overdue for disposal under law. Therefore no longer relevant, no longer required to be kept because it's no longer meaningful to the business. A portion of that needs to be sent to archives where it should be sent and is sent now that we've sentenced it, and a portion of it should be destroyed, because when we start running Copilot or other Gen AI and models across that source data, we don't want to be dredging up answers to current questions that are sourced from old or obsolete information, or are sourced from sensitive information or controversial information that shouldn't be lifted up. What we've tended to have in these organisations is this security through obscurity model. There's so much information and it's buried so deep because it's so old that no one stumbles upon it. But if they did, there would be a problem. So when we introduce AI like ours or like Copilot or like any other that's going to go and do what we do and read everything, it will find and it will return everything. But not all of that information is appropriate to be returned. So AI can help us clean up that source data so that we get better outcomes when we use other AI.
Is there a capacity for, say, Commonwealth data sets to be available on a kind of license access basis, not fed into a large language model, but accessed on a sort of case-by-case basis? And there may be thousands or millions of cases, but is there a scope for the Commonwealth to retain the database and retain the data, but permit interrogation and access to it in any of, so as we have a kind of data sovereignty?
There is, but it's limited because of privacy law. So privacy law has recently changed here in Australia and is changing globally to require maximum retention of personal information rather than minimum, and that's the principle of data minimisation. The concept now is that a breach is inevitable. You can't just reduce the likelihood of a breach to zero, you must reduce the impact. So when we find personal information in these data sets, which we do because the definition of PII is very broad, in order to use that and retain it beyond its original purpose, it would either need to be cleaned or obfuscated in some way.
Well, the goal is data minimisation, isn't it? We shouldn't be holding irrelevant personal information, which is just a privacy risk for people.
Yes.
And so AI can help identify that kind of data as things. But Ms. King, I think you might have been trying to respond to an earlier point.
Yeah, so those data sets would be useful, the OSLI one, because they can help create verifiable AI. These data sets aren't only used for dumping into the black box that can sometimes be a large language model. They can be used to then be referenced and brought up so the user who's driving the system can understand the context of the decision the large language model is making, because we have a human decision maker in the loop and we're not letting the AI dictate our behaviour, but we're just using it to infuse the human with more productivity gains.
There's probably more I'd like to explore on this, but I might just quickly move to another point. Pretty much all of you have spoken about a well-regulated, ethical, legal framework being of assistance to the industry. One of the things that frustrates me in this inquiry is trying to work out where the regulators lie and the sort of patchwork quilt of regulators and regulation. There are some obvious examples that keep coming to us about international jurisdictions that we could look to, but the one that, the GDPR, for example, as a starting point, I find it incredibly frustrating what we're now 7 years since the GDPR was put in place, and there doesn't seem to be a coherent strategy in Australia to adopt that in some kind of, Australian form. Is that a good starting point for a regulatory model? Because it would allow that interoperability set of international norms we already understand. Is that a useful starting point? Or?
Senator, absolutely useful starting point, 100%. It makes it easier for us to trade internationally. So that's the first point from us. Others might have different views on that.
Yeah.
What we aren't asking industry as a government, as a people of Australia, what we're not asking industry to provide is AI safety rating on their models, and that includes a history of claims made against, say, GDPR breaches and those things. I think that there's some obvious things there that could be really simple to answer in procurement activities, and as far as audit, ANAO could get involved and help audit those things on a regular basis, because just because version 1 has it, maybe not version 1.1. So there's those elements I think are quite simple to implement and would be profoundly important to give assurance to Australians. I agree with Rachel, you're not going to zero the risk, but you will be able to reduce it, and you will certainly be able to have a better understand the potential impacts.
Yeah. Anybody else on the GDPR? Mr. Sali?
I think that there are a lot of PII information on which is probably not covered under GDPR as compared to some things are covered under PCI compliance for some transaction-based data we were working on. So I think that there has to be a lot more understanding on those compliances rather than just following GDPR regulations.
Yeah. I don't suggest it's an answer in of itself, but surely it's a great starting point. And because it's a kind of largely an off-the-shelf solution, it's something that there should be a program to implement as a baseline. Yep. Is there any disagreement with that proposition?
I think we're heading in the same direction in a maybe more piecemeal way. So the introduction of ideas about right to be forgotten is well established in the EU, but is still emergent in Australia. But every single company here has international aspirations or operations. All of us design in compliance with GDPR and with the EU Ethical AI Act and with all the other bits of legislation that are considered leading because we have to. So I think it wouldn't make a huge difference to Australian companies if Australian law was as rigid, I suppose, or as expansive as the GDPR, but it would make a difference to our buyers here because they'd be more incentivised to invest in regulatory and compliance technology.
Yeah, and it's that regulatory and compliance technology where Australia has a kind of a genuine global footprint, doesn't it?
That's right. As Liam said, we've consistently been in the top 10 and we're now in the top 3 or 5. So RegTech is certainly a key sector for the Australian knowledge economy.
Then you would have, if you'd followed some of the inquiry and some of the submissions, the concerns that we have, say, from the creative industries about their output, their skills, their knowledge, their in some cases, their very identity being consumed and then reproduced at zero return to them. If we are going to put in place ethical regulations, does it include laws to respect that creative content? And have any of you thought about how that would best be done?
Giving thoughts to that and other things that may arise is how do you get the data lineage in place for these things? What data is going in, what's going out, what is the data lineage so that you can remove it or that you can attribute it back to a truth source. So you need that to be part of the framework and it's not easy, but it's definitely possible.
But lineage is one thing, kind of respecting intellectual property, respecting ownership, respecting creative rights.
But how do you know that unless you have lineage, right?
No, I accept that, Mr. Shidden. I see it as part of the solution. Mrs. Graves?
Yeah, so Ethical AI essentially requires explainability and transparency and traceability. So we need to be able to explain the output in a plain English way that anybody can understand. And the reason for that is so they can contest it if they believe it's incorrect. And this doesn't just apply to AI, it applies to any automated decision making. And the reason that it's become such a key topic is because of things like the Horizon scandal or Robodebt here in Australia, where incorrect algorithms were the beginning of the problem, but the problem was compounded by the fact that they were obfuscated and not able to be contested. Right. So when we look at what happens in the process of AI, we have inputs, which we can usually explain where we got them from, and it's unethical for big content creators or aggregators to be scraping content without that provenance, without that lineage and without that attribution, and that is something that can be solved because that source data exists somewhere. Then we have outputs, and what happens in the middle is considered either in a closed box or a clear box system. So in a closed box, which many kinds of machine learning are, it is actually almost impossible, it's very, very hard to backform what happens in there, especially once it starts learning and adapting and changing. We can track what comes in and we can track what comes out. So for purposes around creatives, it becomes a matter of policy, I think, and governance and fairness around, well, how was your input, which we all agree was part of the pipeline, how was it transformed, and therefore how much of it is still yours and how much is not. But it's a low-risk outcome. It's a financial outcome, it's a fairness outcome, but it can't cause harm necessarily if we get that wrong. Where we operate in the regulatory space, you can cause significant harm. So our product, for example, will recommend to an organisation this record should be destroyed permanently. This one can be shared publicly. If you get either of those decisions wrong, you can significantly affect the rights and entitlements of individuals in an irreversible way, and that's considered high risk, even by this government, per the terms of their responsible AI inquiry recently. So what happens in the middle is really, really key, and that's what's really hard to do. So we use explainable AI, which is Clearbox, in the middle, but we don't operate in the cultural and media and arts space. If we did, we might use a closed box system because the impacts and the risks of not being able to explain it aren't high, and therefore we wouldn't be penalised for having closed box systems. So unless there's some kind of penalty and there's some kind of risk that drives you away from closed box, which is usually simpler to deploy and run, then aggregators like that won't move to clear box models.
Senator, can I just quickly add a comment on that? I think this is going to be a tough one. I think you'd find a bunch of willing participants on this side of the table happy to comply, but I think to a large degree the horse has already bolted. The global large language models have already breached Australian artists on a massive scale, as well as US, and we're already seeing court cases with US media against some of these producers of large language models. There's a long way to go here. I think it will be really difficult to separate those two now. My preference would have always been personally to ensure that those people are paid for their work under the Copyright Act and other aspects. But I think that would be difficult to implement and would probably impact Australian companies unfairly against global competition on such matters.
Or there could be a saleable ethical advantage to Australian companies is there any prospect of that?
There could be.
If the litigation risk and the threats against that kind of unethical practice escalate, is there a space for Australia to have the most ethical, trustworthy, risk-free industry?
There is, but Senator, that will require more data curation to ensure the data doesn't breach those things, which in turn costs more and takes more time. So Australia could become the number one in the world in this, absolutely, but that would be an investment that would have to be considered because it would be additional on top of the current ways of doing data curation.
And the traceability.
That would probably be something that would be led from the commercial incentive rather than something that the government would have to impose on companies. A company might want to choose to produce and deliver the most ethically created LLM for their customers, but that doesn't necessarily have to be something the government enforces on.
Other than as a purchaser, maybe?
Yeah.
As a purchaser, yes. Yeah.
It's an interesting position though, because policies tend to get set and reviewed at times, but regulation, and I don't think anybody here would be promoting rolling regulation by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly regulation would need to be closely monitored and adapted as not on the run, but certainly keeping pace with where it is going. To pick up on Michael's point, to a degree that the horse is bolted, we're almost trying to catch up with where AI is going. We always feel like someone's come up with a new idea. By the time we leave this building, someone will come up with a new use case, a new idea, a new concept. So for us, I think it's very important that any regulation in this space, any consideration in that is tightly monitored, but is progressive as well.
Mr King, you want to add something before I go to Senator Darmerman?
There's a strong market size for ethical and verifiable AI across the world, but that doesn't really help the artists in Australia that have had their rights violated by global players. So it's more of a sort of internal law issue, I think.
Senator Darmerman.
Thank you. This is a question I'm not for any particular panel member, so I'll just throw it out there. And I think it follows on from the last discussion really about, I think it was Ms Greaves' comments about the risks of penalties that sometimes might shape where you go. So the government's discussion paper on safe and responsible AI in Australia that was released last year notes that existing consumer laws may apply to AI products and services in Australia. And it states that consumer laws include automatic consumer guarantees for products and services, including that they must be safe, not have faults, and do all the things that someone would normally expect. Have you assessed whether you believe that these laws apply to your products and services? Have they changed how you do things?
I think from us, we adding the traceability into the content generated from our outputs has definitely been one of those things which I think around the globe, the verification and specifically around the IP has been one of the significant additions to our application.
And maybe just before anyone else wants to jump in, I think also, I can't remember which one of you commented that you are adapting your business models to be able to compete internationally. So whether you've assessed your compliance with EU standards as well?
Yeah, I think we've done that, and we are continuously working parallelly with both US and EU standards, not just from an AI perspective, but also on an application output perspective. So the biggest challenge, I think there's someone on the call who's also working, is parallelly as not just the LLM or the AI models, we're working on better encryption and decryption models for our LLM to communicate with the human. I think that helps us to be on the upper edge when it comes to following those standards.
Certainly from Trellis Data's perspective, we already have production deployments in classified environments in Europe, so we comply with those things. We do focus on the business to business and business to government, so not so much on the Consumer Act. However, I think we'd implicitly achieve that given the sort of requirements of our customers on those fronts.
I was going to say the same for Nuvento. Most of our work's for government and also within the intelligence community. So we have regulations and policies that we have to follow, and that's just a given. So
we also comply with contract conditions for our customers, which often refer to legislation, which we make sure that we do. What we have seen recently is states and territories bringing out ethical and explainable AI guidelines and best practices for government procurement. And as we work in the state and territory space as well, we've filled in and completed a few of those self-assessments on behalf of those clients also. We haven't seen something similar yet come from federal government agencies, but I think it's a good step as part of the procurement process, as part of due diligence.
Which states are asking for those self-assessments?
So I believe there is a Victorian one that's been recently released, but I will confirm that for you if I can take that on notice in case my recall is failing me.
Thank you. If no one else wants to throw in on that, I've got a question for Trellis. I understand that a lot of your work is in defence and law enforcement, including working with entities like the Indonesian police. And I understand that one of your key services is AI-powered facial recognition. The EU's Artificial Intelligence Act sets out a list of prohibited AI practices that include a number of uses relating to facial recognition and the use of biometric identification, particularly in law enforcement. Have you assessed your product's compliance with those laws? And what would you say about a risk-based system for Australia?
Great question. Firstly, in that particular example you raised, it's our transcription capability, our speech-to-text capability. So, because we have the, world's leading ability in that area, so I'll just leave it at that. But in terms of use of facial recognition, we have an acceptable use policy that go with our customers to ensure that they are using it in the appropriate manner. As far as the options for our customers to use it, it's always in conjunction with the appropriate laws and jurisdictions of those places. And so I think that that's right in terms of facial recognition being used in a limited capacity. There is a time and a place where it's extremely valuable, and I think people worry about the privacy implications, and so they should. I think that's appropriate, entirely appropriate. However, the rules of engagement for law enforcement, particularly here in Australia, and I have family members in that space, is that there is a time and a place where it's really important for them to know a particular person in a particular place and a scene. And as long as the laws of engagement allow that, then that should be permitted. Now, that is, of course, always subject to the government of the day's decision of what those laws should be. Yeah.
So does that mean, so does that mean you think that existing laws of engagement, say for the Australian context, would apply for the use of biometric data, or are there specific additional compliance mechanisms that would be required?
I think the biggest thing there, Senator, that I'd be thinking is important for, if it's not already in there, and apologies for not knowing that back to front, is that adding someone's face to a particular persons of interest register is really critical to be appropriately authorised. I think that's the key. That's the key bit. Our tech doesn't just pick up Timothy next to me and then finds him wherever he's walking around. That's not the tech. The tech is that Tim is approved to be added to that registry, and therefore he can then be accessed as part of that process. And even then, that access shouldn't just be CCTV covering a street. It should be based on particular scenarios. So I think it just needs to be well governed. The technology is available and it can be misused. I think we're all aware of that. I think it's about making sure that we govern that appropriately. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a question for Navento. In your submission, you've stated a number of times that there needs to be a strong constitutional legislative base that is essential to provide the necessary oversight, prevent potential abuses and maintain trust. And the committee, just in the last 2 days that I've been involved, has heard plenty of examples of these abuses from bias and disinformation, but particularly around undermining labour standards. So I was just interested in your thoughts on what sort of legislative base do you think Australia needs around undermining labour standards?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's quite a complex and detailed question and potential answer too. So it's multifaceted. I guess there's always the fear that AI will replace jobs. That's often what we hear. So just from that general instance, our approach is, and I'm sure it's the approach of all here today, isn't necessarily for AI to replace jobs. It's more to replace the lower hanging fruit process. So in other words, having someone's job replaced isn't necessarily the job or our intent with our AI that we actually put into the process. It's more about saying if steps 1 to 5 in a 10-step process are the menial, repetitive tasks that error can occur, can AI help with that process, say in a menial administration context? And then the human part, the human element is always required. So can the better output of effort be put into steps 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10? We often see that in very basic admin roles. So instead of actually replacing a role with AI, we look at it more about adding to the capability and having that human context actually provide that human input where it's the higher payoff activity is what we call it. So getting the humans still involved in the mix, not replacing it in the vast number of cases. There are certain positions and certain instances where it would potentially replace jobs and that or replace labour required. In the accounting setting, that's always one of those functions that we've considered and looked at. But again, it's a case of being able to reskill and realign your workforce. Certainly, as technology in general does that. So AI isn't immune to that.
Do you think that for some of as you described them, I think repetitive and menial tasks, that it's realistic to think that everybody can be retrained to other tasks?
Look, it's like anything. There are other tasks, but those tasks get removed with automation. It does become harder, and that's just a reality. It's not a good reality at times, but it is a reality. We have a sort of saying that rather than having humans in the middle, we have AI in the middle. So it's human driven and AI to assist rather than AI with humans to assist. So throughout our process, there's always human intervention, checking, validation. Nothing works better than the human mind. And so that's always within there. However, especially in the government space where we do most of our work, they are short-staffed, they can't get FTEs, they can't get specialists. So this will actually fill those gaps, and we try to aim at that sort of more strategic level where it actually is a good fit for government because they can't get the technical skills, the BA skills, et cetera, or you have executives who are running late and have to get across 10,000 things. AI will help summarise, answer questions very, very quickly, so they don't have to wade through 20,000 documents before they turn up for a meeting and don't know what they're talking about. So.
Could I say that I think some AI ends up creating more jobs and actually more work? I think ours does. So what we saw, I think in 2023, the National Archives did an audit and found that 93% of government records were unsentenced, so no retention period assigned to them, meaning they would never be transferred to archives if they needed to be. And we found that in our experience deploying records management sentencing solutions for government. We did benchmarking with one agency who'd hired a human records manager and asked her to sentence 4 million items in their legacy file share. And it had taken 2 years and she'd done about 1.2 million items in that time. And then she quit, obviously, after that. So we came in and ran our explainable AI, which does what that human would do if they had time to read all of that content and map it to all the rules, but just much, much faster. And we demonstrated very high, 100% accuracy actually on the records that they tested. And in review, they found the records manager had only been 25% accurate over those 2 years. And that's not because of any deficiencies in skill. That's because 1.2 million items in 2 years works out to be something like 1 every 7 seconds. So now that we have AI to do this work and actually grip up all the information that we have, find the risk, find the sensitivity and apply the rules, we then need humans to go and do the necessary after that Once we found sensitive information, which we didn't know was there, someone has to go and clean it up. Once we've sentenced records, someone has to transfer them to archives. So teams that were very small and fairly unfunded in the governance space because they simply couldn't be effective in their jobs now seem to be growing because they have tools like ours at their disposal to make them more able to do those jobs more effectively.
Rachel raised a good point in that context that years ago you'd walk into a large corporation, even a government organisation, and there'd be a typing pool. Clearly over time the typing pool has disappeared and there's no such thing anymore. People used to walk around and physically put things in trays. Well, that's disappeared. Emails, and now we're getting texts and all sorts of applications to help us in that manner. AI is very, to pick up on Rachel's case point there, it's very much in that space of just shifting what roles and responsibilities and workforce requirements are. That's what technology is doing. AI is no different to many others in that space. It just can be highly accurate, highly advanced, and to a degree it's being used on the run and thought of on the run, and it's, in a sense, it's quite an exciting time. Where is it going? I don't think anybody really knows, to be perfectly honest. I think if we had this inquiry in 10 years' time, we'd look back at the records and consider what we spoke about and talked about and thought about to be probably not where we thought we'd end up. Hence the reliability or the concentration on regulation needs to be balanced on one hand, but not stifling the creativity on the other. And to your point, Senator, yes, workforce requirements and labour requirements are definitely needed to be factored and planned into how it moves forward.
If it can make SharePoint more functional, I'm in. I can't bear it.
I second that one.
Yep.
I think a number of you have talked this morning about the importance of AI being ethical, and there's been a consistent raising from various witnesses about the lack of transparency of data sources, particularly large language models, and the widespread noting of data scraping that's taking place around the world, including copyrighted material and personal information. Just some comments from the panel. I think some of you have covered this in your submission, others maybe not. Whether you support calls for a mandated level of transparency around the data that goes into the models and what we need to achieve that.
So I'm happy to go first. Transparency in models is a difficult thing with large language models. When you talk about 300-400 million, maybe even 1 billion documents, that's a lot of different information. And when we talk about, say, 63 billion parameters that have been fine-tuned or created from scratch in that space, you're talking about a substantial amount of calculations and deviations from original calculations. Now, in 2019, we were the first company in the world to be able to explain deep neural networks in real time. So that led to the CSIRO's Innovation Fund investing in us. And so I think that we understand how difficult and complex a topic that is at this LLM kind of level. One thing that we can do to help that is, not us, but as a people, is to have data sets that are known and understood, because I'm sure others here could be able to do this as well, but we have the ability to trace back to every source document based on an answer. So that gives a real sense of being able to provide transparency at the very least of the source information leading to that answer. I think that will be very difficult to achieve at a global scale. So I don't think you'll be able to get that from overseas LLM providers. I think it would be great to ask for, but I think it would be incredibly difficult, especially given the scale of web scraping and the likes for those accountabilities to be there. So there are some options there, Senator, but I do think they'll be limited depending on the company you're talking to, and even some of the great companies that we've been, as a country, dependent on for decades now. It may be difficult for them to be able to provide any transparency on that front.
What do others think?
I think for us, it was more around building that adversarial neural network model to govern what goes in. So I think from data sets, most of the LLMs, we need few TBs of data to start as a generalized model. So the biggest challenge was to how do you govern what goes in, was so that ANN model helped us. And now we have built a layer of almost like a unique UI that anybody wants to, even in our own organization, anybody wants to fine tune the model. It goes through that governance layer first, even if it's crawling a web page of a government website, or the second layer of retrieval as well. So we have a UI as well. Even if you are adding a PDF document or any records from a record management system, any SharePoint, it does go through and checks if it matches with the responsible and ethical standards we have set in our governance model. It was, I think, one of the biggest efforts to start with from our side, what goes in, but it helped us now by far as compared to other models, but what comes out.
For us, we've taken the approach of the output, making sure we have inline references. So we do a lot of report writing, auto-generated, and we have references all the way through. So what data was that referenced on, what was that built on? We also have the ability to drill down, and so you'll see where the data come from, then the context of that data, and because we do stuff to get rid of the lost in the middle issues with LLMs, it'll show you the references and where they're linked and how they're linked. I think it's possible to keep references of what data goes in, but a lot of LLMs also built on open source models, and then you will tailor it to be around your use case. So you may get all the legal documents that you can for Australia, add that to a base model. You can reference what you've done, but the open source models will have some basic references, but not all the data. So I think it's a good idea, but you don't want to be stifled in the fact that Australians have to reference every single piece and the rest of the world doesn't. So just if I can add one little thing, I think it's quite important that we be part of a global voice in this. If we do this in isolation, we could harm ourselves, and also, you know, people will go, so what, I'll just use ChatGPT and throw my documents up there and you know, breach our company requirements. So if we can become part of a global voice, find our niche in that, specialise in what we specialise in, and find our place in that, that'll be much more effective for us as a nation, but also for companies. We won't stifle our innovation because we're part of a global group that sort of buy into that and everyone sort of agrees to adhere.
Yeah, I think a principle-based approach that looked at the governance policies of the organisation and how they went about designing their technology and what they believe in when it comes to data collection is probably the best way to do this, because mistakes get made. If you want to keep a consistent catalogue of every piece of data that's ever come through your organisation, that will put Australian organisations at a disadvantage on the world stage.
Thank you. I have a question for our friend on the other screen from Quintessence. Said it right? You talked about cybersecurity standards of AI, and I just wondered whether you know of other countries around the world that have looked at this and whether anywhere had done this well.
Certainly the EU is doing a lot of work in this area, the European Union, and they're working on developing standards in general around cybersecurity, but also specifically around AI. And they have recognised that it's going to take quite some time to develop these standards. So in the interim, they have released a number of documents which talk generically about requirements and give recommendations, not in a standards format, but just recommendations, considerations that should be made both by producers of AI technology and also by consumers. If it's of interest, I can provide you that material after we've disconnected here.
I think that would be good, yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just going back to LLMs, Castle Point, I think your submission to the government's consultation raised concerns, and I think they've been talked about throughout today as well, around the opaque nature of them. And there was mention earlier of the also the clear box versus the black box or the closed box. I think we've covered some of this already, but are there any other comments about how governments should be approaching regulating LLMs?
Yeah, so thank you. We did discuss closed box and clear box approaches in that paper, and we are of the opinion that clear box is essential for regulated purposes. And as mentioned before, the reason for that is because of the risk of harm. So I think it's generally a good principle that law be strongest where the risk of harm is greatest. So we certainly welcome regulation when the impacts could be harmful, particularly to vulnerable people in the community. The use of LLMs therefore needs to be considered in the context of the harm that it could potentially cause. So there are certainly uses of LLMs, things like generative AI for maybe summarising meeting notes or providing quick, ready answers to questions where those decisions that arise could not reasonably cause harm. And there are lots of applications for LLMs in that case. However, we don't believe there's applications for LLMs in those more regulatory and sensitive contexts where a wrong decision could cause harm to an individual. So that's our position, is that if the algorithm can't be explained or traced or understood end to end, then it's less likely to be able to be contested, and therefore if harm does arise to individuals, it's going to be harder to unpick that and to solve the problem.
So it's really a risk-based approach.
I believe so. I think there's many applications for closed box AI systems, and there are some applications where it's not appropriate to use them.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to ask, just on indulgence here, if I can, Senator, just when you have traceability on LLMs, and our one is based on knowledge management, we're able to actually do ISO compliant responses for applications. And you can actually do ISO standards evaluation based on those things, where it also provides transparency as to the reason why it comes up with those answers. There is an area here where, and I appreciate Rachel's point here on that risk-based approach, which is true, but there is an area here where in standards-based assessments and those things which are regulatory in nature, there is a way to massively assist with evidence that human evaluation process, particularly where some of those standards are quite difficult to understand in completeness, with particularly in, say, scientific instruments where the application may be several hundred pages long. So there is a place where that can be highly useful, as long as the human is always the reviewer of such evidence and advice. Because it allows them to be better at their job. So there is a place for it. I just want to that's a growing area that we're aware of. So.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Thank you. I'm done with my questions.
Good, thanks very much. I might just ask the Secretariat just to hand out a sheet. I won't refer to it straight away, but I'll come to it in a few questions. I just want to sort of go to that. First of all, I just want to thank everybody, because it's been very engaging, and also the collaborative way you've all given us an opportunity to actually answer the questions. I think unlike this committee, other committees could actually learn some examples from that, and I'm talking about the senators rather than the witnesses. But thank you again for your time and thought. I just thought, that area of, like saying, Mr. Gatley, when you're saying that, any data is not necessarily good data, and I thought that sort of point home. And then, the right language model skewed, based on what's fed into it. Mr. Sherwood, you said that, which is sort of obvious but also important point to make about when looking at and considering how we deal with AI, and I might add also more broadly technology question. And then I think Mrs. Greaves, clearing up that data is essential, and security by obscurity, obscurity model, help with cleaning up source data, those sorts of critical questions, and many other comments that people have made are important. Then go just to this example in the EPIC sepsis model, which was used in the US, which failed, which I'm sure many of you know is a model which was widely implemented across hospitals in the US. The model was not effective in improving patient care, was indeed found to miss 67% of patients despite generating alerts for 18% of patients, where actual prevalence was 7%, increasing practitioner workloads. So the emphasis on the need for guidelines and development of rigorous testing of, I'll say technology rather than just AI. I think it's sort of, to a degree, too narrow, but certainly AI, but technology more generally. So when we go to this question about how we actually implement systems, there's, when it comes to the question of that particular situation, what lessons do you think we could learn from that? What should we, when we rethink what we do, what should we learn? Maybe Mr. Gatley, if you want to go first here.
Thanks, Senator. So certainly from my perspective, our focus, and we talked about these two flavours at the start, where you got sort of the data science or the top end of town, $1 trillion businesses. When we're talking in this middle bit, we're talking about making sure it works in the context of our customers. I think that's a hospital system is a highly complex system, and it's a great example of where there can sometimes be the hope and optimism of AI versus the reality of it. And I think that it is where the harm can be large, where there is risk of human life, where there is already existing problems, it should be very carefully implemented, which means it needs to be heavily invested by the customer. And I think part of that misalignment is that I can take some data, and we can, and I'm sure others here can, of structured and unstructured data, look at wait times, look at age of people, and come up with a model that will help supposedly, say, reduce wait times. But for the individual person, it may not actually suit their purposes at all. And in the case of where it fails, that's newspaper worthy. And I think this is the risk of AI being misunderstood. So I think we just need to think through, and we always talk to our customers about staying outcome focused. What's the thing you want to achieve? And then we talk about the risk. AI can be implemented in many ways, and maybe there are some areas where we should not focus as much on. An example point would be in cancer detection. So AI has been used to augment cancer detections with excellent outcomes. Now that's taking a specialist who's already excellent at their job and helping them. That's a great way to look at AI in the health system. I think when we think through a single bullet to solve everything, we run into significant issues.
Okay, just draw to that. Just on there's only one. There's quite a long document, so I won't expect you all to read through it. And I won't ask you questions about the entire document. I'm only going to draw your attention to this point to make a sort of a broad point. But on the second page, on 16, and it's a document, artificial intelligence, and it's the Australian Council of Trade Unions. I know that they'd worked on this document for quite some period of time, spoken to the Tech Council and many others. As well as variety of academics across the spectrum, from human rights lawyers to employment relation lawyers, etc. But on the document, they go to, on point 16 on the second page, it goes to a number of rights which should underpin, and it says our approach to the regulation of AI. And it talks, I won't go through this, got from A to I. I won't go through each one of those, but in essence, it's saying about the involvement of the workforce, contracted or employed, in being part of the technology conversation, so that when there's implementation of technology, that there's a feedback loop that not only looks at employment implications and also opportunities, because you actually, those people that are moved out of an area should be considered whether there's other work opportunities and training that could be done. There is opportunities, as Mrs. Greaves mentioned before, of actual potential opportunities to improve the organisation's capacity and increase employment. So I'm not suggesting it's a one-way street, but it importantly talks about how we get community involved in the process of engagement in technology rather than, I think we haven't asked the question, the confirmed fear of many within Australia, the stats are there, of what AI does mean to the workforce. Involvement of the workforce, does that, the broad concepts, I'm not saying the detail here, but the broad concepts, do you think that plays an important role and potentially in not only making artificial intelligence technology more agreeable, but also making it more sustainable and improving it? So maybe, I'm not sure if somebody wants to kick off, Mrs. Greaves.
Yeah, I'd be happy to jump in. Thank you. I think all of these are key and already exist in some capacity in existing legal frameworks, but do need to be tuned and aligned with AI. I do think there's one that's missing, which may be controversial on a table full of vendors, but what people don't seem to have the right at the moment to is freedom from blame when technology systems go wrong. There's a few examples I can think of. So you'll remember many years ago, Vivian Salon, a very vulnerable Australian citizen, being deported to the Philippines because her record was not discoverable in the IT system of the agency. It was only individuals that were sanctioned as part of that process, not the vendor. The Manchester bombing, the inquiry into that found that it would have been prevented if 400 pieces of missed information in that system were actually discoverable. Again, the IT system didn't come in for much blame there. And something outside of AI, I think there was a nurse in the US whose name I believe was Redonda Voigt, who was actually imprisoned because she made a mistake in dosing a patient, and the cause of that was that the IT systems were down because they were being migrated. And again, she was sent to jail because of that system deficiency that led to her making that error. It's really only very recently that we've started to see with Windrush with Horizon in the UK that Fujitsu have actually started to come in for some blame now for their role as the system provider in that scandal. So I think what may happen as we start to roll out AI more broadly and users and workers rely on decisions and inputs from AI processes, if they make the wrong decisions informed by those processes, then they should be in some way protected from culpability. And it's going to be hard to tease out how much of that should they have interrogated and checked themselves and rechecked. What is the line between a human in the loop and a human in command? And I think that's something that we should be thinking about and considering.
Well, whilst people may wish to add to the question, thank you for that, is part of the solution, not the solution, but part of the solution, the Occupational Health and Safety Act in this country has a responsibility of everybody in the supply chain. And if I was looking at a manufacturing facility, it's not only if the equipment's faulty, is it a question of maintenance or is it a question of the equipment in the first place? So there's an accountability within that system. There is an absolute accountability of the employer, and they can diminish accountability by saying these are the factors I put in to try to make sure that there wasn't an incident or accident in the workplace. Better training, better skill. I was confident the equipment was up to speed because of the information I received. The supervisor may well have some degree of accountability as not being properly trained or properly assessed. And the worker themselves can also decrease the accountability of the employer for a financial loss of an individual being mortally injured. The concept is that everybody in this case, technology stack, if I said manufacturing, including the users of the stack are accountable, and there's a degree of accountability. The Occupational Health and Safety Act encourages every step to have a engagement with the workforce, people that are employed, they elect representatives, so there's some degree of confidence and some protection of consensus building within the workplace. The employer has a part of the seat, and there's an overarching agency as a work cover authority from various levels of government. All that works pretty much in the Australian context without very much disagreement. There might be disagreements about have enough steps been taken between individuals, but the process is there. It's pretty robust. It's quite broad, but it's clear in its purpose. Do you think those concepts have a validity when we're starting to think of what do we do with, I'll say technology, including AI, but the technology stack? Maybe somebody wants to make a comment to that. Mr. King.
We have a similar principle when it comes to technical design, that the vendors we use in our products have the same cybersecurity levels we do, and kind of expecting that the vendors in organisations treat the employees of that organisation with the same level of respect that the other employees are expected to do, I think is a pretty reasonable line. And that comes to things like blame, that comes to designing AI that admits its biases and can explain that so the users who make the decisions based off that AI can then stand by the decision or understand what decision they're making. So I think it just becomes a matter of vendors having the same level of accountability that employees of the organisation would have.
And Mrs. Greaves, I go to this point that I know you want to answer that as well, but if you might include this, the question of people being employees or contractors, engaged, isn't a simple task-based work. People have professionalism, they have desire for the success of the performance, they have personal investment. Otherwise we'd all be machines, but we're not. So that point about the OH&S to you, Mrs. Greaves.
Yes, we are all humans still, and that's what separates us from AI, is that we have feelings and we have drives and we have opinions, which AI never will, we hope. But as humans, we are fallible and errors will always happen. There will always be adverse outcomes. And what we can do, and I think what we must do, is have some kind of defensibility when things go wrong. And the way to do that in our context is with regulation, standards and legislation. If we have done the work to make sure that we comply with what's considered best practice, and we've been audited and we've done the necessary to make sure that we've done everything foreseeable in our power, then we feel defensible at that point. And I think that's what can be helpful in rolling out regulation. It gives us all a framework to build from to make sure that we, A, minimise the likelihood of something going wrong, but then B, mitigate the impact when something inevitably does go wrong. And that goes through the whole supply chain.
And the fundamental question then of risk management, so obviously not risk avoidance, because we know that there's a degree of risk of change, every change, but
Yes.
risk management and how we approach that.
That's right. And focusing on impact as much as likelihood. I think we all, as humans, tend to have a focus on reducing the likelihood. And we think if the likelihood is very low, it can't possibly happen to me. And maybe not. But if the impact is catastrophic, then a low likelihood risk is still a high risk. So we need better systems and frameworks and procedures to think about, and I think maybe catastrophise a little bit in organisations what could be the catastrophic outcomes here, because once you start to do that and unpick that, you uncover things that really are riskier than maybe you innately thought that they were, that may need more guardrails and more protections.
Is there any other observations? Yeah, Mr. McLaren.
Add to that is that artificial intelligence as a tool is not often built in isolation. Models are often combined with other models and linked together, and the technology absorbs lots of different platforms, and often to deliver a solution to government or to a customer, you work with lots of different vendors. So trying to follow the path of where the data is coming from and follow the path of responsibility. Just when you're producing guidelines and regulations, that kind of fractious nature of how technology is developed and then delivered needs to be considered.
Yep, Senator, I was just going to add to that. I think the idea that AI is like a product manufactured and therefore fits under that sort of manufacturing OH&S sort of set of frameworks that we already have, I think that's brilliant. I think that is exactly where we should be. And I think we should have it as a product in the market so that if it causes harm, it's just like a defect in automobile manufacturer, they have to remedy that, pay due costs on those things for those people. I think that is entirely appropriate and actually will ensure tech companies like myself and others make sure that we do the right thing when we deploy these products, knowing that there is that liability that goes with it. I think that's absolutely the right way. And it's a simple adjustment of adding AI to that sort of list.
But that's helped by the Commonwealth setting standards and
100%.
clear standards, so you
Absolutely.
can all bat to the same.
And this committee making appropriate recommendations as part of that pathway. Sorry, Mr. Sheridan.
Yeah, no, I was
Mr.
just-
Saldi after that.
Yeah, that's right. I was just thinking, one of the issues is data is quite fluid and the shape of your data can change, and therefore your accuracy of your models, your accuracy of the outcomes can change. And so what you'll do in something like engineering, you'll have regular checks, making sure that the structures are right, that things are in place. We don't tend to do that with our AI systems or our software systems. We actually can baseline it, see how accurate it is, but that's a continual running thing, and to see if your shape of your data is changing and your outcomes are slightly changed, then you need to modify it. So having something in place that actually gives that QA, that performance metrics in place and as a bit of a framework would actually go a long way in making sure that you get accurate outcomes.
And Mr. Saldi, you want to?
Yeah, I think going back to your OHS example, I've been thinking about the biggest, I think the technology, AI, machine learning, the biggest change happened in last few years is the generative AI, where the model is rewarded because it gives the better answer. And I think that hallucination is one of the biggest threat at the current stage of our human beings, that the model does hallucinate every now and then. And I think that's the concern which is being raised globally. So going back to technology and machine learning models, the other AI models, I think we are pretty safe in the other places. But one thing is more about using the generative AI models responsibly. So if you look at most of the generative AI models, they always say at the bottom line that, ours one says that Zebra may make mistakes. So I think usage as responsibly in particular domain, and also in particular similar to OHS, that you join a new workplace, there are always rules and regulations which are given by that particular individual workplace. So I think at domain level and at task level, responsible usage guidelines is pretty important.
And Mr. Lisboa, I know it's difficult when we've got a panel here and you're on the camera, but would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was thinking about something I learned way back at university in the 1970s when I was doing a course on software engineering, that there's a phrase, garbage in, garbage out. So I think it is important to hold vendors responsible for the quality of their products, to be responsible for fixing them when there are obvious faults that they've introduced. But with software and with AI systems, there's also the data that goes in, which is in most cases not the vendor's responsibility. So we have to be very careful about saying, is this a product fault when something goes wrong, or is this a data input fault, or even is it a data interpretation fault by the consumer of the product? That's probably just some words of caution I would add when looking at regulations around what's a defect in a product, just understanding what the difference is between the actual vendor's responsibility in producing a product versus the consumer's responsibility in feeding data in and making use of the data that comes out.
Just so I'm clear that that's a question about process of ultimate accountability. Who failed making risk managing appropriately their step.
Correct.
That's a matter of the final process, but the frame of the process of having accountability along the frame, input from the workforce in various parts of the technology stack, those that are actually using the technology, AI or technology more generally. Are you comfortable with that sort of that frame, the OHS frame, as a broad principle?
Absolutely comfortable with that. Yeah,
good.
I'm a strong believer in vendors should be held responsible for what they produce, and OH&S is a very important requirement to be met in when these sorts of products are being used in a workplace environment.
Look, I just want to thank you all. We have gone over time, but so we're very appreciative of the time that you've spent with us. Very interested in the answers you've given, and we'll give it a great deal of consideration and weight in our final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could reply by the 7th of August, it'd be a great deal of assistance to the committee. We now suspend until 10 to 10. 10 to 11. There you go. questions. I now welcome representatives from Atlassian. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Mr. David Masters, Head of Global Public Policy at Atlassian.
And Ms. Anna Jaffe, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Ethics at Atlassian.
Great, thank you. Now, I invite you to make a short opening statement and then I'll go to senators to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the committee for inviting us to appear today. David and I are part of a small global team that monitors, engages with and advises Atlassian on the emerging global tech regulatory environment. As part of my role as Director of Regulatory Affairs and Ethics, I also co-lead our company's work on responsible technology, including responsible AI. At Atlassian, we like to say that we build products to help teams of all sizes in organisations of all sizes to collaborate. While we are proudly Australian founded and headquartered, since our inception more than 20 years ago, the vast majority of our customers are located outside of Australia. With more than 20 years of experience in enterprise software, we are also not new to AI and machine learning technologies. As the committee has already heard, AI isn't a singular technology. It is an umbrella term for a constellation of technologies, which can involve the use and application of a variety of techniques, processes, and tools across a broad spectrum of sectors, contexts, and use cases. But with the emergence of generative AI and increased public awareness of its potential, we moved quickly to bring the power of these newer AI technologies into our products, having announced our first suite of Atlassian Intelligence features in April 2023 and our newer Rovo product earlier this year. Because of this, we believe we occupy a unique position. We have worked to carefully consider and integrate AI within our products in a way that aligns with our values and best delivers the promise of AI in our products and to our customers. This means that we work with a mix of third-party generative AI, including LLMs, and our own machine learning models to provide our customers with AI experiences that are relevant to them in the context of their work. As such, we're not just a deployer of AI, but a key provider in the AI supply chain. We recognise that due to this position and as a leader in the local industry, we have an important role to play in fostering a thriving, trusted AI ecosystem in Australia. As we have continued to build our products with human-AI collaboration at the forefront, we've also continued to learn, grow and share our responsible technology commitments and practices, including in particular our approach to responsible technology reviews. But we recognise that industry efforts can only go so far. We believe that AI is a transformative set of technologies that can deliver enormous benefits to the Australian economy. But without the necessary social licence and frameworks that build confidence in these systems and their adoption, we will fail to meet this moment. That is why there is such a critical role for government, parliament and regulators. You'll see from our submission that we set forward a 5-step roadmap for how to implement a clear, overarching digital regulatory framework that can build upon our existing regulatory models to respond to the challenges and opportunities of the current AI age. We broadly support the approach of the government to safe and responsible AI as a necessary first step towards implementing this kind of framework. To support this framework, we urge the committee to consider as part of its recommendations. First, the need to properly assess and, where needed, bolster our existing laws, including through further reforms. For example, in the area of our privacy laws, where clear and urgent reforms have been proposed and should be prioritised. Second, a clear and coordinated regulatory strategy with mechanisms to take advantage of expert advice, coordination and alignment across government agencies and regulators, and to use a broad mix of different regulatory tools. And finally, the need for cooperation and meaningful participation in education at multiple levels, including in the public sector, in the workforce, and in our education and training system. We look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you. Senator Dullman, to you. I think you may be on mute. Still on mute? There we go.
Now can you hear me?
All good, thank you.
Okay, it's a bit slow. Thanks for that introduction. You've touched on, I think, what Atlassian's view is on the regulatory approach outlined in the government's interim response to safe and responsible AI consultation. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about what you just mentioned in terms of regulatory strategy and different tools. Can you just expand on that a bit more and talk about what it is you're proposing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well that the committee has heard from the Human Technology Institute, who have also spoken about what it means to have a coordinated regulatory strategy for AI in Australia, and we certainly support their efforts. We're part of the expert reference group, sort of advising them on their future of AI regulation in Australia project that's relevant to this work as well. But in terms of having that coordinated strategy and using a mix of tools, really what we're trying to say here is that, and I think the committee's heard this morning as well, we're not, when we speak about sort of a regulatory framework, we're not just talking about top level legislation. We're talking about rules that underpin that, but also a really flexible mix of standards, which I know that the committee has also heard in quite a bit of detail about, other sort of soft law measures, talking about education campaigns, awareness raising, a whole range of different tools that aren't just black letter laws.
I think just to add to that as well, it's going to require a lot of coordination. We talk about technology being a horizontal enabler, so it's a vertical industry, but it's also enabled a range of industries across the economy. So if we think about the regulatory framework, it's going to require a lot of coordination across regulators operating in those individual sectors. So in our submission, we sort of talk about a set of sort of core principles that would operate across that regulatory framework. And then thinking about sort of advisory bodies and sort of centralised expertise that can operate across that regulatory system, so that because this is a new technology, because everyone's on a steep learning curve, the more you can concentrate some of that expertise, I think the better, particularly if you think about the challenges that the public service and the public sector has in accessing sort of experts. The more you can sort of concentrate that expertise that can work across that system, work with regulators in the financial services industry, the telecommunications industry, and the transport industry, and provide that expertise out to those various sector-specific regulators as well.
Yeah. And what is your view on the government's response to the Safe and Responsible AI consultation?
Yeah, I think in our view, we have set this out in our submission as well, or we sort of touched on it in our submission, but we are supportive of that interim response. We sort of acknowledge that, it's an evolving area, and the response was intended to be an interim response. It did set forward those sort of immediate priorities for action in terms of the temporary expert group, giving that a very clear mandate in terms of working out, high-risk settings, the voluntary AI standard, and we've sort of been very pleased to be involved in some of those efforts. And I think, as we say, it's a first step. It's not the strategy. We think it can be complemented by a sort of broad-based strategy that sits behind it.
Yeah. One thing we'd probably like to see in the longer-term approach, obviously the interim approach has an expert advisory panel that's focused on the high-risk scenarios. There's industry advisors or industry observers on that particular panel. I think we'd like to see longer term and industry engagement mechanism as part of that architecture. And look, the indications we're getting is that will be part of that process, but that's certainly something we'd like to see.
Yeah, thank you. Your submission briefly mentions that last year you launched Atlassian Intelligence, which you described as bringing the power of AI, including large language models, to our full family of cloud products. I think in your introduction, you also referred to some, development of your own large language models. Could you just talk about what you're doing there, or are you partnering with other LLM developers? And, if you're partnering, why you've made that decision?
Yeah. In terms of Atlassian Intelligence, that is, it's a series of features inside of our cloud products, as we say. And to clarify, the large language models, we are not developing our own. What we're doing is we're sort of bringing in third-party large language models. When we launched, that was OpenAI's models, and we're now using a broader range of models, including open source models. And really what we do when we're integrating those into our products is we do combine them with our own, probably more traditional machine learning models. So any sort of AI feature inside of an Atlassian product is very much a combination of third-party technology, our technology, and the way that we have sort of brought that experience into our products in a way that makes sense to our customers.
So can you unpack that a bit more? Like, what does that actually mean in terms of suitability for your customers and the confidence with OpenAI?
Certainly. So obviously, as the committee has heard, large language models have very particular use cases that they are good for, some use cases that they are less good for. And so when we bring that into our products are really designed, as we say, to help people collaborate. So we're talking about project management, we're talking about, issue tracking, ways that teams can sort of work better together. That includes Jira, our product that involves, sort of issue tracking and ticketing. And so in Jira, for example, using large language models, one of the ways that we have brought those features into that product is you can summarise all of the activity on a ticket. So you can ask the Atlassian intelligence, as we say, which, with LLMs working in the background, to summarise the activity on a ticket and return that back to you as a summary. When it comes to writing a comment on a ticket, if you are, for example, writing it to an end user and you're a little worried about the tone, you can ask it to change your tone to be a little more friendly, for example. So it's very sort of, we've tried to really direct the experience into the product. You don't have to leave the product, you don't have to go and plug something into your other instance of ChatGPT to get that summary, for example. It appears for you. And it's really sort of trying to put the guardrails along how the LLM works inside our products.
So is that the main way that you use OpenAI's models, or are there other ways that your Atlassian intelligence uses the model?
Yeah, Atlassian Intelligence really is a whole suite of features. I think if we sort of went through them, we could potentially be here all day. I'm very happy to provide a bit of a description of some more examples of those features. They are also all available online in our sort of transparency materials as well.
Right. I wanted to ask now about, I think a little bit about copyright and personal information as it relates to OpenAI. So it seems that the models that OpenAI use are trained on data that includes copyrighted data and personal information, and we've heard some examples of that in other kind of applications yesterday. So how does Atlassian and its customers be sure that any information that you put in or they put in prompts it not to store that kind of data or have it be used for other purposes?
Yeah, I would probably make a distinction between, what we know about how a lot of LLMs have been trained and the training data used for that, which has often taken place overseas, and where we know, I'd say the law is a little bit still unsettled in that respect, and the measures that we put in place in terms of how our products are used and how our LLMs are used by our customers and by us on an ongoing basis. And when it comes to the latter, OpenAI does have what they and we refer to as zero data retention. So that means that no data is stored by OpenAI. It is not processed. It is not used to further train the models.
Okay. And so how do customers know? So the primary way that customers are assured is that Atlassian doesn't store the information.
It is that OpenAI doesn't store the information. We do have a very extensive trust centre where we sort of set out our and OpenAI's and our third parties' data practices. They're also covered by our existing data processing agreements, which our customers sign with us and which do explain all of those processes. And OpenAI is what's known as a sub-processor of ours.
And just to clarify, so I think what Anna was talking about from a zero retention perspective is that that if a customer is sharing data with us, that data is then not shared with OpenAI to train their model. So if that's helpful to clarify.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Just a question about Atlassian as an employer. Do you use any sort of AI to manage your own employees or contractors, or as part of decision-making processes around your own HR function and practice?
Well, look, we are investigating the use of AI as it relates to our HR processes. What I might get, Anna is sort of very heavily involved in our internal sort of AI, responsible AI approaches, which does include not just our development of AI, but our use of AI technologies as part of any process internally, including HR processes. And that team that sort of is looking after those responsible AI principles and the responsible AI guidance and the template that all teams that are working on AI have to complete that helps them to consider some of those issues. We've been working very, very closely with our HR teams on that. Anna, did you want to sort of talk to that?
Yeah, I would just add that in terms of the use of AI to manage or make decisions about our workforce is quite different from the use of AI, in the purposes of our HR team sort of just generally doing their jobs to assist them in doing their jobs. And I would say that we are experimenting a lot with the latter and not with the former.
So it sounds like you're looking at the opportunities but haven't yet implemented things. Is that's...
Yeah, I would say that what we're doing in terms of the use of AI internally with and by our workforce is, we are experimenting with different uses of AI, uses of our own products. When you go to complete your performance evaluation, can you summarise your own feedback to get it to be more concise? Those sorts of things, but not for decision making.
Yeah. And does that involve consultation with the staff?
Yes, in the context of those experiments, we have some sort of, as David mentioned, our responsible technology principles and materials and reviews, and what they all require the teams implementing those solutions to go through is discuss with us and with their teams and with their pilot groups, what feedback loops are in place, how are we going to collect the feedback on this, what are we going to do to action that feedback.
The one thing I'll add, Senator, is I think we consider ourselves a very high trust workplace. We have a very remote distributed workforce. We are very focused on outcomes rather than inputs so like we have a lot of people that work very flexibly. We're not a clock watching company. So I think it's, I know there's been some, sort of worst case scenarios about sort of employee monitoring and those sort of things using AI, but that's certainly not the kind of workplace that we run at Atlassian. So.
That's great to hear. We did yesterday hear some interesting commentary. I cannot remember which of the witnesses it was, but they talked not so much, that question I was asking was not so much about that, but just in terms of the importance of the involvement of the workforce in the development of how it applies to them as a really important principle. So, your comments about how you work with your workforce around experimenting is also important, I think.
Yeah, I think we were talking about sort of, and we'll probably talk about training and education. One of the things that Anna and the team that are working on responsible AI have been sort of pushing our teams is to think very deeply about the use of those technologies. And so I think one of the differences between sort of other risk management or control frameworks you see, say, in cybersecurity, which are often very prescriptive, in AI, it's often asking teams to think deeply about those use cases and to think deeply about the risks in those use cases. So as part of our engagement on AI, we're engaging a lot of employees across Atlassian to think very deeply about how those technologies will be used and the risks potentially in those particular scenarios.
Yeah. So just in terms as a kind of matter of principle then, given your comments around, outputs rather than inputs, is Atlassian's approach really not to surveil work output or performance, work inputs, I guess,
yeah.
And surveil around performance or in hiring or disciplinary decisions? Or, are they the kinds of things that you might be open to exploring?
So we're very focused on, look, I think to categorise how we operate, we're very focused on the outcomes, so the outcomes of someone's work. Now, inputs can give you a sense of how someone is working towards those outcomes, but the outcome is sort of the thing that someone should be measured on. So if there is let's say, performance management scenario, someone's outcomes maybe not what we expect, then the inputs can be looked at as part of that process. But that's certainly not what guides us. It's really, we're very outcomes focused. As I said before, we're a high trust environment. A significant 50% of our employees that we've hired over the last couple of years work remotely. So they're not coming to an office day to day. I myself and Anna both work remotely for Atlassian. So, I think we have a very, as I said, very high trust culture that is very focused on what people are achieving and what they're delivering for the company, as opposed to, what hours they're online, what they're doing every hour of the day.
And I appreciate this might be a variable answer, but what are the kinds of outputs that you're talking about for employees?
Yeah, it will sort of vary by role, I think. For example, if you're a software engineer, it can be a little bit more binary in terms of the outcomes that you're delivering. So, what code have you delivered in the last, sort of week, for example? How are those projects moving forward? We talked a little bit before about our core product, Jira. It's a project management piece of software that tracks, a delivery against issues or delivery against project milestones. So we have very good processes for tracking how people are performing against expected outcomes, which are baked into our tools. In areas like probably our area is a really, really good example of it. The outcomes are a little vaguer, and it's probably easier to look back on a body of work over a longer period of time to look at the outcomes that we've delivered and executed against. We're probably one of the least input focused groups inside of Atlassian, as you probably expect in a public policy area. So.
Thank you. Maybe shifting to customers for a moment. If Atlassian Intelligence produces an output for one of your customers that might be wrong, and they suffer a financial loss as a result of their reliance on the output, who is ultimately accountable for that? Is it the customer or Atlassian? And what kind of redress mechanisms do you have, either internally or with OpenAI, where there is reliance placed on that information?
Yeah, from our perspective, I do think there's probably, two different questions there in terms of, what do we do in terms of accuracy, and how does that work throughout the stack and throughout the supply chain? And then probably the question of liability at large, which I might tackle them each separately. In terms of what we do for some of the issues that we know can arise with large language models, there are sort of efforts, I'd say, all the way down. We do know that our LLM providers take some steps to try to improve the accuracy of their products, to try to make the shortcomings of those products clear, and those models. We then sort of do the same for each of our products. We will take steps to try to improve its performance, its accuracy. That might include different steps for different features. And I think, when it comes to our products specifically and the way that those inaccuracies or other issues with AI can show up, we would certainly characterise them as lower risk. We're often talking about summaries, we're talking about issues and issue tracking and sort of not particularly high stakes decision making at all, or if there are decisions that these are inputs into, that they're not high risk decisions, and so we will focus our efforts on sort of where it's most important to get the right answer. That's also part of our approach to how we choose which models to use in a given situation, whether we fine tune them to try to improve accuracy, whether we take other measures, whether we try to make it very clear to our users, which we do, that there can be issues with response quality, that, there are certain circumstances where we need them to review the answer, because this is designed to make things faster, not necessarily to remove their own agency and their own capacity to review and accept an answer. And that is often why, a lot of the features in our products as well, the user experience doesn't just say, here is the answer. It might offer you a few options. You might have a back and forth with it to try to actually get to what you need. And then at the user end, that is really prompting them to review, to ensure that they're sort of, making sure that they've checked things, that it's not just a way for them to, not have to do anything. It is designed to make things faster rather than to completely eliminate their own activities in that space. And when it comes to the second part, to sort of liability more broadly, I think, there have been a lot of discussions in the committee which we'd agree about the tech stack, about the AI supply chain, and really the fact that liability flows down that supply chain. It means there are different steps to, at every level to talk about what transparency means. There are different steps at every level to talk about what liability means. So in our view, liability should really attach along the chain to the person or entity that was responsible for doing or not doing the thing that they should have done to avoid the harm.
I think to add to that, Senator, it's also incumbent on us as a provider to inform our customers and be transparent about what use cases are appropriate and what are not. So to your question about relying on the outputs to make those sort of decisions, like, for example, that's something we would recommend that our customers don't do, for example, particularly in those high-risk scenarios. And so I think that's an important part of the regulatory framework, is actually clarifying what those high-risk scenarios are, because for us as a vendor, we can use those high-risk scenarios as demonstrations to our customers of unacceptable uses or things that you shouldn't be using our products to do.
Okay, so are you saying that what would be helpful in a risk-based approach is identifying, what does the government think the high-risk scenarios are, that gives you more guidance on, if it was a regulation, then it would apply, but to provide the direction about where, where to focus your efforts around making sure there is guardrails for the consumer.
Yeah.
As opposed to, it sounds like now you might do it, but it's optional, and what you think is high risk might not be what other people think is high risk.
Yeah, I think it will, for us as a global operator, we'll have to call out a whole range of high risk scenarios as they're defined in various different jurisdictions. So obviously under the EU's AI Act, they have a set of high risks. I think in a number of US state-based legislation, they talk about consequential decisions, similar sort of high-risk scenarios. So we can reference those high-risk scenarios to our customers and say, look, we don't think it's acceptable, and kind of basically point that if you are using, one, that's would be a breach of our acceptable use policies, for example. But then it makes it very clear that the liability, if you are using information that's generated from those systems and then you do make a decision in those spaces, one, you're breaching but also that liability very much sits with you for that decision.
Mm-hmm. And I would add there that, as you've sort of suggested, Senator, having a list, and there are lists out there already that we're already referencing, but having that list also means that, when we were just sort of speaking about entities doing or not doing things that they should have done, there are steps that we can also take in our products where we can and where technically feasible to actually not permit them to be used. Yeah. We're not just saying, it's in our contract, go read it, don't do it. We can actually take steps ourselves to try to safeguard against that.
Yeah. Just very quickly, maybe this will be my last question. You referenced perhaps looking at other jurisdictions and their approach. Do you have any comments about, I guess, what you do operating in the global environment, and then what you see as good areas for us to look at for Australia?
From our perspective, we started by saying, the vast majority of our customers are overseas, and so they when we do business in those other jurisdictions, that includes the EU, that includes the US, we have to abide by their laws. And so when we look at that, we do really have to take a high watermark approach. It's the same as many companies, I'm sure, have done with GDPR, as we have done with GDPR in the privacy space. And so what that does mean, and what we speak about as well in our submission, is not necessarily a lift and shift of any particular jurisdiction's approach, but thinking about what it means for that to be interoperable, for our sort of whatever we do to be able to be read coherently alongside those other jurisdictions' laws, because we're certainly not the only company that operates in that global fashion and really has to find that crosswalk across those different laws.
And I think that's one area where we'd complement the government in terms of its approach, because it is thinking about that global framework. It's thinking about Australian companies like ourselves trying to operate across that global operating environment. So I think certainly. To Anna's point, we kind of have to define a lot of our processes by the highest watermark, and then hopefully sort of fill in the gaps where other regulatory frameworks start to emerge. But I think the fact that the government is actively considering how that global regulatory system and global standards are starting to emerge is super helpful for us. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your attendance. You say the government is actively considering. When did the GDPR standards come in?
2016, is that right?
That's when they became effective.
2016, I think they were operationalised in 2017.
Yep.
What year is it now?
You know as well as I do, it's 2024.
Yeah, indeed. That's a long time to actively consider, isn't it? And in the meantime, companies like yours are filling the regulatory gap by just leaning into those external standards, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, as we were saying before, we run global processes. So our regulatory compliance regimes are run by global teams. So look, our privacy standards are basically developed to align to GDPR. And then we sort of figure out how we can make that work in the other jurisdictions, and if there's small amendments that we need to make to part of our processes to align to Australian privacy law, or when the US finally gets around to some sort of federal privacy law, we'll do the same there, but also US state law as well. So look, I mean, the positive thing there is that customers in Australia get the benefits of those privacy controls that we're baking into our products because of GDPR. So in some respects, there is a normative effect that occurs across the industry because of that. But to Anna's point, we would very much welcome a more interoperable system here in Australia.
But if you didn't want to meet the GDPR standards for your operations in Australia, and maybe you weren't such a global player, maybe you were really looking at working in, I don't know, parts of Southeast Asia and Australia, and you wanted to focus your business in that space, you wouldn't need to meet the standards, would you?
Well, technically no, but I think where you look at a lot of Australian companies as they scale pretty quickly, they start to run into GDPR, or they run into jurisdictions that are compatible or have adequacy agreements with. So I take the point of your question, but I think very quickly you start to run into GDPR-like regimes.
Well, in our immediate region, you don't. So if you wanted to
South
work
Korea,
within,
Japan, New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand doesn't have those GDPR standards, but and I'd suggest that if you look at Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, you could easily develop a business model that wasn't bound by GDPR standards and apply the platform in Australia. And it just seems to me, if what you're saying is the good players who are globally engaged already meet it, what's the resistance to regulating it?
So we're very much on the record that we would like to see privacy reforms here in Australia that raise the bar. So
I think one other thing that we'd say, and this does come from our particular perspective as an enterprise software company, so we deal largely with businesses and organisations. one thing you do find even in Australia when you speak to customers is they ask you if you, and they are Australian customers, they ask you if you comply with GDPR. That is kind of, what they call the Brussels effect in action. They might not know the Australian Privacy Act, but they'll ask you if you comply with GDPR.
Yeah. Which is kind of a bizarre situation, isn't it, where we've kind of outsourced the thinking and standards.
It's a very effective regulatory factory.
Well,
Brussels.
Yeah, but it's from an Australian perspective, if literally that's your experience with clients, they're more familiar with the GDPR standards than they are with any Australian set of standards. It kind of speaks to the regulatory vacuum here, doesn't it?
I wouldn't call it a regulatory vacuum. I think
a very dissipated gas.
I think as we are on the record saying, we do think our Privacy Act needs to be amended to bring it into a more modern environment. For us, as we said, working on a global basis, the more interoperability that we have with GDPR, it just makes it easier to transact. As Anna has said, Australian customers, particularly large enterprises, kind of expect that level.
So, I mean, we could spend the next half hour talking about that, but maybe we could park that as a baseline. That should be an unthinking baseline that we get to as rapidly as possible. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, agree. Yep.
Okay, good. Assuming we get there, and I think this journey, started in 2016, 2017. Maybe we'll get there at some point. Maybe the train will arrive.
Okay.
Assuming we get there, what some of the other issues that you raise in your submission are about, for example, explainability, where there's high-risk decision-making with AI. And I think you deal with that quite effectively in your submission. You give the example of assessments for insurance products.
Yep.
Do you want to talk through how that should work in a well-regulated environment?
Yeah, certainly. So I think we gave that an example as a sort of a bit of a gap currently, which is, you can find that or you can regulate, you can mandate that disclosure be made, that AI has been used in the course of a decision. But if you don't explain what that means, first of all, where it's been used, what that meant for your decision, how it was different from a human-made decision, and finally, how to challenge it, or what difference that makes to your existing avenues to challenge a decision like that, then that transparency of itself isn't that meaningful.
Well, you could say if you're determining your eligibility for insurance based on horoscopes, you have to disclose that as well. But it doesn't really answer whether or not it's ethical, whether it's discriminatory, or whether it's appropriate. The fact that you might be a Virgo shouldn't be what's determining your insurance liability.
Yeah, I think to Anna's point, that there should be some sort of human oversight over those processes. There should be transparency to the customer about that decision, and to Anna's other point, really, there should be that customer should be informed of their rights to query those decisions.
And I suppose that's this kind of disclosure is good. Nobody's saying that there shouldn't be the label on it that says this decision was made in whole or in part using AI. No one's suggesting that isn't useful. But what your submission says is that is nowhere near sufficient. If that is the case, then it needs to be explicable and challengeable. If it's going to be delivering any kind of, say, high-risk product, high-risk outcome, or even, materially valuable outcome to people.
Yeah, and I think that's where we support the regulatory regime being codified, to really make that clear in those high-risk scenarios. This is the expectation of transparency, of review.
Yeah, but if it's just expectation,
that's
not the regulation. That's not the regulation we want. It'd be nice.
Yeah, when I say expectation backed up by regulatory enforcement is what I mean by that.
Another way, a shorter way of saying that would be obligation.
Obligation is a better word.
Okay,
correct.
So assuming that we want to get to the point where if decisions are being made that have a material impact on people using AI, that it should be it should be transparent insofar as you're told it's made.
Yep.
It should be explicable insofar as you can understand, perhaps with assistance, how the decision was arrived at, and it should be challengeable. And unless it's explicable, it's not challengeable. Do we agree that that's the package of obligations?
Yeah, I think we would sort of refer. I mean, the way that we refer to it in Australia is that's what meaningful transparency is. It's not just you don't just stop at transparency.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things we explored with a witness yesterday was content creation labelling on material that's produced using AI. The suggestion was, and I'm simplifying it here, the suggestion was that labelling material with AI content creation watermark of some sort would allow people to verify or test, whether they should rely upon it. But unless you know what went in, how it was processed, just being told that it was produced as a result of AI doesn't really give you that any kind of credible way of assessing it, does it?
No, I think there are a lot of experiments going on, in terms of what does a nutrition label for AI look like, or we're sort of not particularly involved in image and video, so we can't speak to that directly. But yeah, what types of disclosures are we going to do? And I think when we talked, we spoke about the obligation and meaningful transparency. I think what we haven't said explicitly is there's a whole universe of non-technical and non-necessarily regulatory tools that sit around that, which is making sure that when you deliver that message to an individual, to a user, they know what it means. They have enough tools and enough awareness to understand and accept that as well.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that nutrition labels on AI-produced products is a kind of adequate check. It's one small step, but it's absolutely nowhere near adequate, is it, in terms of consumers being able to rely upon the material, make informed choices on the material, or regulators being able to identify malicious behaviour, is it?
Yeah, we'd say it's a tool in the toolkit, and you need to fill in the toolkit around it. Yeah.
I mean, particularly if you're talking about image or video content, the fact that there may be a little watermark in the corner that has a little AI in the corner. If you're flipping it through on 12-second rotations, you're hardly going to be testing and reading the nutrition label to work out if there was MSG in it, are you?
Yeah, I think we also need to consider very carefully about what is useful to a consumer in that regards. Sort of talking about everything that went into a model and then all the inputs from that model that went into that particular content, that may not be all that useful. But I think there's a need in the education system to sort of actively engage younger people and people that are working with these tools in their day-to-day, what's appropriate, how do you query it? We talk a lot about sort of media literacy, social media literacy. I think AI literacy is a really important area that we should be investing in, because I think it's one thing to provide a whole bunch of information. It's the same way with if you go and read privacy statements, sometimes they can be hundreds of pages long, and how useful is that to a consumer than a more simple statement which actually gives a very clear sort of outline of how your data will be used by that particular person.
Could I take you back to the safe and responsible AI consultation?
Yep.
Consultation is good. Voluntary codes maybe have a role. But how quickly should we be looking to implement mandatory requirements, standard setting in that space? And so here I'm talking beyond the GDPR.
Yeah, of course. So look, we look at that in two ways, and I think the government's approach on that to look at that at two levels, which is define a set of high risk use case scenarios, and have a set of mandatory sort of requirements, obligations around those, and then defining a set of standards that operate more broadly in the lower risk sort of areas. And I think there's a trade-off here because what you don't want to sort of stifle is that innovation in fairly low risk scenarios, because that's the opportunity for Australia and for development of technologies here. But making sure that you've got the appropriate guardrails and the appropriate level of scrutiny in those areas which are higher risk.
Do you think that the world fits neatly into high risk and low risk when you're talking AI? If you're talking millions of interactions that carry a low risk, end up becoming ubiquitous in society and maybe drive people down extremist pathways or into a political direction that maybe a foreign player would like us to be directed into. Each of those interactions may be low risk, but if it's ubiquitous, well then surely if you take a step back, that distinction between high and low risk can be quite meaningless.
Look, I mean, I'm coming at it from the perspective of an enterprise software company. So we're thinking very much about the regulatory environment that operates in terms of helping our customers to operate more efficiently.
Where you're in the insurance regulatory space, and I'm not saying that's limiting you, but those kinds of examples of different varieties.
Well, even lower. I mean, look, basically, give you an example, like one of the things that we've seen from a survey and study that we've done recently in terms of the benefits that our customers are seeing from AI is just improving the time to find information inside their enterprise network. So, we're seeing up to 50% savings and time, people being able to find the right information to go to the next step in their process. So the simple things like that, what we don't want is the regulatory environment to hamper that sort of development, because that is actually really beneficial to people's
But it's hard
jobs.
to see how a set of ethical parameters would seriously hamper that.
No, it doesn't. And Anna is driving our work in making sure that we're considering those internally. So
that kind of development seems a low risk in terms of having regulatory impact. If you're setting base standards of ethical and transparent, ethical and transparency obligations, that doesn't seem to me where the risk is, unless I'm missing something.
No, we'd agree with
so
that.
Putting that to one side.
Yeah.
I think one thing we would sort of say about that, looking at that broad-based societal impact and some of those sort of more collective rather than individual harms, that is sort of the perfect role for government and for regulation to look at, because it is hard for us as an individual company to say this is going to have a systemic impact across the economy. And we've seen a lot of the overseas regimes as well start to say that while they might define a list of high-risk contexts that look like individual use cases, they also have the power to look at it across society.
Yeah, but we haven't. I didn't see that, unless I missed it. In that discussion paper, there's a binary high risk and other, but it seemed to me to be missing that sort of, that ubiquitous nature of low risk. If it's low risk but ubiquitous, it just simply saying, we'll get to that in due course, doesn't seem to be a good answer.
Well, I think, that's where you look at the broader regulatory framework. Look, if you take a step back and you look at social media, and its influence on society, on elections, on information flows. Social media in and of itself, not necessarily problematic, particularly when it was first invented, but we've seen some consequences of that technology start to emerge. And I think that's where regulatory systems, quite rightly, evolve to deal with some of those consequences. So we're not saying, I think to your point, Senator, the regulatory system needs to be able to evolve as risks emerge from the use of these technologies. I don't think we can define all of that now. So
I'm not suggesting we can, but when you say evolve, glaciers evolve.
Well, this is where important role for Parliament to determine what should be defined in legislation, what should be defined in regulation, what powers are given to regulators to move faster in those areas.
Yes, that's true. And I suppose one of the aspects is that the extent of digital literacy within the Parliament and the sense of urgency and understanding about where collectively to apply the powers of Parliament, there does seem to be a substantial digital literacy problem with not just this Parliament, but parliaments around the world.
And I think that's a role for industry to step up and help with that. I mean, I think I commend the Tech Council of Australia for some of the work it's been doing with the Parliamentary Friends Group and others to help enable parliamentarians to make those decisions. Yeah.
Could I just ask you about data sovereignty?
Yeah.
First of all, is there a place to consider data sovereignty in developing large language models? Should there be, is there a place for clear data sovereignty rules if you're soaking up sovereign databases?
Sure. So I like to distinguish between kind of sovereign capability. So we would sort of define that as building out the domestic industry and data sovereignty, which is the maintaining of data within a particular jurisdiction. We are seeing strong preferences from a range of customers globally for the retention of data within a jurisdiction to give them greater assurance over that data. Quite often you will see governments make determinations about particular data sets of sensitivity and high classification that, not only is it sovereign and maintained with a jurisdiction, but it's possibly air-gapped from the internet as well. So that we are working towards supporting all of those sort of customer bases. Look, we would say data sovereignty makes sense in some areas. It does not make sense everywhere. Some of the benefits we get from operating on the global internet, in fact, Atlassian would not exist as a company if it was not for the global internet. So I think we need to be very mindful of there's a context where data sovereignty makes a lot of sense, and I think to your point you were talking about sort of government, public sector data. Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense to maintain that within a jurisdiction. But more broadly, I think sometimes that broad data sovereignty conversation sort of undermines the sort of principles of the internet, and which have empowered companies like ours to become what they have.
Perhaps I'll put two examples to you, and it was raised in the previous panel.
Yep.
There are some distinct data sets, like the pretty much every legal determination judgment that's been made in Australia sits in an AustLII database.
Yep.
Some of it also sits in state and federal case law databases. It all sits there. It has a distinct Australian character to it.
Yep.
Speaks to millions of Australian interactions and decisions and disputes. Is there a role for the government assisting in getting that database, which is already public decisions, into a large language model in Australia? That's the first question. Secondly, if they do, should there be data sovereignty requirements, and are they achievable?
So I'll take the first part of your question. I think the Australian government has been on a push around open data for 15 odd years. And I think that's super important because I think there are data sets, that one is a very good example.
Well, I use that because every decision is already meant to be public.
It's public, yeah.
So,
So, I mean, there is nothing stopping anyone from basically using the AustLII database right now to train an LLM.
Yeah, but it's an
inadequate
inadequate scraping process which has data issues with it.
Yeah, so I'll put that. I mean, I put that to a side. I think that's one thing. Look, one thing we will say on LLMs more broadly, we're seeing that area become, and we're not the only one. Industry commentators have made the same comment, becoming sort of commoditised. So I think there is to your point, there's the benefit in working on an LLM is less, and we're talking about outputs and outcomes, it's probably less the outcome and more the process. I think it's important for the Australian domestic industry to learn in terms of developing LLMs, to build that capability here. Whether we need to build an Australian LLM, I don't think we're necessarily convinced on that. Now, should important Australian data be reflected in those training models? Sure.
Well, you wouldn't need to have an OpenAI LLM. We had a number of entities talk about they have LLMs for bespoke purposes. They can have like 8 billion data points instead of 100 billion data points. There are different ways you could approach a kind of Australian cultural LLM, aren't there?
So I mean, we'd sort of distinguish between general purpose AI and special purpose AI. So if you take Aussie is a very good example. There are lots of legal tech companies that are working in spaces to try and look at efficiencies. And so in a whole range of legal processes, that would be an incredibly important data set to a company developing AI in that. But that's a very special purpose case.
Well, I mean, one of the options would be, if Australia wants a niche in LLM, to have a niche based on ethical principles, surety of data, and explainability. Like, that's a nice niche to have, but is it sufficient? I mean, it's a nice niche to have, but that's something government could lean into, creating that kind of niche, couldn't they?
They could. I mean, they could. I mean, I think.
Should we get rid of the ethical or explicable?
No. I'm not questioning that part of you. I'm just trying to sort of work through the sort of the benefits of doing that. I think, look, on the aggregate, we are very supportive of the development of sovereign capability around AI. So I think it's incredibly important that we have Australian developers, that we have machine learning specialists, we have people trained in machine vision,
These are all good things to say, and I join with you. The question is, what do we do apart from say it?
Look, I think I'm not going to dictate to government in terms of where I think it should put its money.
I'm not suggesting you were dictating, but I was thinking you might help.
Look, I think investment in research capability in this space is good. And if that includes developing, teams that are working on Australian-specific use cases around language models, whether they're large language models or they're more special purpose, I think that's a good thing in general.
Ms. Jeff?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I think what we'd say is it wouldn't be the developing of, say, an Australian LLM wouldn't be the output or the outcome that we'd be measuring. It would be what skills have we developed along the way, what use cases have we proven out for it. How are we going to take that and move that forward? What are we going to, how are we going to then teach that to the,
it's not a static outcome. It hopefully creates by doing that, you create a better environment, which lets you go to the next step.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yep, all right. But the chair's giving me the wind up.
Thanks, Emma.
Yeah, there's many questions. And again, thank you for coming in and joining us. It's still morning side of midday. So if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could hand those questions back to the committee by the 7th of August 2024. Now you're released, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now suspend until 12:45. Thanks. Good. And now welcome representatives from Parks Australia and Dr. Dylan McConnell. And thank you for taking the time to speak to the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? Maybe from Dr. Bartolo.
Dr. Renee Bartolo, I'm the Director for the Office of the Chief Remote Pilot in Parks Australia.
Thank you.
Chair, my name's Sean Sullivan. I'm the Deputy Secretary inside the department. I'm responsible in part for the Director of National Parks and Parks Australia.
Great, thank you.
And I'm Rebecca Peartsall. I'm the Branch Head for Science and Australian National Botanic Gardens within Parks Australia.
Thank you. And Mr. McConnell, would you like to introduce yourself?
Dylan McConnell, a Senior Research Associate at the University of New South Wales.
Great, thank you. If we'd like to make a short opening statement and at the conclusion of those remarks, then I'll ask senators to ask some questions.
Great. It's not necessarily an opening statement, Chair. We were asked to appear today, noting we didn't make a submission, so I thought just a quick 1 minute overview of the context
that'd be
for
very
us.
helpful.
As I said, I'm responsible for Parks Australia and Antarctic Division and the Office of the Supervising Scientist inside the department. The Director of National Parks is a unique position in that he is a corporation sole, but all of the staff that are in Parks Australia are staff of the department. So it's one of those unusual governance arrangements. As I said, it's unique in the Commonwealth. In terms of what Parks Australia is responsible for, obviously 3 co-managed parks with traditional owners in terms of Kakadu, Uluru, Katajuda and Buddery, but also responsible for island parks, including Norfolk Island all the way to the west and Christmas Island, and also responsible for development and management of Australia's marine protected areas. And so we stand ready, hopefully, to be able to assist you, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. McConnell.
G'day. Thanks, Senator. And I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me along today as well. I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm meeting you with you from the lands of the Wurundjeri people. We are down in Melbourne, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'm a Senior Research Associate with the Collaboration on Environmental and Energy Markets at the University of New South Wales. Energy system researcher that focuses on the operation and organisation of electricity systems, in particular trying to provide insights and understanding on the energy transition in restructured electricity markets, of which our national electricity market is an example. Among a range of things, I've studied the impact of renewable energy on the system, optimal dispatch of storage, optimal deployment of resources, developing models to understand the efficient integration of renewable and other resources into our energy system. I'm very much coming to this inquiry and questions around data centres and AI from the perspective of the energy system and potential implications for the transition of the Australian energy system and potential consequences for our missions. So, I guess to be clear, I'm not an expert on the profile and power demand of data centres themselves, but rather on drawn projections of those and insights from others to inform how they might impact aggregate demand and the development of the broader system. So hopefully I can perhaps answer any of your questions today as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Darnham, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you. Maybe some questions for Parks Australia first. I know you didn't put in a submission, but perhaps you could just talk a bit about how long Parks Australia has been using AI technology and perhaps some specific examples about how that's assisted your work.
Thanks for the question, Senator. I might get Dr. Bartolo to run through the history and also some of the examples of where we're using it in parks. And if it assists the inquiry, we probably won't cover the field in terms of all the examples we're using. We're happy to give you a summary, a short snapshot of those at the conclusion of today, if that suits, Chair.
That would be a great deal of assistance, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you. So we commenced trialling and using AI in January 2022, and I think some of the main use examples that we do have been sort of trialling, and we are in the trialling phase, doing a crawl, walk, run approach, is in wildlife surveys in particular. So we might use drones to undertake those surveys and use AI then to do detections. We also use it doing some trials in terms of visitor safety with a crocodile AI detection model for swimming holes. That's not to replace existing survey methods, but to add further lines of evidence. And we're also for environmental monitoring and management, so things like weeds over time and ghost nets and marine debris in Northern Australia, and also just camera traps. So that's general biodiversity monitoring and the detection in hundreds of images of wildlife in those.
So, Senator, from that early beginning, so what is it, 3.5 years ago, similar sorts of uses have basically coming from the work of Dr. Bartolo's group has now extended to things like acoustic monitoring for blue whales in the Southern Ocean, identification for wildlife bird calls through acoustic recordings, and identification of freshwater fish from underwater videography. So one of the key messages for us, and I think looking across the department, is not only the application with respect to drones, but it's that opportunity for environmental benefits that comes from the use of AI. We, for example, the blue whale example I referred to before, we did an analysis on first use and found that the AI was 90%, got 90% of the calls. Blue whale, human in 10 hours got 70% of the calls. The AI took 30 seconds. So there's huge efficiency gains for us, as well as we're getting much better application of knowledge coming from the same data set. So for us, if we're, one of the examples Dr. Bartolo talked about was weed identification. So rather than having helicopters in the air, if we can get that from satellite technology and get better results, then we've saved a huge amount of cost. We're getting better data and also having a lesser environmental footprint rather than using helicopters and also safety issues with respect to using helicopters in very remote locations.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the outcomes of this work, and so you've talked a bit about the productivity improvements and also the environmental benefits. So what's the aim of your trialling phase? What's your approach to kind of, I guess, measuring outcomes from a productivity and environmental perspective, and then what do you do with those productivity gains, or what's planned to do with that?
It's a really good question, and I'll get either Dr. Purcell or Dr. Bartolo to talk about that in a straight Parks context, Parks Australia context, but more broadly, we're funding this not out of a designated line of funding. We're trying to invest in the crawl approach to trialling this to see what the potential benefits are, both in terms of scope, baseline information, as well as getting better information as over time, hopefully to improve environmental reporting and indicators. So there's, and again, if we just look at the use of drones for that, that has really expanded across the department in terms of the application, and there are significant and obvious examples where we're looking to expand our footprint to look at environmental monitoring post-environmental approvals decisions as well. So where we can get real-time information that's comprehensive and a lot cheaper to collect, hopefully. But in terms of Parks Australia?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think as Dr Bartolo and Mr Sullivan have said, we're taking a considered approach to the use of AI. So we're trying it through some case studies where we can test the benefits of it and also, as we go, identify and mitigate against the sorts of risks that AI might pose. I guess with AI, there's the benefit that it enables from collecting really large amounts of data and being able to analyse those complex data sets in time-efficient ways really frees up our staff time from laborious activities and enables them to put their time into higher value activities. So that's one of the significant productivity gains we expect from the application of AI. In a monitoring context, Mr Sullivan described the sort of vast Parks Australia estate. So we've obviously got a real interest to meet the objectives of the DNP in being able to understand and monitor and track the trends and the state of the values in those parks. And the productivity gains through AI enable us to collect large amounts of data through sensors and other automated means across much larger areas, again freeing up staff time and also resources from that and enabling those sorts of broader monitoring and performance assessment sorts of outcomes across parks, and therefore giving us more information to be able to make effective management decisions from the material that we collect and analyse.
Thank you. In August 2023, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water issued some interim guidance on the use of generative AI, I understand, and it was based on APS-wide guidance issued by the Digital Technology Agency. I was wondering if you could talk about whether this guidance was easy to apply in your use of AI, what changes you needed to make to the APS-wide guidance to make them fit your agency, and I guess any other reflections on, the systemic application that you've observed through the trial, or the trialling that you've been doing, I should say.
I'll get Renee to talk about, Dr Bartolo to talk about the application of the interim guidance. Obviously, while, as I said, the Director of National Parks, which if you hear us say DNP, that's who we're talking about, is a separate agency, but is a corporation, as I said, a corporation sole. So we see ourselves as intrinsic partners, not like a normal sort of statutory agency that sits well outside normal departmental sort of conglomerate. So we were involved in a whole of department approach to the development of that interim guidance. But in terms of what did that mean for us at an operational level, Dr Bartolo?
Yes, thanks. So those guidelines are interim, and we do apply those guidelines to everything that we do with the generative AI. There's also acceptable use that's built into the system. If you're accessing it, you have to accept a range of conditions on how you use the AI that's linked to those interim guidelines and the wider APS guidelines. Some of our use cases are unique, and we're pushing different areas, and I think over time it's us learning those lessons and being able to feed back anything unique in any further policies. And I think what we will probably see over time is the policies evolve as more use and trialling happens, and that will probably lead to really good outcomes.
There's an analogy centre which is, and it's not completely linked, but it's partially linked in terms of drones, where we continually meet with CASA with respect to us pushing the use of drones and how we can actually use drones for a variety of purposes across the broader department. So I think there's some lessons learnt there in terms of making sure that we continue to not just look to push boundaries, but to say this is what we're trying to do and trying to achieve. How does that fit with the regulatory overlays, and what changes do we need to think about in terms of those overlays to allow for the obvious benefits that we want to try and get, particularly with respect to outcome measurement and baseline data sets. So I think, as I said, hopefully that helps in terms of it's not the first time where we're working through a regulatory framework or a guidance framework and trying to work cooperatively in both a whole of department, whole of portfolio and a whole of government sense.
Thank you. I might move to Mr. McConnell, if that's okay. So you have recently provided some commentary for an article in The Guardian about the prospect of rising demand from data centres, that it was a bit concerning and surprising, and compared the energy required for data centres in Sydney to 2 aluminium smelters worth of electricity demand. So I was just wondering if you could talk to us about how prepared you think our grid is to deal with the growing energy demands from data centres.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think it's fair to say that if you're going off these projections, the current sort of planning and preparedness of the grid is insufficient. They basically haven't been taking into account these extreme levels of growth. So, yeah, to sort of go back a step, earlier this year, the International Energy Agency published a report that suggested that data centre load growth across the globe would be doubling by 2026, which is, it's a big number already. It's roughly equivalent to about 2 Australia's worth of electricity by 2026. In Australia, we've seen these other projections from investment banks, Morgan Stanley Research, UBS, and so on, that have kind of similar local projections, sort of doubling, or more than doubling by 2030. And the numbers that they have for that are, they are not incorporated into the current forecasts or projections or the current planning processes. So the UBS numbers that were published, I think, last week, their low-end growth rate would suggest another South Australia worth of demand by 2030, and another 2 South Australias in their high-end case. So we're talking about quite considerable potential growth in consumption from these data centres. I should say, I don't have a good handle on the validity or robustness of these projections, but there are several of them. Morgan Stanley, I think I mentioned, has a similar sort of projection. I think, sort of growing from about 1,000 megawatts of demand today to 2,500 megawatts by 2030, similar order of magnitude. They're big numbers put out by, I guess, relatively respected organisations, but I'm very much looking at this from implications from the electricity sector perspective.
So it sounds like, well, in your view then, do you think that the Australian energy market operator is aware of these kinds of projections and is ready to deal with the increased need for energy if these projections that you've referred to are correct?
They're certainly aware of this issue. I think maybe 2 or 3 months ago, they were consulting on improving their methodology for incorporating data centre load. I made a small submission to their forecasting reference group exactly on this. So on one level, they are certainly aware, but I think their current approach is not factoring in some of these fairly ambitious or significant growth projections. So they're updating what they're doing there.
Okay, and do you think that as this kind of technology and infrastructure continues to become more sophisticated and advanced, that the energy requirements will decrease or get more efficient, if that's how you describe it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit beyond what I can speak to, but yeah, there's various views on what might happen with energy consumption from these data centres. And at one extreme, there's sort of I guess these numbers that are put out by IEA and investment banks and the likes. And at another extreme, you have optimists or people that are talking about quantum computing and the significant improvements in efficiency that may come with further development of these data centres. I don't really have a strong sense of who is right on that and what this might mean. It is possible that there is significant efficiency improvements to be made. I'm not sure, but yeah, based on these projections, though, the amount of energy that they are talking about is considerable.
Mm-hmm. So maybe this, just to finish off on this final question from me, do you know whether other countries around the world, particularly places like China and the US, who would also be grappling with this question, have any learnings that we could take away, or what's being done in other jurisdictions around this energy demand question?
Yeah, to some extent, yes. And I've sort of looked at some analysis from the European Union, actually looking at different approaches that you can take to managing this load in a renewable-dominated system, and what value there might be in flexibility of these resources. There's a couple of things to be said about that, I think. One is this: it doesn't fundamentally change the sort of opportunity cost question. There is if we are using this renewable energy resources to power these things, then we are not using it to power other things. And in the context of constraints and challenges around building what we need to build sort of under current projections, that doesn't fundamentally change that question. It just means that they are perhaps integrated into the system better, or in a better way. But there is an additional requirement, irrespective of whether you do it well or not. And there is a related question around the value of demand response and flexibility. That is also another contested area. The sort of proponents of some of the new technologies say that they can do quite a lot of ramping and are quite flexible. There are others that say that these things are still running pretty much 24/7, and the economics dictate that you do want to be running them 24/7. I don't have a strong sense on that. I would also say that its ability to provide system services and things like demand response are not reasons to do this. This is maybe a crude example, but you could boil the ocean and with a heating element and provide the same services. That's not to say that boiling the ocean is a good idea. It's just a consequence of having a big load that you can turn off. It is true that they can provide these services, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's a reason to do them from an energy system perspective.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Jen. Thanks for all of you attending. I might start where Senator Darmanin left off with you, Dr. McConnell. I understand your evidence is you haven't looked at the data for the projections going forward, but you note that pretty much every projection is showing something like an exponential growth in energy use for data. Would that be a fair summary of your evidence? It's
not. I have looked at the projections and I've seen the data, but it's not. I don't. I don't have any special knowledge about the validity of those projections is where I'm coming from. I sort of plug them into my models or look at them how those projections will interact with the energy system, but without any judgment on whether or not those projections are valid.
But would it be fair to say you haven't seen a projection showing that the energy use will go down or flatline? They're all in one.
They're all in one direction. There's a lot of variation on how big that direction or how far in that direction they go, but yeah, they're all in one direction.
The question is how aggressively up it goes.
Yes, correct.
That's the uncertainty in the space.
Yeah.
Then obviously one of the ways jurisdictions can try and address that is to put requirements in for any platform that its programming be such as to reduce energy use, be as efficient as possible. Because it's my understanding you can adopt a fairly blunt approach to processing in these models and just throw computer grunt at something, or you can require more refined programming, targeted searches and the like. Have you looked at those potential solutions?
No, that's a bit beyond what I've looked at, I'm afraid.
So in terms of where you can assist the committee, it is, unless something is done, large-scale data processing is going to require an increasing share of our energy market, and we should be getting ahead of the curve and addressing that.
Yeah, I think one area that's perhaps useful to look at is some increased transparency about the existing data centres in terms of what energy consumption is currently occurring, current operating profiles and planned expansions. There is a bit of publicly available data, but it's somewhat opaque, and there is some sort of difficulty and sensitivity, I guess, commercial sensitivity about this data. But having from an energy system or an electricity system planning perspective, having some additional data and insights into what these things are doing now and what the sort of the plans are would be extremely valuable to the likes of AEMO and other people sort of planning the grid.
Yeah, and indeed ensuring that there's some kind of throughput between their plans and AEMO's understanding about our national energy market seems to be timely and essential at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And look, this is getting a bit into the more speculative realm, but there are programs or procedures, things like the wholesale demand response mechanism and other sort of participation as a scheduled load. These sort of more ways that data centres may more productively participate in the electricity market. Perhaps having some requirements around that could be beneficial, but there's basically not a lot of detail around how they are operating and how they could operate.
Yeah, if large language models are complicated, the national energy market has its own degree of complexity. But looking at this in terms of long-term planning is what you're putting on the table here. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I might then go to, perhaps it's you, Dr. Bartolo.
Before you go there, Senator, given energies in the portfolio, and I used to look after energy, we are learning from other countries. I know when I ran the review of energy policy for the EU, because I was an IEA board member for a number of years, Ireland was at approximately 13 to 14% of its total electricity use was in 2020. I think it was still projected, that was projected to go to 40 to 50% by 2030. I think that projection is now 70% of their total electricity use will be through data centres by 2030. There's a couple of things there. Demand management is part of that future. It has been built into a lot of the models. I take the evidence that AEMO is trying to improve its forecasting models with respect to the use of data centres. That's not unusual. AEMO does that on a regular basis with respect to trying to improve its both integrated system plan for transmission but also the energy demand models. Just the other thing that we need to think about with respect to data centres is the water use as well, and particularly for Australia in a dry continent, there's a significant amount of water used for cooling data centres, and so that needs to be also built into that equation. So I'm not going to proclaim now to be an expert because I haven't been in the energy field for a couple of years, but I just wanted to basically put on the record that inside the IEA we were looking at this in terms of what were the mechanisms that we could look at with respect to demand management in particular some time ago. But I just also wanted to put on the record the issue about water and water use.
Yeah. Just of interest, we are dealing with a water question in our next session as well. So, but thank you for raising it. It's been very helpful.
Again, it points to the need to be proactive in the space. If you simply just let things run, the impact that may have on our energy prices, water availability, letting things run is not the answer.
Yeah, but I think take the point that's why AEMO is running that consultative process around how their models, both in terms of upper limit and what their baseline looks like with respect to data center use over time, is really, really important.
Yep. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
That's all right. Dr. Bartolo, the work you're doing in Kakadu on the Healthy Country Partnership, is that in your bailiwick?
So that Healthy Country AI, I think you're referring to, that was done in partnership with CSIRO and Microsoft.
Yep.
Is that the one? Yeah, that's not operational, and it hasn't sort of been carried forward at the moment, as far as we're aware.
All right. So when did it operate?
It was trialled and tested under the National Environmental Science Program, the last round. I can't give you the exact year right now, but it was a few years ago.
I think it was around 2019, somewhere around.
So it was just for 1 year?
I don't have those details in front of me about the duration of it, but it was around that 2019-2020 period.
All right.
That's in a program that's not operated by
Parks Australia. I mean, it was done in conjunction with Indigenous rangers, Binage co-researchers. This is according to the website. Do you know what's happened to the Indigenous knowledge that was put into that program? What, if any, protections there were for it? What, if any, constraints there were on Microsoft's use of it? Was any of that considered in that program?
So my understanding, and again, as Mr Sullivan said, it's not a program that we ran in Parks, it was run on Parks in conjunction with Kakadu. My understanding is that the work incorporated First Nations input into the design of the work, and that the data handling had different layers of access, so that access was constrained according to different access levels, with First Nations knowledge having a particular restricted access within that. So that's my understanding, but again, I don't have the details of the...
Sorry, run on Parks, not in Parks. Are you saying that Parks didn't have a role in approving or assessing or reviewing it?
I wasn't with Parks at that time. I would have to take that and have a look at it. Renee, do you have any knowledge of that?
So
process?
to be able to do research on Park, they have to have a research permit, and it goes through a consultation process. So there was traditional owner approval for that project.
All right. My understanding is, and again, I'm going off the website, data was collected, labelled and interpreted using a combination of Indigenous knowledge, Microsoft Artificial Intelligence, custom vision AI from drone footage, data visualisation, scientific research. I suppose my question is, you've had a case study in using these different systems in combination with Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous cultural knowledge. Were there any learnings from that about how to protect First Nations knowledge, how to ensure that it's not incorporated into a large learning model, how to ensure that data sovereignty for First Nations peoples is respected. Do you know if there are any learnings?
So our approach has been, with our AI work, we've taken what they had done with that project and moved it forward. And so the way that we engage is directly with First Nation ranger groups that the Parks is involved with, and everything is done in terms of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property from those aspects, as well as the whole of government Indigenous data governance. And we work in direct partnership. So our model is the IP actually belongs to those First Nation groups that we're working with. There's cultural databases that Parks manage where information from this is collected and stored at appropriate levels. And the technology is at a stage where we can set up different groups of access in terms of the AI components as well. And also developing tooling directly with these First Nation ranger groups that's accessible for them to use, and then they own that tooling. So it's a slightly different approach to that previous project that you're talking about.
Well, if you could on notice provide as much detail as you can about what happened to Indigenous cultural knowledge in that prior project, the extent to which it was or wasn't shared with Microsoft and or any other third party, and what, if any, learnings have come from that, I'd appreciate that. I understand you can't do it at the table here.
So perhaps if I take that back in terms of the program owners, which would have been inside DOE at that stage.
Well, I understand. Well, perhaps if that is a useful way of doing it, but I understand Dr. Bartolo says your agency has taken learnings from it as well, so you must have some knowledge of it. Unless I misunderstood the answer.
We'll take it on notice and do the best we can. I was offering to try and get more.
No, I think that's useful as well. But I suppose I'm also interested in what learnings and what knowledge your agency took, because you're having a lot of that direct contact with First Nations rangers and you're developing these other databases. I think there's two aspects to it all, Mr. Sullivan, is all I'm saying to you.
Where I was going was to do the opportunities to look at compare and contrast between approach 2019-20 under the National Environmental Science Program to what we're doing in a day-to-day sense now, whether that be in Uluru or the Tiwi Islands or in Kakadu.
Yeah, I think that's what my question was getting to. So that would be very helpful. How do you seek permission? You say it comes with permission, and I'm assuming that the intent is to get prior and informed consent for this. Is that permission sought through Indigenous rangers? Is it sought through elders? Is it sought through a mixture of those things? I mean, how do you satisfy yourself you have permission to use and acquire that cultural knowledge?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think Parks Australia is in a unique position, particularly with their parks, that these structures are already in place and they've been in place for years, and everything is consulted with traditional owners and with Indigenous rangers, and all of that process is well bedded down. And I think what we've done now is taken it a step further to bring, to ensure that the ownership of what's collected stays with the community. And a good example is the work that we've been doing in Uluru, and we can take the drone example. That was an extensive consultation process with Mutijulu community elders, other agencies that work in that area as well, and for an acceptance over a long period of time with, once again, a crawl, walk, run approach.
Is there a kind of, are there policy parameters for how you go about ensuring free, prior and informed consent? Is it set out does the agency have a policy for that or a set of guidelines for that?
I think it's intrinsic. I mean, it's intrinsic to how what Ms. Bartolo was Dr. Botello is talking about is the extensive governance arrangements that are already in place. So for Ananu, inside the Uluru Kata Tjuta Board of Management, there's an approval process that we go through. We then will also, and sometimes in that Board of Management, having been on that board, we'll say you need to go and talk to elders in additional elders in Mutijulu, etc. But we are forced, both in terms of our research directions, our monitoring directions, and the application of how we're going to do that, but also the involvement then of Ananu in those projects, how we train Ananu to do that, and having been in terms of the Marla paddock as an example where all those operations are actually done by First Nations rangers.
The reason I'm asking this isn't to poke and prod for fault, but because protecting Indigenous cultural knowledge and data sovereignty should be something that the Commonwealth Government should be stepping forward on, proactively addressing. And the reason I'm poking and prodding is not to find fault, but to try and see the extent to which what you've been doing and the lessons that you have, how to apply them, if applicable. I'm sure, it's a complex First Nations mapping around the country, but how to apply these learnings as best we can.
Absolutely. I think, and we want to be best at this in terms of that broader application and knowledge transfer of what we're doing and how we're doing things in, for example, Uluru, how that can be then utilised in other parts of the country.
But is there a process for that knowledge transfer? I mean, do you have Parks New South Wales come in to see you, or Parks ACT come in to see you, and sitting down and doing that knowledge transfer?
So we run we have 2 communities of practice that the department we've run since 2021, one in drones and one in AI. That was just set up when we were with Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and so that grew out past our agencies, and it has other Commonwealth agencies come along to that as well, and also ACT Government, Parks and Wildlife. It's open to other agencies, like at state and territory levels, and that's where a lot of this learning and transfer, that's a collaborative space for that to happen.
Can I ask one more, please? This work with Indigenous rangers and First Nations communities has been happening for probably decades, in one way or another. There must be substantial amounts of data that was brought on board prior to the agency understanding how important free, prior and informed consent is. So there must be a lot of data sitting in places, and perhaps there's even some current, a bunch of current databases which have elements of data which didn't go through that process, didn't have permission. Are you looking at that to see how you address it going forward?
So there is an idea within the cultural heritage team to look at archival data, and they certainly work in this space, and some of that work, I believe, is to look at whether that data has been collected in those certain ways, but that's a large sort of project, and they're looking at whether, as part of that process, they digitise it and it can be sort of searched through a little bit better. And part of, like I've seen it at Uluru Kata Tjuta National Park, is the traditional owners and people from the community are involved in looking at those archives.
It's a really good question, though. So I was involved in the cultural mapping of Maru country in the Pilbara, eastern Pilbara, back in 2007, and I don't know where that data is. It was something I asked a friend who I worked with on it not so long ago. When I look back on catchment management across the country, for 10 years we invested in Water Watch data. Because it was done by kids, it was left in catchment managers' back, gardens and sheds and whatever. It's only years later that CSIRO came back and said, hang on, that's really important data because it's actually pretty good. And it's been lost. So it's not, I think that opportunity for some retrospective looking at what we're doing with data collection from previous years that we can then hopefully better utilise going forward is one of those things I'd love to have the resources to do more of.
But not just better utilised. There may be some data that was captured that when you consult with First
Absolutely.
Nations communities now,
Yeah.
they may actually say, well, that should never have been handed over. This should be deleted from your database. Are any of those conversations happening?
So we're looking within Parks Australia at our broader question of data governance. So there's a lot of different types of data that are held within Parks Australia, and it is a really important question, the one that you raise. I think it's very broadly applicable to a lot of our environmental data in parks and beyond. And so that question of what our data governance is, what data do we hold, under what conditions was it collected, are the appropriate free and informed prior consent processes in place for that, and if they haven't been, how do we look at those data sets to review them in that light is a challenge for lots of organisations that hold that type of data, and it's also one for Parks Australia.
Or even give it back rather than delete it. There may actually be a requirement to give it back.
Yeah, and I think that question of how that happens is very much is one that that First Nations people are the ones to tell us how they would like that to be approached and how we take those steps.
The chair is super winding me up, like for the third time.
I am. But look, I want to thank you very much for both of you, both Dr. McConnell, but also the team there, Mr. Sullivan, because it was very helpful. And if there's particular examples, you had Kakadu, if you had another particular example, certainly on the case of data that's may have not as rigorously been found for First Nations, but how that's now been dealt with, some of those processes, that would be a great deal of assistance to the committee. Just share Senator Shoebridge's optimism of finding some answers through the processes that you've applied, even if they're getting there, is as important as if it's got there. That'll help the committee in its consideration for other steps.
Okay, so happy to take that, Chair, as well as I think I promised you a short summary of some of the applications we're currently using that, but also that one that Senator Shoebridge talked about in terms of the comparison between the NEST program, and we'll get as much as we can, versus what are we doing on the ground in a day-to-day sense now in terms of application of prior informed consent. What's the governance underpinning that in terms of decision making, and then what do we do with it? I think that's where we're coming from. Right.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thanks all.
Have a great afternoon. And if you've taken any questions on notice, the questions on notice, if you're able to, with assistance of the committee, if you're able to reply to them by the 7th of August.
Thanks for that, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McConnell.
No worries. Thank you.
Now welcome representatives from RMIT by video and Pawsey Supercomputing Centre. Got the right name.
More credentials than I have.
Good, thanks very much. Maybe if Mr. Stickles, if you could just introduce yourself, and then I'll ask Dr. Gordon to do the same thing. And who you're representing.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. So my name's Mark Stickles. I'm the CEO of the Pawsey Supercomputing Research Centre based in Perth, Western Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aslan Gordon, and I'm a senior lecturer at RMIT University in Melbourne.
Thank you. Mr. Stickles, would you like to make a short opening statement, and then I'll go to Mr. Gordon and ask him, and then we'll go to questions from the committee.
Thank you, Senator. So thank you for the opportunity to present here today. I really do appreciate this opportunity to support this committee's important inquiry.
So my submission on behalf of the Pawsey Supercomputing Research Centre was also supported by my colleague, Professor Melanie Johnston-Hollett from Curtin University's Institute of Data Science, and I acknowledge her contribution. I also would like to acknowledge the privilege of meeting here on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country in this place and reflect that Pawsey is located on Whadjuk Noongar country in Perth, and we have a wonderful national supercomputing facility that is connected to Wadjuri Yamaji country in the Midwest. And if you're wondering about my tie, the supercomputer that we have is I think it's a national treasure, but it has this wonderful Wadjuri artwork on the supercomputer. So I'm really proud to display it here today, and Elder Margaret Whitehurst's wonderful artwork. Pawsey is a national critical facility, critical research infrastructure, and it operates one of the world's most energy efficient and powerful supercomputers, Photonix. Our advanced computing and data services support Australian researchers to accelerate scientific discovery and cover domains like radio astronomy, energy, resources, engineering, bioinformatics and health sciences. We operate as an unincorporated and collaborative joint venture between CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency, Curtin University, Murdoch University and the University of Western Australia. And I'm here to present on behalf of Pawsey as a national facility and joint venture, and not specifically on behalf of our partners, many of whom have made their own submissions to this important inquiry. I acknowledge the support of the Australian Government through its NCRIS program, funded by the Department of Education. The Australian Government recently provided a $70 million grant in 2018 to refresh the technology and services that we provide to a world-class standard that we operate on behalf of thousands of Australian researchers. Additionally, support for Pawsey is provided by the West Australian Government and our partner organisations. I would like to reiterate, as we expressed in our submission to the committee, the importance of national and regional investment in sovereign digital infrastructure and the skilled personnel and research expertise needed to ensure Australia is well positioned to benefit from advances in AI. Again, thank you for the opportunity and look forward to your questions.
Good, thank you. Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. So yeah, I'm really passionate about AI. I think it's a really important topic, and many people see AI as the next revolution after the industrial and information revolutions we've gone through. And so not only has it the potential to change the way we live and work, but also has huge potential to change the way we interact with the natural environment and impact the natural environment. So I'll just briefly outline my background and then I'll just raise a couple of concerns I have about environmental impacts associated with AI. So I originally did a PhD in particle physics. There I utilised a lot of high-performance computing, machine learning, analysis of large data sets and generated an interest in AI. Since then, for the last 15 years, I've been working in the field of biodiversity, conservation, environmental impact assessment and sustainability. And so some of that work's included the application of machine learning approaches to large spatial data sets to address sort of conservation problems. So yeah, I've been really fascinated by watching what's happened since late 2022 when ChatGPT burst onto the scene and just watching with sort of awe but also concern about the capabilities of AI, but also constantly thinking about the environmental impacts that it has. And I guess I've always been interested in the impacts of the information and communications technology we've used more generally, and feel like it's often the extent of the impacts of the technologies we've used are often very under-recognised in the general public. And I feel like this recent explosion of popularity of generative AI potentially threatens a step change of environmental impacts due to the computational infrastructure required to train and deploy the AI models we see all around the world. And I was just looking up some of the stats. I was surprised to see that, a single query on ChatGPT is something between 10 to 90 times more energy intensive than just a Google search. And then if we generate an image, that's probably 20 times more energy intensive again. Generative AI producing video has just become a big thing this year, and there's lots of very impressive companies out there doing that. I haven't seen any good estimates of energy intensity of generating video, but it's probably orders of magnitude higher yet again. And we'll probably get data on that coming out later in the year. And then when we think there's now millions or possibly billions of queries of on these AI platforms every day, the energy use is just quite staggering. And I guess the main thing underpinning this is the data centres that supply the computational resources to run these models. And I guess, the Pawsey Centre that we're having information on today is a great example of that as well. But, data centres use probably between 1% to 3% of the world's electricity supply, depending on estimates. And I think in Australia it's a little bit higher, up around 5%. I've seen one estimate. And so thinking about the efficiency of data centres is a really important response, but that alone won't solve the issue as well. So lots of Australians use AI, and it's going to be basically offshore use because they're using the platforms that are hosted overseas. So that's a problem. And I guess another important factor is, looking about the way AI is used and implemented has a really big potential to reduce energy efficiency, and also raising public awareness. So people actually have an understanding of the environmental footprint of not only AI, but the products, the software products and services they use. Anyway, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to appear here, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thank you both for your attendance. The previous witness, one of the previous witnesses was talking about, and I think you were online at the time, Dr. Gordon, was talking about the exponential growth in energy for data centres. Do you have any numbers or data to hand that would give some kind of parameters to that expected growth?
Yeah, well, so on a global level, I think, the projection is that they're going to grow. But in Australia, I've seen some numbers, like currently we use about 5% of our electricity. But I think I've seen some reports that it could be up to 8% by 2030 and even as high as 15%, because as you heard previously, there's a lot of uncertainties in these projections, but it's certainly going to be significant.
That's like the transport sector. It's within a decade or so, it could be the equivalent of the transport sector in terms of energy use.
Potentially, yeah. So this is just looking at the projections that are out there by different organisations. But yeah, I think at the upper bound, that's certainly plausible.
The submission, was it a joint submission between the two of you? It's your submission, Mr. Stickles? Well, yours?
Mine was a separate submission to Dr. Gordon's and RMIT.
Yeah. The Pawsey submission has a variety of potential ways of limiting the environmental footprint from data processing. Some of it is about restrictions on water use, but to what extent is it good system design, ensuring good programming, requiring the minimum grunt for the maximum outcome, if you like? Is that part of it?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's absolutely part of it. I think the system design at Pawsey had an energy efficiency criterion as part of the procurement strategy. So when we went to market 4 years ago, we had energy efficiency as part of the requirement for selecting the technology. We also have designed a facility with sustainability in mind. So more than 10 years ago, the facility was built to use geothermal technology to use water from the aquifer to cool the system, and then recharge that water back into the aquifer. So use the natural energy that we have in our aquifer for the cooling purposes. And then the third element, which I think Senator, you brought up in the previous question around efficient use, there's absolutely a program of effort with our researchers to optimise their code and design their algorithms efficiently, and we can see orders of magnitude improvements in both efficiency and performance of their codes.
I think you used the term model compression. Is that partly how that's described?
One of the big shifts, mate, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. I've got a GPU.
You're allowed to use props. We're not. So
with your permission, Chair and committee, I do have a prop. I was nervous about bringing it, but I thought
that's good. As long as it's not a lump of coal.
Go right ahead.
It's definitely not coal. So it's a GPU. So there's several hundred of these that are powering one of the largest and most powerful supercomputers in the Southern Hemisphere in Perth. And it's a national facility. I've mentioned it several times. I've intentionally used the word infrastructure several times because this is not a commodity service. It's a specialist piece of equipment. But there are 58 billion transistors in my hand that provide the electrical sort of circuitry that help powers one part of this computer. Put several hundred of these together in a few racks and you create a massively parallel supercomputer. So with this sort of breakthrough in compute power, with the masses of data that is available to us in all sorts of domains now, and the development of, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, the sort of the killer application of AI in ChatGPT, we're seeing a revolution in AI uptake. This is at the heart of it, and is something that we have engineered. I think a very efficient use of the system. We have a regard for renewable use of water. We have regard for sustainable use of the system, but the demand is exceeding the supply here. So we do have this challenge as we move forward.
You're bringing the GPU in, but what you didn't bring in was the cooling system and the fans and I assume that the actual GPUs themselves are this sort of thin slither of infrastructure surrounded by the energy use in part, is that right?
It is in part. So to give you some numbers, the earlier system, which was a world-class system that served the country for several years, it was called Magnus, used about 700 kilowatts of power for about a petaflop of compute. Now, a petaflop is a measure of the processing speed, and it's 1 with 15 zeros after it, calculations per second. So these are massively parallel, massively powerful computers. It requires air to cool them. It requires, in our case, several million litres of water to keep this system cooled every year, and then recycled through the aquifer. So we use that. We use solar panels on the roof of the facility to provide a couple of 100 kilowatts of renewable energy, but we also draw, in the old system, several hundred kilowatts of power off the grid.
And you said it was 1 petaflop, did you say?
That was the one. That was the old
kilowatts.
system. Now we've replaced that with a new system that uses this technology. It's approaching 50 petaflops of compute.
Okay.
And when launched earlier last year, was the 4th most energy efficient system on the planet, and has provided a 30 times increase in compute capacity for researchers around the country to do things that you can't do on a desktop. So there are calculations you just can't do without using these sorts of computers. That's come at about a 2x in energy use. So we've got a significant performance improvement, 30 times, but we're using about 1.5 megawatts of power for the facility now, which is about equivalent, I'm sorry, Senator, one more quote, for a small suburb. So to put that into perspective, it is still a lot of energy for this sort of facility.
And Dr. Gordon, that kind of step change over what, Mr. Sickles, sorry, this is between Magnus and now, how many years are we talking?
So the last system we decommissioned about 18 months ago, but we invested in this architecture about 3 years ago. It takes 2 to 3 years for them to come onto stream. And then since that, because we've moved to GPUs, we've also seen this widespread industry uptake of GPUs for generative AI. So it's changing the landscape for compute facilities like ours.
So what's the life cycle for one of these systems? About 5 years?
About 5 years.
So if you're, and I accept this is a very narrow data set, if you're doubling your energy use in 5 years, that's a hard trajectory going forward, isn't it? That's a tough one to deal with.
It is possible within our current infrastructure, but we're drawing from a grid that's not part of the NEM in WA and a grid that's in transition. So it's still a grid that's not fully renewable or sustainably fully renewable. And but the compensation, apologies, the wrong word, while the power might double, the compute performance might go up by a factor of 10 because of efficiencies and Moore's law and all of those things. And that's the trade.
That efficiency gain is great, but then, you know, we are in a constrained environment in terms of the sheer amount of power and what we can put through, the environmental impacts of that power. So even as efficiency gains up, if the absolute amount of power being drained, that's an unquestioning environmental constraint, isn't it?
Yes, I acknowledge that, yes.
Yeah. Then when do you know if any government agencies or if there's any government policy on AI that says, well, when you're looking at a model, you're looking at an application, one of the key criteria is energy efficiency and environmental impact. Do you see that in any of your work?
Not specifically commenting on government policy there, but with respect to the way Pawsey reports its activities, we report increasingly the environmental impact, and we're getting from our researchers some communities demanding more efficient compute, and we're developing a model to actually allocate via energy, so give you an energy budget rather than a compute cycle, because classically everyone wants more compute, but if we gave them the incentive of you only have this much energy on our system.
That's an incentive for good design.
That's an incentive for good design. And we have to invest in our researchers to support their code optimisation and that effort to be able to use this new architecture, because it's quite a different design to classical CPUs, which has been the heavy compute workload for systems for generations. This is what's enabling AI to work differently, but it requires different types of coding, different types of management of data, and I think there have been questions that have been asked of others.
Dr. Gordon, have you heard about that kind of approach to allocating access to computing outside of Pawsey? You get a certain energy budget and work within that?
Yeah, no, as far as I'm aware or what I've come across, I haven't seen anything like that. And I don't think it's widely considered in a lot of the research and development community in terms of the environmental impacts of the code they're writing. I think, obviously people are aware of having to run code efficiently just so that it doesn't take days or weeks or months to run. And so having to control for that and but in terms of actually thinking about the energy use, it hasn't, I don't think historically been a big consideration. And I think that's probably starting to change a little bit now as awareness is growing. But one thing to me that seems like would be really useful would be, in some of the research funding the government puts forward through the Australian Research Council in areas to have specific areas targeting sort of development of AI algorithms and computing algorithms that specifically focus on energy efficiency in themselves as well.
Maybe even as a sort of an a priori before you can plug it in, any particularly complex query, data crunch. And when we're talking about, one of the goals for AI design is transparency. We talk about transparency about the data that goes in, the algorithms and the like, explaining, the process from A to B. Should one of the things we should be adding to the transparency mix be energy use?
I would strongly agree with that. And I think it would be great to see, requirements for energy use reporting in a holistic way, but it would be really powerful to say, here's the range of energy use on average for each query of using, say, for example, this AI service. And that can be hard to do because it's going to vary between data centres and, ambient background temperatures and all these things. But even just giving bounds would be amazing and powerful for people as just a reminder for people when they're using these services as to this is what the actual footprint is of submitting a query.
Mr. Stickles, you operate one of these units, so I'm sure that a lot of what you do comes from a sense of environmental stewardship, but another chunk of it must come just from the operating costs and reducing energy use and reducing operating costs. Do you think we could just rely upon those commercial drivers for going forward?
I think it's important that we acknowledge we operate as a research facility, so we do have I think a licence to explore things outside of the bounds of what might be commercially viable, and that's important as a research facility. there is a relationship that we need to have with the commercial infrastructure for providers for digital services and infrastructure more widely. So it is an area that's growing in interrelationships. But I believe it's, I guess my personal view is it goes to the social licence for me and for the organisation I represent to operate with proper stewardship for the facility that we manage and the communities we serve. And I'll just quickly acknowledge the radio astronomy community that operates some wonderful facilities nationally, published some papers a couple of years ago that identified the computing requirements of their science as the single biggest carbon footprint, above operating telescopes or above international travel to conferences.
Yeah.
This is an area that some communities are calling out and saying we deserve and demand better. And it's my personal view is that's what we support science at the leading edge, and right from the foundation of our facility we're pioneering projects around geothermal use. We've explored thermal battery technology, so to allow different technologies on site to store energy, as well as the classical work of these systems, which is fundamentally important for modelling our climate, for modelling different chemistries to help us build better batteries, for supporting human health and disease. These systems at scale are fundamentally important, and I would go so far as to think of them as critical infrastructure in a contemporary sense, in the way that we think of ports or roads and rail. These things are essentially important.
Just going to that, thinking forward about infrastructure, your system that's in place at the moment, you turned it on about 18 months ago, is that right?
Yes.
Well, you probably can just turn it on one day and it magically ran, but it was fully operational about 18 months ago.
I hope that's recorded on Hansard for you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Do you have the funding and the support needed to turn something on in 3.5 years from now, the next iteration in 3.5 years from now? Because there's a global chip shortage. It's a bit of a Hunger Games out there for this kind of computing. Do you have that?
So at this point, not confirmed. So we are well supported by the NCRIS program as an operating facility, and we are contributing our input into the National Digital Research Infrastructure Strategy, the NDRI, which is a part of the roadmap for research infrastructure supported through the Department of Education. And I'm obviously active in supporting that and looking for that process to commence in this financial year, because as you've pointed out, Senator, it is a process that takes time to invest in the infrastructure to replace it as it gets to end of life.
And it's also an incredibly tight market where you've got to get your order in early, otherwise it's going to be another 3 years delay in terms of getting access to the chips. So it's my loose understanding of the market at the moment. It's incredibly tight with already significant delays. Am I wrong in that?
No, it is. It is a competitive market. One can only look at the market valuations of NVIDIA as an indication of the demand for their product, which is this sort of leading GPU architecture.
And so, just so I don't misunderstand your evidence, Mr. Stickles, a decision in this financial year, hopefully a positive decision in this financial year, would be important for you in terms of that time frame and ensuring that the transition to the next generation can work effectively.
Yeah, it would be very positive for Pawsey and its partners to have that degree of certainty to allow the process to be as seamless as possible.
Do you have any, and you can take this on notice if you like, what the kind of budgetary envelope is for that?
I will take that on notice, and also just to acknowledge that my efforts would be to also work in concert with our national centre here in Canberra, as both national centres provide an important level of support.
Well, you can give as much context as you like in the answer.
Yeah. So no, I think it's important that does take both a national view and also support from regional governments. It is needing a level of scale and direction that is, I think, important for the nation.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Darman.
Thank you. Mr Stickles, just following on from some of the discussion with Senator Shoebridge around the steps that you've taken to mitigate the environmental impacts of Pawsey, it sounds like that some of the impetus, at least at the beginning, was also due to Commonwealth, procurement arrangements, that it was required as part of the selection process. Was that for building the facility only, or building and operating the facility? Those sustainability requirements as part of the procurement process?
So I'll take your question in two parts, if I may, Senator. The building was established and commissioned in 2013, and the geothermal project was part of a CSIRO research effort to explore cooling for that facility because it was built to house a supercomputer and support Australia's effort to host the Square Kilometre Array project. The most recent renewal, when that first round of system architecture reached its productive end of life, economic end of life, when we went to tender to market, we had a selection criterion to have performance but also energy efficiency as one of the criterion. And the development at the time, it proves to be very timely that the introduction of GPUs at the scale that they've come on in the last 2 or 3 years was something we were in the front row of. And so we were able to, and this would be on the record somewhere, about $48 million was the procurement for the supercomputing system, but there's been other elements of networking, infrastructure improvements, data storage, which is a continual challenge, and a program to support skilling up and supporting researchers nationally. Thank you.
Thank you. So just the reason I ask that is I'm wondering what your view is on whether similar measures could be put in place for private data centres in Australia in terms of mitigating some of that environmental impact, and if so, how would we go about that?
That's a very good question, and I'm not. So Pawsey currently doesn't have any specific relationships with private data centres, but I've working in this industry, I'm getting to see some of their developments. A number are exploring developing projects that use geothermal technologies similar to what Pawsey's pioneered through the CSIRO research project. And I think it's an extension of your procurement question. If I'm an organisation seeking to work with a data centre, I would be wanting that to be part of my investment decision. So I guess I'm answering in the abstract. And I think most data centre providers of note would be well on top of their environmental impact because the reporting standards are increasing, and the customers of the companies or agencies that use these facilities need to address where that service is being provided and its environmental credentials.
Yeah. This is a more general question. Do you think that we have the skilled workforce needed to grow AI, to grow our AI industry in Australia? And where might the gaps be, or what could we be doing differently from an education, skills and training perspective?
I'm conscious we have Dr. Gordon on the line too. Is that towards me or to Dr. Gordon from
sorry,
RMIT?
yeah, well, both of you if you like.
Okay, thank you. Look, we have a rich program of engaging schools and also university students, and the demand for, say, summer internships at Pawsey well exceeds our ability to support them. We had several hundred applications for 30-something places last year. There is a challenge in the pipeline to actually bring people into this sort of space and to work with the digital and computational sort of skills needed to work at the level that's needed. But I'm optimistic about this. I've worked in this sector a long time, and I think there's great potential for us to harness a workforce and work across our university sectors, and increasingly work. I think I've seen some good examples of bringing together university and TAFE and working with industry partnerships. So I'm optimistic about that, Senator, but Dr. Gordon may have a view.
Yeah, I actually also, my internet just dropped out, but it seems to be working again now. But I just wanted to jump in earlier when you were talking about the private data centres as well.
Yep.
And in looking into this, like I saw that there's the National Australian Built Environment Rating System that does star ratings for infrastructure. So that has a specific rating system for data centres that they've developed as well. And I was pleased to see that there was some information on the Australian Energy Council saying that for data centres providing service to government, they have to have a 5-star energy rating, or that they will have to in the future to be able to do that. And so it seems like that's a really fantastic initiative that could be sort of built on and expanded as well. And I'm not across the full details about how impressive a 5-star rating is or whether it's 6 or 7-star is possible. But building on that and encouraging and incentivising more efficiencies in data centres through standards like that, I think would be really important.
Thanks. Did you have any comments on the, I think when your internet dropped out, I had a question about the capacity in Australia of workforce supply and interest in skills education and training, or gaps in skills education and training,
specifically
for the AI industry. Yeah.
For the sustainability and environmental impacts around AI, or just AI more generally?
Well, both.
Because, I mean, yeah, I'm not across that so much, but again, my experience and from what I've seen, explicitly focusing on the environmental impacts of software and AI being developed is still lacking to some degree. And at least colleagues in computer science and things that I interact with, it's not high on the agenda. So I would think there's probably a big opportunity there and a big growth area, especially in teaching and training as well as research and development.
Yeah, thank you. This question is for you, Dr. Gordon, as well. We've talked quite a bit about the environmental consequences and water usage in particular. How do you think governments should approach these issues as the use of AI increases? And have you seen any solutions being offered elsewhere that we should take note of?
I mean, there's, for example, there's various types of incentive programs. There's the Climate Neutral Data Centre Pact, which seems to have lots of data centres in Europe coming on board and pledging to be carbon neutral by 2030 with their electricity use. So I guess, yeah, encouraging and incentivising programs like that or approaches like that could be really positive. But yeah, I also think just thinking about the way we fund research and putting explicit focus on that in some of research funding as well could be quite helpful, because my experience is there is a bit of a dearth in people thinking about that way for AI.
Yeah. And do you think that governments should be seeking to hold tech companies themselves accountable for costs associated with remedying kind of environmental consequences of energy use?
Yeah, well, that's a big one. But I mean, given these tech companies are in many cases making large profits, I think it's definitely the onus is on them to account for the environmental consequences of their operations. I mean, it's sort of tricky in that, so much of this is offshore. These companies are big multinationals and the data centres are spread all around the world. And so when we use AI, often people probably don't even know or think about where the actual computation is occurring as well. And so it's a really challenging area to regulate. But that's, I think, one really important approach is just raising general awareness across the general public, but also within the industry as well, of the importance of reducing the environmental impact of AI.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you mean, does that go to your, we've heard from so many people today. the increasing transparency of energy usage. I think, was that something you talked about earlier as one of those ways?
Yeah, that's right. And ideally even having things like, you know, for different services, being able to say this is what the energy use or even carbon emissions are associated with generating a single image or generating a 30-second video or doing would be, I think, huge in just keeping it at forefront of people's minds. And I think that would also incentivise people developing these systems to actually want to make those numbers smaller, to make their system more appealing than others, or, you know, to have a social licence to operate as a big multinational company.
Yeah.
Senator,
Just one more.
Sorry, Senator Darman. I think Mr. Stickles wanted to add some.
I just wanted
to question.
I perhaps wasn't going to comment. So thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to comment on what industry was, but I've had in this space. But that in some in Europe, there's a centre that we have a relationship with called Lumi that's run out of Finland, and one of the biggest carbon costs of these facilities is building the building, so the massive of concrete that's used. So this is a very efficient facility because it's it's the largest supercomputer in Europe, 10 times the size of Pawsey. It's built in a repurposed paper factory, paper mill, adjacent to a hydroelectric water supply, so part of a hydro facility, a repurposed paper mill, and the waste heat from the computer system goes to provide heating into the nearby village. So I think there are innovative solutions. So if we think about our energy grid, our infrastructure, and perhaps some transitioning industries, there are opportunities here for this to be looked at in a novel way.
Those Finnish are so far forward-looking and smug about getting it all right like that, aren't they? It's very frustrating.
It's holistic. I think we're talking about holistic policy setting and the Swedes.
Yeah. I just had one more question for Dr. Gordon. We heard, I'm not sure if you heard the evidence from Parks Australia, but they talked a bit about AI tools supporting conservation. And I think your research has looked at this as well. Are you able to provide kind of any additional insights from your research for this committee, and whether these techniques have been adequately embraced by government departments, or what other opportunities there might be?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think, yeah, the use of AI for environmental research, I mean, it's across multiple domains, but particularly in climate science. And I guess work I've done is using more, machine learning type approaches for classification and prediction in specific instances, and not anything like this generative AI. And those sorts of approaches are much less energy intensive. I'd also probably like to take that on notice and think about it a little more and provide some more concrete thoughts on that. But I think there would potentially be a lot of opportunities. But yeah, I'd just like to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good, thanks. If there's no further questions, and I just want to thank both of you for joining us today. It's been very insightful, and again, will certainly help with our deliberations and our final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, it would be of assistance to the committee if you could reply to that by the 7th of August. And have a very good afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll now suspend for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. And now welcome Professor Enrico Cora, Professor Farah Margradi, Professor Keith McNeil and Dr Sandra Johnson by video conference. Thank you for taking time to speak with the committee today. And information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence have been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. And for the Hansard record, would you please give both your name and who you're representing?
I'm Enrico Coera and I'm a Director for the Centre for Health Informatics at Macquarie University.
Thank you.
Farah Maghrabi at Macquarie University.
Keith McNeil from the Commission on Excellence and Innovation in South Australian Health.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandra Johnson. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm really representing myself. I'm a paediatrician and I represent the paediatric population and my general community of doctors, really, would be the correct thing to say.
Good, thank you very much. If you have a short opening statement and then I'll ask the senators to ask questions. Maybe if I start in the same order, Professor Cora, if you have a...
So thank you very much for the invitation to address the committee. By way of background, I'm dual trained in medicine, computer science with a PhD in AI, and I've worked in the AI healthcare research space for about 40 years, and about 10 years of industry overseas. I also lead the Australian Alliance for AI in Healthcare. From my perspective, I kind of want to emphasise that AI is already in routine use in the healthcare system. Digital scribes are used daily by general practitioners to listen in on patient conversations and summarise records for them automatically. Health Direct offers consumers an AI-driven symptom checker, which tells you or gives you advice on what you should do in terms of going to see healthcare or not. AI assists routinely in tasks such as diagnosis, treatment selection, and we can expect lots of other innovations in the future. For example, you could imagine an AI-driven chatbot helping you navigate the government's My Aged Care services through the multiple portals that we have to navigate. But getting healthcare right, therefore, becomes of vital importance for Australia because there are a number of challenges. We need to ensure AI is safe and does no harm. We need to train the workforce to make sure they can use the technology effectively and make sure consumers actually benefit from it. We also need to invest significantly in healthcare AI because we are currently a global laggard. This is not technology we can just import. We do require significant local capacity to make it work. The Australian Alliance for AI in Healthcare has about 100 organisations in its membership, and that includes consumers, professional groups, industry and health service organisations. And with government input, we put together an AI policy roadmap with about 16 recommendations, and I think we've made that available to you. I'd be more than happy to discuss some of those recommendations with you as well as other matters. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Professor.
Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry into adopting artificial intelligence. For background, I trained as an engineer and have spent the last 20 years researching the clinical safety of both digital health as well as AI technologies. My research collated data from Australia, the USA, and England to show that software systems, when they don't work or they're not used properly, they disrupt care delivery and they lead to patient harm. I co-chair the Australian Alliance for AI in Healthcare's working group on safety, quality, and ethics, which is foundational to applying AI. With AI in healthcare, safety is critical, and so there's actually an inherent tension if the approach to software development is essentially to move fast and break things. The technological landscape is evolving rapidly with the introduction of newer, more powerful multimodal models. This now includes specialized medical foundation models that are reported to outperform their competitors. As Enrico kind of mentioned, in the Australian healthcare sector, the past 6 months have seen the integration of digital scribes into GP's practice management software. Additionally, there's significant interest in health service organizations to leverage generative AI for both clinical as well as administrative purposes. However, the prevalent deploy and fix approach in the technology sector is not suitable in healthcare, where the risk of patient harm is a critical concern. In health, we need to make sure that AI-enabled services are at least as safe as existing services, if not safer. As the roadmap shows, we already have many of the building blocks. So governance of AI needs to bring together, essentially build on existing processes for digital health as well as patient safety. A national community jury on AI in healthcare found that Australians welcome the use of AI in health, but with safeguards, and they don't want anyone to be left behind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor.
Thank you. By way of background, I'm a specialist physician. I've been a hospital CEO both here and overseas. I have held senior departmental roles and was at one time Chief Clinical Information Officer and Head of IT for the NHS. I bring a system perspective to the discussion here. I think it's fair to say, and I wouldn't be stretching it too far to say, that Australian digital healthcare has limped or sleepwalked nearly a quarter of the way into the 21st century, and we are lagging behind the rest of the world, no doubt about that. And we are right now presiding over an existential crisis in healthcare. You only have to go to any regional or local newspaper in a capital city to hear the headlines around ambulance ramping, around hospital crowding, etc., etc., etc. Part of that is because we're not using our data and information effectively. We're currently delivering only 60% of the care in hospital beds according to evidence and best practice. 30% of it delivers waste and 10% of it delivers harm. We can't do any better unless we use our data and information more effectively. And in fact, it's the only game in town when it comes to actually changing that paradigm. And AI is going to be a big part of that journey. The other side of the existential coin is our workforce, our healthcare workforce. There are global challenges, global shortages, and we're all in a global market. There are places throughout Australia which don't have any access to a regular healthcare worker, let alone a GP. It's estimated by the end of this decade that we will have needed to have automated at least 30% of what we do manually in healthcare now to improve the productivity of healthcare workers so they can actually deliver healthcare and not do all the manual tasks that we're left with at the moment. AI is going to play a big role in that. It has to play a big role in that and is doing so already. There's a lot of risk aversion around the use of AI in healthcare, and we hear it all the time, and I face this every day in discussions I have around the country. But I'd suggest to you that AI is a tool, just as a scalpel is a tool. In the wrong hands, it can do a lot of harm and damage, but in the right hands, which is the vast majority of the time and the vast majority of people in the health system, it can do an enormous amount of good, and we need to embrace it. ChatGPT let the genie out of the bottle. It's not going back. We've got to put the guardrails around and the systems in place so that we can use it effectively. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Shoebridge. Oh, sorry, sorry, Professor Johnson. My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Senate for giving me the opportunity to speak here alongside my very esteemed colleagues here as well. May I tell you a little about myself? I'm a paediatrician in private practice in Sydney. I did my medical training in South Africa, my paediatric training in Australia, and my subspecialty training in London and Toronto. That is subspecialty in child development. I teach at the University of Sydney. I also teach through the discipline of paediatrics and child health at the Children's Hospital Westmead. I've done legal medicine training through the Australasian College of Physicians, and I'm a fellow of that college, and I'm also an honorary fellow of the American College of Legal Medicine that I'm quite closely connected with. My work in artificial intelligence in healthcare is based on my own personal private study over the last 10 years. I have no research funding. I do, however, rigorously follow what is happening in the network. I have published peer review articles for artificial intelligence in health, and I have a chapter in a textbook on the same subject. I am fellow of various medical and legal colleges, but you can see that in my resume. May I mention the key issues, which really aligns very closely with what my colleagues have already said, but I see 5 main areas that need concern for me. One is the need for regulation and governance of artificial intelligence for healthcare in Australia. The two is the need for training and education of the medical workforce, which Enrico has alluded to as well. I particularly would like the focus to be on the duty of care issue and the awareness by clinicians of automation bias on their clinical practice. Three, I'd like for us to see the development of legal instruments within Australia that specifically address artificial intelligence in healthcare, and which allows clinicians then to feel supported when they make decisions about using this very rapidly advancing technology in our systems. So we need clear lines of responsibility and accountability for if harm occurs. And that requires a strong legal framework. And the motivation there is to ensure safety and reliability for patients and the community. My fourth point is the need for us, as I know the government is fully aware, of the requirement for community education and outreach. And I say this particularly because we have such a beautiful multicultural society that we live in. We have, however, got minority groups, we've got vulnerable groups, certainly within healthcare, and within healthcare we have remote locations across Australia. I really would like to be sure that we don't forget them in this entire process. And then my fifth and final point is I believe that if we are to implement artificial intelligence systems in healthcare, we will need regular review and monitoring of these systems over time, because those of us who understand big data understand about data degradation and unreliability over long periods of time. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Dr. Johnson. Senator Shoebridge.
Yep, thanks all for your attendance and the submission and obviously the work you've been doing. When I read the roadmap, I was incredibly grateful for the work you've done and the level of thought that went into it, but I kind of had a feel, my feelings were very much what Professor McNeil said. We're a quarter of the way into this century and it seems like some of the most critical building blocks for the ethical and principled use for this in healthcare have not been firmed up. I'm not suggesting that the medical profession isn't trying to do this in an ethical way, but the kind of principles and policies and fundamental underpinnings don't seem to be in place yet across the profession. Is it, well, first of all, is that an inaccurate reflection on where we are at the moment? Is there greater level of regulatory oversight than I feared?
Shall I start? Sure. I think firstly, there are pockets of excellence here. So we have the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which, although not yet able to scale up to deal with the opportunities that are coming, does have world-class regulatory structures for AI in certain categories driven by legislation. So they look at software as a medical device, which is software that helps you with diagnosis or monitor.
Yeah. So if someone wants to register their software to do AI analysis of CT scans,
yep.
TGA does a good job there.
Yeah, yep. But there are gaps. So, for example, we've mentioned digital scribes a few times already, which are these generative AIs that will listen into your conversation with your patient and then automate the record, which is a great productivity saving. That's fantastic. If you ask people what are one of the causes of burnout for clinicians, it's the paperwork. But at the moment, TGA has no remit to look at digital scribes, and the products that are available in the marketplace don't disclose their performance. So we don't know. They might be outstanding, but we don't actually know how well they perform or not.
And just stopping you there, there's no standard against which you can test them. So if you had a practice, a busy practice, and you wanted a digital scribe, there's no standard or set of guidelines that you can check that it's accredited under or tested under.
That's right. If you look at the research in the space from the research community globally, whenever we test digital scribes, we find lots of errors, we find hallucinations. I've got to say, anybody who says the technology can't do X is wrong for about 2 weeks, because the technology improves dramatically. So we as researchers struggle to keep up with the rate of change. But going back to your question, we know what to measure, but we don't have a standard like a 5-star rating or a 4-star rating to say this is acceptable or not.
Yeah, and indeed, I'm sure doctors' notes themselves, if you're tired and you're busy, have an error rate in them. Yeah. It's a question of understanding risk and producing the best system you can, but never an error-free system.
So I think scribes are a wonderful example of a technology we want very much to see, because it will benefit everybody. And it's an example of where the guardrails don't currently exist. And so, as Farah said, there's a tension between stifling innovation and products already out in the marketplace and not harming patients.
Yeah, I recall visiting an emergency ward in the United States about less than a decade ago, and the systems that they had in place at the time were the emergency surgeons moving around with a physical scribe following them around and recording it, obviously quite resource intensive. And they were saying at the time they were looking to try and, replace the physical scribe who comes around and can be sometimes a little bit intrusive in the patient-doctor relationship with an AI scribe. Is that sort of thing being adopted in other jurisdictions?
So that's GPs use that technology now.
Yep.
So 3 or 4 years ago, that technology was hard to do. I know, because we had a scribe project ourselves, but generative AI has just transformed our capacity to do that. So that product class now exists and performs, we hope, well.
But then if a GP uses that patient record to qualify to refer a patient off to a specialist and just dumps the notes down into the specialist referral, the specialist then relies upon the GP's notes and undertakes a course of treatment, but there's an error, a hallucination that's found its way in through the AI. Where's the accountability in that in the current system?
So the doctor is accountable for the record. So the idea is the scribe produces the document, the letter, the note, but it needs to be read and checked.
Where if I was a busy GP in Western Sydney, where would I go to find that obligation or that code? Professor McGarvey?
Look, I think it's kind of worth sort of clarifying that the scribes are an assistive technology. It's not writing the notes for the doctor. They're producing a note. The doctor needs to carefully check and verify the note before they're accepted into their record. And at the moment, they're being made available, but we don't have any data about whether these work or not. So when we provide, when we have vaccinations being introduced, there's a certain data out there to say that, look, this works, and these are the risks. So at the moment, what's happening is these software systems are being provided to GPs. They're available, but there's no data on how well or how badly they perform.
And is there any entity regulating these software systems?
They fall through a gap at the moment because software that is just there for record keeping is not subject to the TGA's medical device regulations. So if the scribe is summarizing the notes, it's sort of falling into that grey zone. Although the TGA is alerted about this, but their regulation only goes into software that are classified as medical devices.
Yeah. So if the software is being used, as we said, to assess MRI or CT scans, the TGA has a role.
That's correct.
But if the software is being used for as critical a medical purpose, which is summarising and recording a patient-doctor interaction, totally unregulated.
Yes.
Where would that sensibly be regulated?
By the TGA. That's the first protocols. Because there's a difference, right? Because before the scribes came onto the market, there used to be transcription software, and transcription is it's producing exactly what the doctor said, whereas a scribe is kind of summarizing it, which is quite different. And so if it is summarizing and is actually processing that information, it needs to be checked before it's made available to doctors.
Did anyone bring any WD-40 with them? Maybe we could look to that, Ivan.
I think the Secretariat is alert to...
All right, excellent. Has there been an exchange between the Alliance and the TGA? Do you know, well, rather than me try and put words in your mouth, I saw you nod. What's been the exchange between you and the TGA in this space?
Look, I think we shouldn't put words in the mouth of the TGA in terms of what they think they should do, but it's been very clear that the current legislation doesn't allow them to go into this space at the moment, and so they're well aware of the potential for risks and the need to do something there. And I presume that internally that they are having discussions about what should happen.
That's correct, yeah. And I mean, look, they put out a statement in May kind of clarifying that if software is, if generative AI is being used in software, it's basically subject to medical device regulations. They've gone as far as saying that if the notes produced by the scribe are being used for decision support, which then classifies it as a medical device, that it's subject to regulation. So they've kind of pushed as far as the current legislation allows them to, but there is that grey zone where it doesn't cover record-keeping software.
We had some interesting evidence earlier today about from some of the entities that are making certain large language model software. And one of the propositions they put was that where there's no accountability for the platform, but it's often the platform that creates the error, you end up allocating the whole of the blame to the human agent in the space. But the human agent may have been not unreasonably reliant upon a platform. And so from a medical profession, that doesn't seem a fair allocation of culpability and risk. If it all just falls back upon a GP who might not unreasonably be thinking, well, I bought the software and it should be producing some kind of accurate result. Professor McNeil?
Yes, perhaps I could nuance that from my own perspective, is that we use a lot of decision support tools. You know, in my day, 40 years ago, it was called a textbook. We didn't second guess that. We read it and we used it. At the end of the day, as the clinician responsible for making a decision about a patient, that was my responsibility. Nowadays, then it became a Google search or Google Scholar, PubMed or whatever it was. So whatever decision support tools, whatever tools we use as clinicians, we ultimately take the responsibility for the use of that, the choice to use it, the choice to take that advice, the choice to apply that advice, and then the care of the patient. So there is always that backup around it. Now, whether people recognise that or not is another issue. But that is a consistent message that I believe needs to go out to say that whatever you're going to use, you have to be mindful that you are the person who decides in the end whether you're going to use that material, that evidence, that information.
But if you're a busy GP in Western Sydney or a busy specialist and you're relying on a textbook, you know that there's been a process, a rigorous process, a peer review process. You can see the credentials of the person. You can follow the footnotes and understand the basis upon which that proposition was put in a textbook.
Well, you assume that. I don't think anybody goes through unless you've written a book chapter, you don't go through and actually check it. You will assume that the editors have done that what's there is...
Yeah, well, absolutely, because there's a certain degree of integrity in the production of a textbook, but which allows you to lean into it and rely upon it for your rapid clinical decision making. Shouldn't we be insisting on the same kind of integrity for these online supports that clinicians are going to be relying upon? I might go to you, Dr. Johnson.
Yes, I have a lot to say on the subject, but I'll start by saying I think doctors are cautious about using anything that they don't fully understand. So please appreciate that within a very busy clinical practice, Doctors might have moved much more slowly in the uptake of artificial intelligence or similar devices purely because they are concerned about the well-being of their patients and they tread cautiously. They recognise very deeply their duty of care to their patients. So that is why you will find our medical colleges are in fact training and teaching around the subject of artificial intelligence for healthcare. It might look like we're lagging behind, and yes, I agree, but I also think, as I have said in my key issues, the medical profession need a legal backup framework and support so that that doctor is not held accountable for machines that have been allowed into the country or allowed into the hospital or allowed into the clinical practice. And the doctor didn't fully understand issues related to the algorithms and the data gathering and so on. So I would only say, please be aware how difficult this is for the medical practice as a whole when we are wanting to move and advance into this technology, but our primary concern is the well-being for our patients, which is why I feel legal instruments and regulation by government and governance, for example, the TGA, is important. My personal view is, though, that the TGA's remit is too narrow, as Dr. Farah has explained. We need a much broader remit for the TGA if we are going to include safe artificial intelligence for healthcare. There's a lot of work to be done, basically.
Do you all agree with Professor McGroby's position that the remit of the TGA should be expanded as an obvious first step in this space?
I would say could be expanded, yes.
Yeah. I mean, there may be some other out-of-the-box solution to it, but the obvious regulator at the moment that has the experience in the medical space, understands the ethical constraints, understands the space, the obvious one is the TGA.
Yeah, there is a nuance, which is TGA is essentially pre-market, so it'll take the technology as given by vendor and run it through the hoops. Once it's out in the market, you presume it's going to continue to work as it did before, but generative AI will keep changing over time.
Yeah.
So there is sort of a post-market requirement for surveillance to make sure things are still okay, and that might fall within an accreditation space, so like the Commission for Safety and Quality in Healthcare.
Yeah, maybe the TGA approval is time limited and there's a requirement, there's some kind of response like that to require the, iterative checking of the technology, because everybody says it's incredibly dynamic. I suppose we're focused on the lack of regulation and therefore the sort of heightened level of risk in the profession, and for many practitioners an unwillingness to adopt it. That is part of the landscape, isn't it? Without it being regulated, without clear boundaries, it creates some reticence in adopting it.
If I may, look, my sense in terms of the areas that I've been working in is that there's equal parts frustration between people who are desperate to adopt it. Junior doctors wanting discharge summaries done automatically when they're spending hours having to do it manually, cut and paste. There are tools which can do it, and they're sure they need to be evaluated. On the other side, we've got people who are risk averse and who are saying, slow down, we need to be cautious about it. So you've got the two camps. There doesn't seem to be very much in the middle at the moment.
Yeah.
Certainly the younger generations, my children's generation are saying, well, they're actually already using ChatGPT to generate their discharge summaries. They're just not telling us. And so
which is a suboptimal outcome.
Well, except that when we've evaluated what's coming out, it's more accurate than their manually done discharge summaries. So we've done some evaluations around that. So it's not about a perfect summary, it's about something that's better than what we've got now.
Which goes to show that some proactive regulation in the space where people can depend upon, so far as, I was going to say humanly possible, but systemly possible, the accuracy of the outcome. That's kind of what's needed.
That is absolutely correct. We need now the guardrails around so that people can use these tools safely and effectively with all the right frameworks around them. And that's to my point from where I work, excellence and innovation, trying to get that framework established and ticked off is difficult.
Professor McNeil, I mean, have you seen the 16 recommendations in this policy roadmap? Is that something, is that a model that we could endorse?
I think it's a very good model. What I wouldn't like us to see is to be locked into too much policy, because as colleagues have said, this is such a rapidly moving space. But if we could adapt something, if we could start with something, just start somewhere, and we'll adapt as we go on. But at the moment, we do not have an endorsed framework, apart from ones which we say, OK, well, let's do it in this way or that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the first recommendation is to establish a national AI and healthcare council, which would be a kind of ongoing oversight mechanism. And I'm assuming that was the thinking behind the recommendation.
Yeah, the thinking was basically there are so many organisations with partial responsibility.
Yeah.
They don't always talk to each other, and we also don't know where the gaps necessarily are. So it will just be great, without creating something large and complex, bringing all the people in the room that need to be talking to each other.
We've kind of been focused on the risks and the reticence and some of the constraints, but in terms of healthcare delivery, there are potentially extraordinary opportunities, aren't there? Some really patient-focused treatment plans, outreach. I mean, there's some pretty extraordinary opportunities. Does anybody want to address, just some of those opportunities? Things you're most excited about if it goes well?
Yes, no, look, great question. Without a doubt, this is the road to precision medicine.
Yeah.
Precision medicine is the only way we are going to address the waste and harm that we currently deliver, because it will give us a much more tailored, focused outcome advice decision-making for an individual at that granular level. That's the way that we are going to improve the sustainability of healthcare, improve productivity, is through precision medicine, and AI is going to play a huge role in that, and already is in many ways, genomics, cancer, that sort of thing.
Just to give an example, we have multiple projects looking at personalised therapy for cancer. Melanoma, a few years ago, was an untreatable and essentially fatal disease. Now we have immunotherapy drugs, which for many people lead to a good outcome, but not everybody does well with these drugs, and some people do very badly with the drugs. So we're looking at using machine learning to identify your biomarker patterns to work out which drug is going to be the right drug for you. Now, that's going to make a huge difference, not just for those people, but the health delivery system. So imagine that replicated across, every major disease class. We're talking about a revolution over the next decade or two in the way we target treatment to patients. It's very exciting.
Professor McGraby?
Look, I'd like to talk about the consumer aspect here in terms of getting access to care and appropriate access to care. So at the moment, you have people who end up in the emergency department when they don't need to get there. What we have at the moment is online sort of facilities, but it's death by 1,000 clicks. You got to click through a lot of information, go through a big interview on a symptom checker. But with generative AI technologies, there's a real potential here to improve consumer access to good, credible Australian health advice, whereby the way the AI kind of can be built is where it's informative, it's directive, and it's empathetic as well. So it's giving personalized information at my point of care. It'll tell me when I really need to go to an ED, when I need to stay at home and get some rest, or see a GP in 2 days. That's because all our health services have, a lot of demand in terms of consumers getting access to appropriate care.
Getting an informed triage at home before you jump into the Uber.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Johnson?
I'm certainly very enthusiastic when it comes to technology and the way it's going to help us in medicine, and it already is. So I have no doubt that this is the way forward, and we are at a point in time where we can make very sure that we do all the things that put guardrails in place to, as I say, protect not only patients but clinicians, the community, and then move forward gently with our research and with our colleagues that are doing a lot of work in the space of AI, the National Artificial Intelligence Centre in Australia, lots of very good people doing great work. So I feel very positive about it. I actually think we're going to make good inroads, but I do believe we might need, as Enrico says, some system that will monitor and review. And once TGA has done that initial assessment for safety, once it gets to the community, that people will be able to write to a group of experts and say, I'm worried about how this has happened, etc. In other words, this reviewing, monitoring, and so on into the future is going to be very important as AI systems develop and adapt based on how they are used, because we all know that with machine learning, these things will change over time. And I may just say one thing, I feel very enthusiastic about Australia's role in this space, because I have actually spoken at international conferences, and I'm so impressed with the work that's being done in this country by my colleagues. And so we're sitting in a very exciting space, but we need to ensure safety for our community. That's the priority, I feel.
Good, thank you. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Darmerman, over to you.
Thank you, and thanks to the panel. There's so many more questions than we've probably got time for. Just one final one, I think, before I ask about what patients think. I think Professor McGraby, Dr. Johnson, and also Dr. McNeil, I think, talked about that Australia is a laggard, being a laggard. And we've talked a bit about the things I think that, I want to check, are the things that you think we need to speed up to address that lag in the Australian health system? Are the main priorities proactive regulation, guardrails, and what we've just been talking about, to use tools safely, or are there other priorities that you would add to close that gap so that we can get closer to some of those exciting opportunities that you talked about around really revolutionising outcomes for patients?
One thing I would like to suggest is we haven't spoken much about industry today, and there is a whole industry involved in healthcare AI, and in Australia we have a few small to mid-sized companies that do very well internationally, but we don't have a strong and vibrant community yet in this space. And part of the challenge is we are being dominated by very large, largely North American electronic record systems, which essentially dictate the marketplace. And one of the things that you've probably heard in this inquiry is that data is the gold for the AI world, and SMEs, for example, really struggle to get access to the sorts of data they need to deliver the products they want. So in the roadmap, we briefly talk about supporting industry. I think when you look at the figures, this is going to be huge in terms of potential for growth. But at the moment, we're not competing. If you look at what's happened in the UK with NHS, something like £1 billion, I think, has been used to support AI across the NHS in England. We have companies attracted, like DeepMind, to be in London. We don't yet have that in healthcare in Australia. So if we were to make a decision as a nation that this is something we wanted our industry to be great in, we would need to be proactive. I don't think just letting things go organically would be sufficient.
And can I just, as a follow-on from that, given your comments about large American health companies dictating and dominating, is it too late?
Every technology revolution brings an opportunity to start again. And so that's why you've seen the large companies rush so quickly into the generative AI space. But there's no reason why, with every disruption, we couldn't be part of the next disruption.
Yeah.
If I may.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't see everyone at the same time, but jump in.
Keith McNeil. So just following on from Professor Carrera, the key here is the data. So the AI needs data. We all know that. And the key to getting that data is to have a digital ecosystem that enables us to actually gather that data. And part of our challenge here is that we're only really coming to the table now with a national approach to digital infrastructure, digital interoperability standards, how we nationally are able to share data and create national data sets around genomics and various other things. So that underlying infrastructure, that whole digital ecosystem needs to come together. Without a framework at a national level, without an AI framework, the jurisdictions will go off and do what they think is best in their interests, and inevitably there'll be a bit of tangents going off on it. We're much better if we do this collectively, and that's why having that framework is so important, and we're starting to do that now. One of my other roles is as a board member of the ADHA, Australian Digital Health Authority, and we're starting to bring that cohesion in terms of national digital infrastructure together, which is going to be critical to be able to leverage the power and the benefits of AI and machine learning.
Yeah. And just do you think that there's any high use in AI at the moment, any kind of high use incidents of particular technologies that should be ruled out? I guess I've referenced, I think Dr. Johnson, in an article a little while ago, 2019, you talked about pausing development, implementation and sale of products that can harm people. And that, you know, I think the development really pushed by for-profit multinationals was the area of concern. So are there any kind of, areas that you think should be ruled out on that basis?
I take it you're addressing me in that question?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. So I would say that having written that back in 2019, yes, that is true. That is one of the concerns that I hold, that large multinational companies will have the power and control, which is why I'm very concerned that governments, that is our government, be actively engaged and actively encouraging our TGA and broader scope of people within our various academic units, colleges and so on, to work together to develop these, as we have all referred to, guardrails to protect our community. And also, I'm rather in favour of us developing sovereign technology in this country because, as I've said before, I'm so impressed by the talent in Australia, and it saddens me when people leave Australia to work abroad because there aren't the opportunities here. We need to tap into the people that are very good at this work and pull them all together, and I see a future where we're going to have such expert groups informing the community, be it the medical community, the surgical, whatever the community might be, a trusted group of people that can inform, but that can also work closely with government regulation systems. That's just an idea that I have, but would love to hear what my colleagues think.
Others comment on that?
Yes, I would absolutely agree with that. I think the opportunity for training in Australia is there if we embrace this, because there is a brain drain overseas, and that will certainly happen in the medical profession. I mean, people say your job won't be taken over by AI, but it certainly will be taken over by someone who's very familiar with and can use AI effectively. And so we're seeing people coming through with that as part of their training, and that's really important. The one place I would say right now we shouldn't be going is we shouldn't be relying on an algorithm to dictate what treatment patients are given. It always has to have the clinical lens, the clinician at the end of it, using that as a decision support tool, a decision assistant, not as the decision maker per se. Not at this point in time.
Yeah.
Yes, may I absolutely echo that. Sorry, I won't interrupt again, but just to say that the clinician is, as you've alluded, is taking the primary responsibility for patient well-being at this point in time. And if anything went wrong, if harm occurs at this point in time, accountability and responsibility rests with clinicians. However, I'm bracing into the future and saying that as the technology advances rapidly and more systems come on board, it is unfair that clinicians carry that load alone. And that's why I stress education and regulation.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask some perhaps final questions of Professor Mugrabi on your study in 2024 asking patients, I presume, or a group of Australians about the use of AI in their healthcare, and the recommendation that came out of that being a national charter and an independent decision-making body. Could you talk to us about what these proposals might look like, keeping in mind that it was a random sample of citizens, not healthcare professionals, and how we should utilise these findings?
Thanks very much for that question. So that's basically the community jury on AI in healthcare. And I think I'd like to sort of flag that that's actually a world first. No other country has had a community jury on AI in healthcare, and that was basically a representative sample of community members that came together. They were educated about AI, and they sort of deliberated and sort of produced these recommendations. Those recommendations were actually fed into the roadmap process because that community jury sort of happened as we were developing the roadmap. And the national charter that we sort of see is really kind of like this national AI healthcare council that the roadmap has actually put forward. So that's kind of, and of course that jury, there was sort of 15 recommendations in 10 areas, and many of them kind of fall very much in line with what was put together in the roadmap.
Great. And are there any examples of something like this elsewhere in the world?
No,
that we could look
not to our knowledge. I mean, and that's it, right? Like, so Australia was kind of quite a leader in that space in terms of putting together that community jury. It was funded by the NHMRC, and really work led out of the University of Wollongong, Professor Stacey Carter over there. So my role on that was essentially the AI expert on that project. And so there hasn't been another jury like this looking at the community's views on whether or not AI should be introduced and under what conditions it should be introduced.
I understand that in this study that participants also emphasised the need for rigorous evaluation of the results used in AI healthcare. What did they suggest that we look for in terms of reporting and evaluating results?
Look, I think what they were really kind of talking about there was that when we introduce AI, we kind of need to have evidence that it actually works, and we need to have the best, I suppose, the like RCT level evidence about whether or not particular AI in a certain sort of area works. So essentially, following what we do for any other medical sort of intervention, where we conduct clinical trials, we make sure things are safe and effective as we introduce them.
Of course, if I may, the paradox here is that given the nuances in terms of outcomes and the multiplicity of things that we could look at, the paradox is that the best way of looking at the outcomes here will be by using AI. That is the reality, because there's so much that goes into determining a long-term outcome for a patient or a consumer. And we take a very narrow view of it at the moment.
Yeah, the other way of saying it is that the paradigm of randomised trials, which we're so used to for drugs, doesn't really work in a fast, adaptive world. If you could imagine a drug that was changing every day, that's what we've got with AI. So we actually, as a community, are trying to invent the new methods to evaluate these technologies. Generative AI doesn't give you the same answer if you ask it the same question. So that's a very different world we're in.
Yeah. Maybe a more general question for any of the panel members, just thinking about patients again. In general, what do you say is the level of comfort of patients and families with the use of AI in medical settings, and does it vary depending on its use? Like, so for example, is there greater comfort in the use in triaging in comparison with detection or treatment, or do patients even really know the extent of the use of AI or not, given some of your examples about what happens now, making that connection?
Sure. Look, I think the overarching thing is that patients welcome AI being used in healthcare as long as health services and doctors are transparent that it is being used and they clearly disclose. And there's in certain applications you'd expect informed consent. In other applications you'd expect a consumer reference group or involved in the implementation and use of AI. So as long as consumers are part of the solution and patient groups as well, I think they welcome it. It's just that when they don't know and they don't understand and it's not explained to them, that's when kind of it starts to go awry.
Yeah. And do you think that the level of information available to patients about the use of this technology is adequate at the moment?
No.
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 Everybody shook their head too for the purposes of the answer.
It's actually really good question, because remember, AI is not just come up over the last couple of years. ChatGPT's brought it into the limelight, but I mean, Google DeepMind did the work on macular degeneration back in 10, 12 years ago. We were using it in Cambridge back when I was there in 2014. We didn't necessarily tell patients, it was all under an evaluation framework. But when the results came out, everybody was very happy with them, because they set it up as a non-inferiority study and actually showed superiority in terms of the way it worked. Then there was the renal study that came out of Royal Free that ran into problems because they didn't get permission to use it, but actually the results were really good. So the patients are kind of not happy in one way, but very happy in another when their kidneys were saved. So we've got a lot of work to do in terms of how we talk to people about what we use, because we don't actually really know what to tell them at the moment about how we're going to use it, what we're going to use it for, and it'll change. As Farah has said, in 2 weeks' time we've got a new one that we've got to be talking about. So how do we keep up? And that's one of the issues with legislation, isn't it? That I've been in policy and legislation for some years. It's just we can't keep up. That's the challenge for us. That's one of the challenges for us.
But maybe it seems the root cause is, or the driver of patient and community acceptance and comfortableness, and going to your example around when the outcomes of the trials are positive, it's about the trust. And if things go wrong and they didn't know about it, then obviously it's going to be a problem. So, perhaps...
I mean, we only have to go to the COVID and, the anti-vax movement and others to think of not going through right processes with legitimate reasons, I would argue. I'll have a lot of texts possibly. But, so the process is as important as the outcome. That's, in actual fact, arguably some circumstances even more important in light of where this is all headed to in society more generally as a result of that movement.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm breaking into your time.
No, I'm happy to leave my questions there.
No, you keep going. You're on.
Keep going? All right. Perhaps I'll again stay with Enrico and Maghrabi's. Your submission recommends the development of profession-specific codes of practice. Do you know if there's any similar models of these practice elsewhere in the medical industry, and who would be best placed to publish and develop the codes that you're referring to in your recommendations?
I'll start. So professions have codes of practice, and what we're simply saying is the safe and effective use of AI should be embedded within those codes. And in the roadmap, we give an example of one opportunity, which is simply around let me just check it. I've forgotten what's the simple one.
APRA.
Yeah, APRA. So APRA has a simple...
Australian Health Practitioners Regulation Agency.
Yeah. They have a simple standard for safety, which is adopted by 10 or 12 professional organisations. We don't need to add another code in, but we just need to add something in about safe, effective use. And going to Sandra's comments around not wanting to leave the professions exposed, then embedding something about safe practice is important for them.
So what's the barrier to that now?
I think there are examples of colleges like the radiologists who are way out in front, have been so for 7 or 8 years. Others, like the College of Physicians, for example, who have been recently very active in the area. Maybe Sandra will talk about that. What I hear really is that there's just a lack of internal expertise within those groups to be able to do this effectively on their own. So I think there's probably growing recognition that it needs to be done. The Medical Boards of Australia is very interested in this sort of thing too. But everybody says we just don't have enough people who are expert in the area to do the right thing. I don't know, Sandra, if you want to comment.
Yes, thank you, Enrico, and really thank you to Enrico for teaching us all along the way on this pathway. But the biggest issue I see there is broad education of, certainly when we say physicians, but the medical industry, so that there is a comfort in the use of AI and the knowledge in how it can be applied safely in their practice. People are cautious, they're worried. Well, what if I do the wrong thing? Who's going to protect me if I go to court? Which is why I bring in that legal framework that needs to be put in place. But I do strongly encourage that we educate and we share our knowledge across the medical fraternity, because 9 times out of 10, doctors are trying to save patients' lives and are very, very busy. So they have not, with all due respect, delved into artificial intelligence maybe as someone like I have, because they are doing hardcore real work in the space of looking after patients. And I kind of take it on myself now to share knowledge and to align with my colleagues to encourage them to learn and to feel safe, in a sense, around this topic. But I strongly encourage our colleges to do the ongoing education, which they are already doing, but that explains the lag time. I think the lag time is not because doctors are not interested, it's because they are so darn busy. But since being at very many conferences now, and Enrico's been one of our main teachers, people want to learn, they are open to learning. We are not talking now about a generational thing. Yes, the younger doctors definitely, because they see into the future for them. But even the older generation doctors are saying, well, teach us, let us know what we should be doing. So there is a real need for education. And when you talk about education and people with expertise, you need funding for those people, because a lot of us are teaching off our own back voluntarily. That is not sustainable when you're talking about teaching across a vast continent like Australia, when flying to Perth is so expensive, etc. I think that's that's clear. But education within the medical profession is huge as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. So maybe perhaps this will be my last question, and I don't want to stray into what's maybe the subject matter of the next panel, but just bringing what those two comments both just said together in terms of, and earlier someone made the comment about a brain drain. Do you think that so what you're saying is there needs to be additional resources for the colleges to develop legal frameworks and education, and that those things will potentially kind of address perhaps workload, workforce issues, resistance to implementation of some of these technologies and capacity to do so? Like, is there anything else missing in that?
I guess it's a question of how you might do that. One suggestion we made was that there's something similar to the AI Adopt Centres, which have recently been announced through Department of Industry, really serving the SME community. Probably there's an opportunity to do the same thing in service of health service delivery organisations and professions, just helping them upskill and resourcing them, not wanting to create another area, but I think there's just an opportunity to provide resources in an efficient way.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I just want to go to a question on the back to Dr. Johnson earlier in questions being asked. The point about at some point there should be liability, which also, in the case of potential malpractice that it goes not only would be directed potentially at the doctor, which it substantially does now, but it would also include the artificial intelligence, which I'd just call it technology stack rather than artificial intelligence. At what point do you think that that is a viable policy option? So I think there's obviously a touchy point about the use of AI, but I think it's an important one that we should direct to the panel.
May I comment on that just as a personal observer? I think those who manufacture, design, and create algorithms of systems that are going to be applied in healthcare would need to go through bodies such as the TGA, as I said, expand its remit to ensure safety, reliability, etc. So it would be very difficult, may I say, to point the finger exactly at which part of the system went wrong when harm occurred, which is why I, at this point in time, put very strongly the responsibility and accountability with doctors, because I would like to teach and continue to teach that doctors must have the skills. They need their clinical expertise so that they can critically analyse the predictions made by an artificial intelligence system. Yes, I think those systems are actually going to surpass us in terms of speed of processing, memory capacity, and ability to cohesively produce information rapidly. And it's at that point in time it becomes very difficult to know, well, who actually is going to be to blame? All right, so then we take a step back the way I see it. I see the doctor telling the patient, as Farah has said so beautifully, informed consent. You inform the patient we are using an automated system. There are risks associated with this, but it has performed very well in these systems, etc., and refer to any evidence related to that. We don't have a lot of evidence at this point in time, but in the future we will have. So, we're going to be able to inform the patient so that the patient can say, sorry, doc, I don't want that. I'm not happy about this. Great. There is a point at which the patient has the right to say no, but the patient cannot really say no or be informed if they haven't really been informed about what this whole process is about. So you can see the complexity. It's really complex, but it involves education of doctors, education of patients, and then an understanding on the part of the people who bring these systems into use, the medical healthcare industry, that they have got a stringent responsibility for ensuring that their product is going to be safe, if you like, explainable within reason, and trustworthy. It's complex, but it can be done. And as you know, the European Union is already has legislation, the artificial intelligence law, which came into effect this year. We can follow those examples and learn from them. But we need to think about it, really. It's not as straightforward as I am making it sound, unfortunately.
Does the rest of the panel have some observations on that important question? What's the timing?
Look, I don't think it's...
or is it timing?
I don't think it's about the timing. It's about the role of the AI, right? So as Professor McNeil kind of advised us before, right now most of the AI we have is assistive. So the doctor is taking what the AI is saying as one more piece of information in their consideration. They're looking at the patient in front of them, making a decision. If they're doing that, then they're responsible. There may come a time when we have a lot more confidence in these systems, certain processes may be fully automated. I don't think we are at that point where we know what those are just yet. We may do that sort of slowly. We may take some human processes where they are kind of very well defined, that they can be safely automated and automate only those. Healthcare is complex. I think you can't just sort of have blanket sort of rules around, it's fully automated or if it's fully not. And I think we need to kind of approach it on a case-by-case basis. It's hard to kind of make a blanket rule across all applications, across all specialties.
Maybe we should establish a National AI and Healthcare Council to help us through this complex task.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Only if somebody thought of that.
Of course, there is another dimension, just picking up on what Sandra said, is that if you have a company that develops an algorithm specifically for use in medicine, that is one thing that you could pretty well regulate in terms of its outcomes. But if you use something, what we say off-label, so ChatGPT, for instance, never designed to be a medical tool. It just happens to be useful in some areas. And that I suspect is going to become a bigger part, because these algorithms won't necessarily be developed specifically for medical use, but we will find a way to adapt them or use them in our practice, as we have with so many other things.
Well, thank you. We could ask lots more questions. But I'd like to thank you all for your time. It's been a great deal of assistance to the committee, and certainly for our deliberations, for our final report. If you take any questions on notice, it would be very grateful from the committee if you could respond by the 7th of August 2024, and have a very wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joe, step out for 2 minutes.
Yeah. Good, thanks. I just want to ask, now welcome representatives from the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation by video conference and in person, and the Australian Medical Association.
Thank you.
The information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Professor Robson, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. Steve Robson, I'm the President of the Federal AMA.
Thank you. I might, at the top of my list, Dr. Bonning.
Yeah, Dr. Michael Bonning, and I am a Federal Counsellor of the AMA and Chair of Public Health.
Good, thank you. Ms. Butler?
Thank you. Annie Butler. I'm the Federal Secretary for the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation.
And Associate Professor Peters?
I'm Micah Peters. I'm the Director of the ANMF National Policy Research Unit.
I might start with the nurses if you have a short opening statement, then we'll ask questions. I might go to the Nurses Union if you have a short opening statement.
Thanks very much, Senator, and to all senators, thank you so much for the invitation to give evidence this afternoon and for your interest in the topic. As I think most of you know, the ANMF represents more than 326,000 nurses, midwives and care workers across the country. We are the country's largest trade union and professional nursing and midwifery organisation. As such, it means that we have members working in every section of this country, across sectors, acute, primary, aged care, anywhere where health and aged care is delivered. And so we have considerable interest in how our country is going to go about considering the adoption of AI technologies. Having said that, nurses have typically been quite rapid adopters of technology, particularly where it improves and assists and benefits their work, and most importantly, the care outcomes for those people in their care. And so and has already advances in digital technologies and digital health have given considerable benefits, especially to those working in rural and remote areas. We look forward to the discussion with you this afternoon because we do see that there are potential benefits of AI, but there are also many risks that we'd like to talk through with you. And so we thank you again for the opportunity.
Good, thanks very much. Professor Robson, if I go to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do have a bit of an opening statement, but I'll keep it as brief as I possibly can. As I'm sure you're well aware, artificial intelligence is a set of rapidly evolving technologies that really are likely to be transformative in healthcare as we know it. And from this year on, we're seeing huge impacts already beginning to occur across health services in the country. And there's no doubt the rollout of artificial intelligence as a routine part of medical care has the potential to deliver extraordinary innovation in healthcare in Australia. It's likely to be transformative for patients, for doctors, all health professionals and probably the entire economy. But it's also going to bring with it enormous challenges. And I think everybody who's been in a healthcare setting understands how the digital revolution has changed the way we provide healthcare. But to date, a lot of the digital repository has been around keeping information, not interpreting it and not helping us. And we're now seeing across specialties like radiology, medical imaging, pathology, artificial intelligence begin to act as a co-pilot, where the people who interpret our imaging results, who interpret the pathology that we have taken, are given assistance. Now that's fantastic because interpreting these things can be challenging, and of course missing an important diagnosis in you or me, it has potential consequences and the stakes can be very high. But we're beginning to see things now where AI is picking up things that no human ever could. And we really don't know what to do in this situation. A lot of subtle changes are being detected by artificial intelligence. They elude the human eye, and it's likely that many will be potential disease processes beginning before we ever expected them. But they may also be nothing. And working out how to deal with these outcomes from artificial intelligence is going to challenge the health system enormously. And it has great potential for distress that may be unnecessary, for further testing, further treatment that's just not needed. We know that artificial intelligence technologies have the potential to improve precision and accuracy in diagnosis, but they bring with them the potential to assist in areas of workforce shortage, like pathology, as an example. But it's critical we only ever look to them as a role akin to that of a co-pilot, to assist a pathologist, for example, dealing with a high workload, but not taking over the controls of that service. One of the challenges we're going to face is how to confirm that artificial intelligence is actually improving care and not just adding to its complexity. So it's critical that all AI applications introduced across the health system can be shown to improve care and to perhaps compensate in areas of healthcare worker shortage. But we must make sure that these cures are not worse than the disease. The introduction of clinical decision support systems, where AI systems help healthcare workers and tell them how to treat patients, is likely to be very rapid from this point forward. And it's no doubt, or there is no doubt, that at a time when there are huge pressures on the health system and the workers within it, that some of these changes will be welcome. But the rollout of AI technology as it occurs may not be visible to patients receiving care, or indeed the nurses, the healthcare workers, the medical practitioners who are actually providing the care. And patients may not be aware the care they're getting is being directed by a computer. For this reason, this critical reason, our community must have trust in the systems and processes that we have in place to monitor just how well artificial intelligence is achieving the aims that we wish for it. We're at a time when the demands on our health system are overwhelming. Our health system is under-resourced, and staff across the health system are under more pressure than ever. This is going to make the lure of AI immense, and it will be asked to solve many problems that are thought to be insoluble. So as this AI revolution is upon us and gathers momentum every single day, and its pace increases every single day. We need to make sure that we harness its power for the greatest good and make sure that it is safe and it is a trustworthy co-pilot in human health care. And we need to make sure AI never takes over the controls. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Dunman.
Thank you. I might go to the ANMF first. Your submission uses the phrase dehumanisation of healthcare. I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about what you mean, how we can adopt AI in a way that avoids that outcome.
Yeah, many thanks, Senator. I might start and then ask Micah to add where necessary. So one of the things that we know at this point, and acknowledging that this is such a rapidly evolving space, is that one of the things, the way I would often express it is that if you're in hospital and you're frightened and unwell, you don't often remember the machines, all the things that were done to you. You often remember the hand that touched you and that's what you remember. It's often what you remember and take away, how you felt in those particular moments. It's sort of what we're talking about in our concern about making sure we don't allow AI to do that, dehumanise the delivery of care and take away the thing that matters so often most to people, particularly to elderly residents in nursing homes. But these people are generally at their most vulnerable. And I think our medical colleagues, and I think Dr. Robson said it quite well, when we can use it as a co-pilot and never allow it to take over, so that the clinician remains at the forefront and guiding the overall delivery of care and an entire patient journey. I might ask Micah to add if that's okay.
Thanks, Annie, and thank you, Senators. I definitely echo what Annie spoke of then, and I think, again, issues like empathy between people and real face-to-face contact are really important, and that's not discounting the fact that technology can bring people closer. Obviously, we saw throughout COVID with people locked in residential aged care homes, technology definitely was able to help people keep in contact with families who couldn't see each other face to face. But at the same time, as the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety found much evidence with people affected by loneliness and isolation, removing opportunities for human interaction and that face-to-face interaction is a potential risk.
Thank you. Just sticking with the ANMF, I was wondering if you could give the panel some insights into what kinds of tasks your members are telling you that they would welcome greater support from AI with, and what's already taking place that's working well or what could be improved.
I think simple tasks that help give them information readily and allow them to perform tasks that might have historically taken a bit of time, but allow them to give information quickly and readily. But it again comes back to I guess, to be frank, our members haven't talked to us a lot about what they currently understand as what might be the upcoming threats from AI. It is quite hard if you think, and I think we just heard the last session before, often your healthcare workers are quite busy, and it is quite hard for our members to know. And I do think it is one of the risks that we would like to explore if we get the opportunity. But one of the things is they don't necessarily know underneath what's being produced by AI and what might just be. So we might know, for example, I know that some of our members have found that being able to be with, a member told me this beautiful story about a person who was receiving a cancer diagnosis, and this is not really AI, but the traditional thing would have been they would have had to come in 400 k's out of the big city. They would have had to come in, sit in a cold, environment with the doctor and with the nurse, but they could use technology to have the patient back in their home, in their kitchen with their family, where they were comfortable, and be able to, and that even to relatively recently was frowned upon, but COVID taught us a lot of things, but they wouldn't know underneath whether AI is fueling some of these mechanisms or whether there are other technologies. So I think we have so much to learn, and for them to know what's just being automatically produced by an algorithm and what is a different technology. So I think we're at a really beginning stage of those discussions.
Thank you. So maybe a follow-up. So it sounds like you heard the previous panel discussion. There was a bit of discussion about education requirements of the healthcare sector in general. So I was wondering what your thoughts are on that for nurses and midwives in particular, and how perhaps your members' lack of clarity around how our AI is or will impact on their work relates to the question about what education might be required or what gaps there are.
Yeah, I'm sure that Michael will add to this, but I think it's going to be really important, and because we've already had to adjust our undergraduate education and of course ongoing education, but to be it's hard actually to adjust our education programs as rapidly as the technologies are evolving, and so we are alert to it, and absolutely it has to happen. And we're going to have some significant understanding of how these technologies are being produced and what they are. I won't hand over to Micah just yet, but I would like him to mention it's concerns around inherent biases as well that might come out with some of these technologies. But I would really like to make the point that I know that we talk about it and we think, we've got to introduce it with care, with consultation. We have to have legal and ethical parameters and standards around AI technologies. I really think we, and I mean workforces, in this particular case, clinicians and practitioners, but employers and governments kind of even need to look a step beyond, because I'm a registered nurse and a unionist, my understanding of AI is relatively limited, but our understanding is that the algorithm developers, the people who are that's controlled by just a few in the world, and we don't even really understand the impacts, both for potentially the workforce, but on the workforces. And there are things that we don't understand about some of the labour practices that are used by those organisations, some of their approach to human rights. So in developing the information and that contributes to, and I might put these words wrongly together, but contributes to the algorithms that we then turn and use, currently I understand that people in the Philippines are just being used, there's no modern slavery over what's happening with these big companies. So I think there's a whole lot of stuff that needs to be unpacked, which is not really what a clinician at the end of the technology needs to know. But in terms of us from a union, we would like to understand more about the whole set of ethical practices that lie behind these technologies that then we're seeking to use.
Thanks for that. We did ask some questions about that, you'll be pleased to know, yesterday. Micah, did you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you. As Annie said, I think, because AI and technology is so rapidly evolving. The education and training needs are going to have to be very responsive and almost future-proof in regard to the education and training needs of the future workforce, as well as the workforce of experienced nurses and midwives and clinicians out there at the moment as well. So it's not just their preparation and education as they go through degrees of the vet sector, but also on-the-job training and ongoing on developing those skills to work with rapidly changing and evolving technologies. And so that's going to be really important to make sure moves at pace. And Annie also mentioned inherent biases, and I understand that the committee has heard from a number of other witnesses regarding the way that AI is trained and data sets and populations that it uses to create its algorithms and modelling. And so it's important to be really cognizant of those data sets to make sure that these biases don't then flow on into, say, treatment decisions or risk prediction for patients and consumers. And so education and training needs to be really cognizant of that as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I might just turn... Oh, sorry.
I think Professor Robson might have... Did you want to add anything to that, Professor Robson? It's just a bit hard for when senators are on the screen to pick up.
Yeah, look, I agree with a lot of what Ms Butler and Professor Peters have said there. And I think, you know, we're in a situation where if you think you understand AI, you probably actually don't. And the pace of evolution of AI is so rapid, a lot of the people even working in it don't understand its potential capacity at the moment. When you asked Ms Butler earlier what do people want from it, I think her answer about the human touch was fundamental to this. And I think every healthcare worker, whether you're a nurse, a midwife, a medical practitioner, a physiotherapist, what the people you are treating want from you is your time. They want your attention, they want your touch and your skill, and they want you to do less admin and less typing information in and more caring and more thinking about them and their problems and more helping. And I think if we can have AI that helps us do the mundane tasks, and we're seeing at the moment, for example, in consultations where you can speak with a patient, AI will listen and it will take notes and it will compose a letter and record the consultation so that you don't have to draw your eye away from a patient or withdraw your hand. But that goes on. And if we can get that done accurately, contemporaneously and meaningfully, and allow healthcare workers to do what they do best and what patients want most from healthcare workers. They don't want an algorithm looking after them. They want someone who cares about them there. And if we can make AI do this, then we'll have a win.
Senators, if only to kind of finish that out, I use one of those ambient listening and natural language processing tools on a daily basis in practice to see my patients. It means that rather than turning to my computer and typing, I talk to them. I have letters and other things dictated in clinical practice through that. It's regulated by the TGA. It forms part of a better way to interact with patients. And actually, for me as a clinician, my level of burnout is significantly reduced. 8 hours of patient consulting probably generates 2 to 3 hours of note-taking, letter writing. And if you can automate that, then I'm much more likely to continue practicing at the level that I do, rather than scaling back work hours. So it's a net benefit for my patients who otherwise can wait periods of time to see me, and also a net benefit to me to have my life, see my family, be engaged there, and also be able to bring my best self to the consultation at 8 a.m. or at 4 p.m. Both of which are important. I might just say that so I led clinical studies and clinical development in AI technologies in the United States and Australia previously. So I'm a GP and yet heavily involved in some of this area. And it is to say that I've gone all the way through FDA, CE, and TGA development processes and approvals. It is to say that, making sure that, organisationally we empower kind of expertise. So I was brought in as a clinical expert to show where the linkage between a powerful AI engine and algorithm, but also the nuance of providing clinical medicine could, how that needed to work and what safeguards needed to be there. And when you think about this, things like health-specific bodies, such as like the Artificial Intelligence Expert Group established by the Minister of Industry and Science in February, that's actually there to advise at that highest level, is really critical. Like all of us here as clinicians, I work with Professor Coria. I was speaking to Professor McNeil, last week. We all work together, but also the experience from the bedside of members of our organisations is critical, because what is seemingly in theory a good idea is either A, a solution no one asked for and no one needs, or B, a solution that actually gets in the way of that human moment rather than being supportive and a co-pilot on our way to better healthcare.
Thank you. I might just ask one final question before I think I've run out of time. But it's a good segue. You've all, I think, talked about, particularly representatives from the AMA, about tools to enable more of that human interaction, and this co-pilot idea. What about co-responsibility? We've heard a number of witnesses talk, we've kind of talked about this throughout the day around where an AI tool produces a faulty or incorrect outcome that in turn results in a damage to a patient. Who should be accountable for that, and where does the final accountability lie? Because, we heard some evidence earlier about the doctor being the final decision maker. And if you're talking about a co-pilot situation, should there be any liability in a legal sense for developers of software in this regard?
So this is the fundamental issue underpinning many of the conundrums that we have at the moment. If I see a patient, if I do the wrong operation or muck something up, it is my fault. But if I gather information about a patient, I use an AI system, I come up with a decision and it turns out to be wrong, where does it lie? I mean, there's a natural human instinct to sort of follow the guidance that we get. AI is seen as something that is, of a greater capacity than the average old-fashioned medico like me. But at the end of the day, I mean, AI is only as good as the information used to train it. And you're absolutely right. If I make a decision, or if Ms. Butler makes a decision in dealing with a patient, we know our mental processes. But in AI, it's often a black box situation. There will be some inputs and an answer comes out and you really don't know. And if I may give you an example, there was a wonderful study that was quoted as showing AI is better than a dermatologist at picking skin cancer. And it sounded alarming, and I think dermatologists around the country probably were sad to read that headline, but it was deceptive. They were showing photographs of skin lesions to AI and to dermatologists. The photographs often had surgical markings around them because they were taken just before an operation to cut something out. And if there was a dirty big marking around it, it meant someone was worried it was cancerous. The AI wasn't looking at the lesion at all. It was looking at the surgical markings and saying, gee, someone's put a big line around this. This must be worrying. When the dermatologist got to see the patient and talk to the patient and do what healthcare workers do well, take a full assessment, the dermatologist did much better than the AI. And I think we have this situation where we need to understand the strengths and the limitations. And I think one of the things that will be a massive issue in a medico-legal sense will be exactly what you said, Senator. How do we apportion responsibility for decisions? We all make decisions that are bad. I'm sure I make bad decisions all day, every day. but I understand why. But having a black box spit something out makes it difficult. Joint decision making is hard. At the end of the day, I think we're going to have a situation where we look at this division of responsibility, and it also brings the power of, I guess, what we are trying to achieve here, the power of trying to provide patient care and making sure that every link, this co-pilot sitting with us, is doing its best and we understand its strengths and limitations.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks for your attendance and your submissions. I'm a little unsure what the AMA is thinking of when they say the government has a crucial role to play in regulating the use and application of AI in healthcare. What does that regulation look like and who does it?
It's an incredibly good question. I think we need to treat artificial intelligence like other therapeutic goods and understand that we are dealing with something that is designed to enhance patient care. And whenever we do that, we need to make sure that all of the issues that went into the development application, and a great example would be following up outcomes, making sure that if we have artificial intelligence, there is some obligation to prove that it actually works, to have follow-up and sense of regulation that if you're going to bring in an AI technology, there must be some mechanism to ensure that there is audit, there is follow-up, that there is Senator Domainen said before around making sure that we understand where responsibility lies. We need to make sure that we understand very clearly that the...
But my question was who?
Sorry?
Who should do it?
Senate.
So I missed the...
Who should do it? Who should be undertaking this regulation?
Well, it's a really
Senator,
good question. I might throw to Michael. You sound like...
Yeah, Senator, if I may, thank you for the question. Look, I do quite a lot of work with the Therapeutic Goods Administration. They are already in a position where a significant amount of expertise is being housed there, both from the development of software as a medical device, which has been going on for decades, but then subsequent to that, this space of, why this is on our agenda is because we now talk about generative AI, but previously we have used machine learning and other kind of black box algorithmic processes have been approved in Australia well prior to kind of ChatGPT sparking everyone's I suppose many people's interest in the space, and we only have to look to much of the work done by in the radiology space over the last kind of 20, 25 years with computer-assisted diagnostics. So the TGA actually has really strong background in this space, and they are, they need to be kind of ably supported. With clinicians in kind of meaningful roles to advise. I would note that I am attending something with the TGA next week about the program that the government has funded around clarifying and strengthening regulations stream for them about supporting the adoption and use of AI. And to build upon that expertise is the most clear pathway in a rapidly moving environment.
So the TGA is the answer?
Yes.
All right. And what about the nurses and midwives? Do you agree that that's where we should be looking for regulation in this space, expanding the TGA's role? Ms. Butler?
I think that would make sense because I think Dr. Bonnings made the point. Not only do they have decades worth of experience and had to, obviously AI is evolving, but they're building expertise right now. Obviously, it has to have clinician involvement, but that is appropriate from our perspective.
Yeah. And I assume you'd agree with the previous panel that's not set and forget because of the dynamic nature of AI. You need some ongoing oversight of any product that's been granted initial approval. I see a lot of nodding.
Yep. Yes, Senator.
Have either of your organisations had a chance to review the national policy roadmap for artificial intelligence delivered by the Alliance?
I'm a member of the Alliance, Senator, so yes.
And well, to that extent, does that roadmap come with the support of either or both of your organisations?
As is always the case, there are a breadth of issues in the roadmap, most of which are clear and well supported. It gets down to nuance of how you achieve many of the issues in the roadmap. We want to work with, as a professional organisation, we want to work with those leaders in the space. Lots of us talked to Dr. Johnson, Professor Johnson, before talked about the need to bring everyone along in this journey. So yes, broad support for clinician and expertise-led development of implementation of a roadmap that keeps clinicians at the centre of delivering patient care and the implementation of AI.
All right. I think I understand that to be you support the roadmap, but you want ongoing consultation in how it's delivered. Is that how I meant to read that answer?
At a principles level, yes. At an implementation, that's where all the detail and opportunity is, Senator.
Senator, I've got a Google roadmap in my car and it gets updated all the time because the suburbs and the roads keep changing. I think it's really important to understand that a roadmap will change over time, and in a space that's so rapidly evolving, it needs to be very agile.
But part of the roadmap is to put in place that kind of ongoing dynamic oversight in the form of a national AI and healthcare council. I mean, that's actually considered in the roadmap, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, Senator, it still has to sit alongside the fact that therapeutic goods are and have been for a long time administered by the TGA. It doesn't necessarily mean that the TGA wouldn't be in the position of continuing to regulate therapeutic goods. I think that would be a challenge to excise certain things but not others from the TGA's role, if you follow what we're saying there.
I'm not entirely sure I do.
Okay. I think more along the lines of the necessity of what is considered software as a medical device and what is considered an AI solution will become more and more blurry over time. And the need for, I think, some flexibility in that, where there's a government agency which, under the Therapeutic Goods Act, is actually the one empowered to do that, would be, again, the organisation with the kind of agency's both knowledge and expertise, but also the resources at the moment. So if that's why we say at a principles level, the idea that there is expertise put in place to review, govern and continually reassess AI is important, but how you do it is still a challenge.
But how does that cut across the 16 recommendations in the roadmap?
There's 24 recommendations in the roadmap. I thought, I beg your pardon, Senator, you may disagree. I just,
mine runs out at 16.
Beg your pardon, it is number 16, is it?
No, mine runs out at 16 unless there's an appendix after the footnote. Mine says 16.
Well, I beg your pardon. But the challenge there, I think, Senator, still remains that there can be, overall organisational support of, safety, efficacy, quality, and a way in which to engage clinical and organisational expertise in reviewing and supporting AI deployment, but that expertise currently lives with the TGA, and so that would be a question for them into how they would move that role into some other organisation if that was your recommendation out of the committee.
I'm having trouble understanding how that responds to the 16 recommendations in the roadmap, but maybe I'll review the transcript.
Sure.
Ms. Butler, I'm sure you're aware as nurses that there are elements in the medical profession that already have troubling interactions with patients. I think I was looking at a report from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare that showed 20% of First Nations peoples had experienced discrimination already in their access to medical care and health assistance. And some of that happens in a very hierarchical medical profession, lots of time constraints. Do you see that there actually may be a role in AI in actively assisting particularly marginalised groups to get more accessible access to healthcare?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Look, it's thorny at this stage because there's a couple of things there, I think. A question of wider access, particularly to difficult to reach and marginalised groups, is great, right? And could be a positive direction for how we use AI. Micah touched upon the potential for inherent biases that may be pulled as inputs into the system, how algorithms, how information is developed, etc. We already know, for example, and I think we have in our submission an example of you're a black woman with cancer, breast cancer, and a white woman with breast cancer, you have different experiences and outcomes based on current situations. Correct. There are already biases being input. So we have a deep amount of concern around how we might inoculate. It's not meant to be a medical pun, but how we might protect against those sorts of biases happening. The other thing is that we are aware, and the regulator that regulates us all here, well, the health professionals I mean, we're very aware of the current existence of racism in healthcare. And so our board, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, took in 2018 a very proactive approach to cultural safety and culturally aware delivery of care required by nurses and midwives. That's becoming more prominent. How we ensure that technologies that we use, AI technologies, are consistent with the standards that an individual practitioner is meant to uphold and practice is a significant question for us.
But I agree with you, Ms. Butler, and I actually commend the work of your organisation in confronting and addressing the concern. But I could tender to this committee dozens and dozens of coronial reports that would show deep discrimination in the delivery of medical services to First Nations, particularly First Nations women, but not just First Nations women, and other marginal groups. In some ways, of course, there's concerns about ensuring we limit wherever possible systemic bias in AI, but there actually may be circumstances, and there may be particularly vulnerable communities, where AI actually lifts the level of service, reduces discrimination and increases access, and is a way of double-checking the clinical advice being given by an already biased profession.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And, there are members of our professions as well where you're trying to deal with those inherent biases as well. But yes, absolutely, AI could be assistive in counteracting in biases of professions and individual practitioners.
And do you think that could be a useful area, for example, Commonwealth funding for research into, to try and empower some of those groups, rather than just see it as a threat, but actually lean into it a bit and see it as a way of empowering those groups in their access to healthcare?
I think if we can access the opportunities that are presented like that, absolutely, we would support that concept, provided that the groups that we're trying to reach and help are central to that process.
Need to be, if you're going to do ethical AI design, they would need to be at the table. They'd need to have free, prior, informed consent. That would need to be a collaborative approach to it, wouldn't it?
And because one of the things that I want to say that sort of has touched upon so many of the things that have been said by all of us here on this panel at the moment is, and fundamental to that, having the person who's involved, nursing founds itself as a profession on person-centred care. The person must be at the centre. The person can be the person, the group, the community, but one of the fundamental things is, and we know, I'm sure my medical colleagues would agree, that a therapeutic relationship works to its best when it's founded on trust. And if we don't put those people at the centre, we're not going to, we currently don't have the trust of many groups, and we could use it to help.
Thanks, Ms Butler. I note the time, Chair.
Good, thank you. Good, thanks. Again, I want to thank you all for coming and joining us today. It's, again, been a great deal of assistance to the committee. It'll help us with our deliberations, and if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could provide those by the 7th of August on 2024. And we now adjourn. Thank you.
Cheers.